physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
I'll stop the world and melt with you. I'll stop the world and melt with you.
Have you had your Hershey's?
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
And good morning, everyone. Of course, we continue to watch Milton, a very, very dangerous hurricane, as it makes its way toward the west central coast of Florida here. Landfall, certainly, as we work our way through the next 12 to 16 hours, potentially. There's a little bit of wiggle room there in it potentially speeding up a little bit by some of the guidance, but not all of it. All right, either way, this is the 11th hour, and your window of preparations and anything else of getting out of here is quickly closing. If you are asked to leave, which many of you are, zones A, B, and C, or just AB here in Hillsborough County, you got to get out of harm's way, please. This is going to be, a phenomenal amount of water coming in through here. All right, guys, you take a look at the satellite, and one of the things we don't see is that little pinhole eye, which reemerged last evening because the storm deepened again. It was making another run at sub 900 millibars, which is just insane. But now that pressure's come up. You're seeing like the skater starts with its hands wide and then spins them in, and it kind of spins to oblivion there. So it's going through what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. This is what you see out of the stronger hurricanes. This is what they do to protect themselves and reinvigorate themselves. And oftentimes, like we saw with the last one, you went from a 6 nautical mile eye to about a 12 nautical mile eye. So it can double, sometimes even triple. Here's the deal. You're talking about hurricane conditions, maybe even 100-mile-an-hour winds coming across the entire state. What do we landfall at? 130, 145, Cat 4, that was upgraded this morning on the advisory. Now you're talking about bringing it across the entire state, obviously in a weakened state, but still 100 is possible. Daytona Beach, maybe the Space Coast. St. Augustine, you're very surge prone. You're talking about getting that water in, a 3 to 5 foot storm surge just to the north of the track. So now you're talking about the north of the track where you maximize that northeast wind component in through here. Again, satellite depiction showing what we've got going on here. And of course, now we've got a new tornado watch, which has been posted. Gilbo, let's show everybody that, because we should definitely let everybody know what's going on there. This is it. And you can see it does include areas around Fort Myers. All of South Central Florida, essentially south of I-4, is included in this. We could have tornadoes as these outer bands start to feed in and blend with this pregame rain that we're seeing. So we're going through an eye wall replacement cycle, but look at the shear here. Look at the shear. Up toward Apalachicola and Tallahassee, it's about 70 knots. But that thing is so protected right now, it's still going through about 30 knots of shear, and it's not whacking it that much. But maybe, the fact that we're going through an eye wall replacement cycle, we may see that combination of kind of a weakened state. You know what I mean? It's going through a change internally. That alone may allow it to really take in a little bit more of that surge. So we're crossing our fingers right now that happens. Some dry air off to the west of that. We'll see if that evolves. And in Jordan, again, the guidance, unlike we saw a couple of days ago, did not shift far back to the north as it did. So we'll see. But either way, anyone south of that track, and that includes Sarasota, that includes Venice, Englewood, even Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, you're going to get a storm surge component. There's absolutely no question about it. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. Over to you, buddy.
It is unavoidable. Jim, Steph and I were talking. Do you think this storm system is feeling the impacts of its environment at all? Or do you think it's strictly that eye wall replacement cycle?
I think it's an ERC because it's following a pressure drop overnight. And you saw the eye go to oblivion. So I think it's the ERC, but that's what I'm talking about. Are we getting a combination of that? Is that going to come right in at the time this is going on? So maybe that'll, kind of kick me when I'm down, if you will, Jordan. That would be my answer, but I don't know.
Right.
Well, time will tell.
The reality is, there is dry air circling around it. You've got that shear on the north side. So let's hope. Let's hope this thing gets kicked while it's down, because the reality is it is a very, very strong storm, and it's likely going to be making landfall as, a major hurricane. And you just look at where we've got the storm surge warning as the wind field expands. My goodness, from Cedar Key all the way down past Marco Island. Plus, you've got the Atlantic side. Let's not forget coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina here, right outside of Savannah and Tybee Island, where you've got your own storm surge threat in the forecast tomorrow. But my goodness, these numbers kind of sitting in west central Florida due south are alarming. And notice the 10 to 15, how it's kind of shifted a little bit outside of Tampa Bay. Right? Jim talked a lot about that. Tampa still has an 8 to 12-foot storm surge forecast, but the shifting is likely to happen because as this storm gets closer, we'll be able to hone in on exactly where the worst of it's going to be. So let's just say, for instance, it takes the northern track. Tampa could see the worst. If it goes just to the south, the worst is going to be down towards Sarasota, that right front quadrant. If it takes more of a southern approach, now we're looking Port Charlotte, Fort Myers with that big storm surge. So that's why track is everything, but you're all getting something. We'll be back.
Don't mind me. I'm just the flu. I'm quite harmless, really. And when people ask, but aren't you linked to dangerous flu complications like pneumonia, heart attack, and hospitalizations? I just say, but I'm just the flu.
It's him.
Who? I'm just the flu.
Demand more from your flu shot. Sanofi higher dose flu vaccines are proven to provide better flu protection than standard dose flu shots in older adults. They've even been shown to better protect against flu-related complications.
Don't get Fluzone high dose if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components, including egg products, or after previous dose of flu vaccine. Don't get Flu Block if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components. Tell your healthcare professional if you've had severe muscle weakness after a flu shot. Fainting has occurred. People with weakened immune systems may have a lower vaccine response.
All flu shots are not the same. Ask for a Sanofi higher dose flu vaccine. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about Fluzone high dose or Flu Block.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus Burger King. You get 25% off your order every day, which means you can have it your way. His way, not recommended. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Yellow. Didn't pass the tissue test? Buckle up. There's toothpaste white, and there's Crest 3D White Strips White.
Whitens like a $400 professional treatment.
Prepare for a nonstop smile.
Crest. The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
This is ludicrous.
Ludicrous. All right, who called for ludicrous?
Sorry,
we went, this is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't tell ludicrous what's ludicrous. Ludicrous tells you what's ludicrous.
Okay.
Oh, that is ludicrous. You don't need me for this. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good thing you have State Farm. Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Guess I can go.
Don't you mean roll out?
No, I don't.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
070.
Bingo! Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Hurricane Milton will make landfall as a major hurricane on Florida's west coast late tonight. The storm will sustain its hurricane strength as it pushes inland, triggering hurricane warnings from Tampa to Orlando. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is live in Tampa. We're also joined by the director of the Lake County Office of Emergency Management, Megan Milanese. Thank you for being with us, Megan. And I want to get right to the fact that you are inland. Lake County is kind of just west and north of Orlando. It kind of wraps around it a little bit there, but you're essentially right in and around the Orlando area. What preparations have you guys taken?
So our Emergency Operations Center is currently at a level 1 full activation. That means we've pulled in all of the resources that we can in order to respond to Hurricane Milton. We're expecting to see strong tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall, which will lead to flooding in some areas of our community. So we want to have all hands on deck.
Megan, you've dealt with Ian, you've dealt with Charlie's. You know, you have a dual threat of flooding and wind damage in through here. Is there anything that you took away from those two storms that you're either doing differently or actually building up for Milton?
Yeah, absolutely. We learned from every storm we go through. And Ian, especially being fairly recent, we are looking at some of the actions that we did prior with Ian, because we see heavy flooding from the St. Johns River in Astor whenever we see these types of storms come through. And we're expecting similar effects from Ian with Milton, and that included historic river flooding. So that means we're doing messaging and extra attention for our Astor community to make sure they know what their risk is and that they have the resources that they need to stay safe.
Have there been any evacuations away from some of those rivers that are expected to rise?
So our entire county is currently under a voluntary evacuation order right now due to the expectation for the strong tropical storm force winds. And we've also done extra messaging to our Astor area specifically to let them know that there is transportation specifically to that area to get them to shelter if they want to evacuate their homes.
Megan, I wanted to ask you, because there's just been a mass exodus from this side where I'm on over here in Tampa. Do you still see a lot of traffic on the roads, or has that come down a little bit?
I still think people are moving and getting to where they're going to be today. The messaging that we've given to our folks is to get where you're going by the early afternoon as we start to see conditions deteriorate with the onset of Milton. So I think folks are still getting to where they're going to be, but we're trying to get them there as soon as possible.
Do you have shelters open and or anticipating opening shelters?
We currently have 15 shelters open across our entire county.
And in terms of, curfew or potential curfew, that does seem to work very, very well in areas. Is that something you guys are considering for your county?
So at this time, we do not have a curfew in effect. However, we have been strongly messaging to our residents to let them know what the expectation is going to be and to stay off the roads as much as possible, especially as we move into the nighttime phase of the impact from Hurricane Milton, because they're not going to be able to manage the hazards that might be on the roads during that time. And then especially post-impact, we need to get emergency crews on the road. We need to get our public works folks out. We need to cut and toss debris. So we're going to have guys out there working and making sure that we get those roads clear and we get ourselves as back to normal as possible immediately post-impact. So the more that people can stay off the roads, the better.
And we definitely will want to double down on that. Megan Milanese, Director of the Lake County Office of Emergency Management, we really appreciate you joining us today. And Jim, as you mentioned, you don't have to go that far from the water if you're evacuating. So many people have made their way to Orlando, but you're still going to get things like wind damage in Orlando. You're not completely safe there.
Right. Yeah, if we had her for another second, I was going to ask her, because Steph, once you start losing power, sometimes it's almost beneficial to start shutting it down before you get the worst of it so you can actually save it and get everybody back online. Same thing for the water system as well. You can just kind of, I don't think they have to do that in Orlando, but especially the power, I was just wondering if they would consider that. But this is going to be that kind of storm, Stephanie, where we're talking about, large-scale, multiple-day power outages all the way across across the core of where the center tracks, north and
with
south
that said, Jim, we want people to use flashlights, not candles, so we don't have any accidental fires within homes. And also just something I don't know if people have thought about, fill up your bathtubs, maybe your washing machine with water so you can use that to flush your toilet, because if you are without water for several days, you can just use a bucket and keep that water flowing.
And Steph, we've all seen what's going on with electric vehicles, you know, in salt water. Make sure you just get them out of that way. Go park them in a higher area. I know salt water is not an issue for Orlando, but I just want to bring that up for everybody that's involved in potentially getting a storm surge from the water. And that's west side and east side.
And Jim, in Tampa, you can actually go to the parking garages for free, Tampa is saying, and they are telling people with these vehicles to go up to the 3rd level, because as Jim mentioned during Helene, and we were talking about it earlier, there was an electric vehicle in a garage with maybe 3 feet of salt water, maybe, and the whole house burned down. So it's not only electric vehicles, Jim, electric scooters. Anything that has any of those batteries.
Golf carts. And golf carts.
Thank you. Yes, golf carts.
You're absolutely right.
Get
All right, guys, our continuing coverage of Helene, a very dangerous storm on Final Approach, comes up.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream shows with lots of seasons and episodes. Plus, staying up lots of hours past your bedtime. Because you don't need sleep, you need answers. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not going to beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
We kindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us, and feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey, you need your eyes checked.
Yeah, things are getting fuzzy.
Then go to America's Best.
Why?
For a comprehensive quality eye exam.
From a doctor?
Yeah, and it may cost less than your regular doc. Plus, America's Best has one of the nation's largest groups of optometrists.
Sounds good.
It is.
I'll go.
Good call.
Play ball.
Not your line. Get 2 pairs and an eye exam for $79.95 at America's Best. Because eye care is health care, and you deserve the best.
Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is that extra oomph. You're going to get that sweetness of the honey, and then you're going to get the heat from the spicy filet. The pairing is perfect.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Yellow. Didn't pass the tissue test? Buckle up. There's toothpaste white, and there's Crest 3D White Strips White.
Whitens like a $400 professional treatment.
Prepare for non-stop smile.
Crest.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it. I've lived through it. I know what it's like. At first, it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Like it. So how many people are going to kiss before you realise? I got it, too!
Is it possible to count on my internet, like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data, too?
Your data, too. There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey, Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible, it's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
At harrys.com/shape.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 67. Winds northwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 40 in wind north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, amazingly sunny sky. High 64. Wind northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. 7-day outlook.
The infamous calm before the storm here at Clearwater Beach. I mean, look at how flat that water is. On any other day, you'd be like, you know, what hurricane? But there is a very, very dangerous hurricane looming out there, enough so that in Pinellas County, which is where this is, they pretty much shut it down. They started the curfew last night, and this is going to get a whole lot worse, obviously, as this hurricane continues to pull northeast with very strong winds. It's a major hurricane. It's expected to stay that way at landfall as well. Guys, we are out here on the Davis Islands. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. We've been in Tampa, and we have not left. All right, we have not left, and the reason for that is because Tampa is in play. They are still in play, potentially, of a wobble, even though of recent, most of the center track has been to the south of Tampa. That doesn't mean where it's staying. You're still in the cone. It's a track cone, and we've seen storms go north and south of that center point, especially last time with the lean. All right, I want to take you nearby here. Peek's out. He's got the drone up, and he's shot some video of, you know, some of the piles of garbage that just remain here. I mean, they're still trying to pick this up. You can see that. They haven't stopped. And because, you know, the storm was delayed yesterday a little bit, they may have a good chance of doing that during the day. But you can see it's just pile after pile after pile, which becomes a whole part of the debris field if we get that forecast 8 to 12-foot storm surge, which has come down. I want to show you something else, too. I want to walk across. Again, we're at this marina here, and you can see these boats that are out here. But they're tied on to these pilings, all right? And these are floating docks. They come up and down when the water comes in. And they're probably about 10 feet high. We got the 10 to 15 feet. If we got the 10 to 15 feet that was forecast here, you could easily go over the top of that piling. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about, how dangerous, and why we saw our friend David yesterday actually moving as a result of that. So crazy, crazy stuff, guys. Again, it's still yet to be determined, I think, as to what kind of a hit Tampa gets. But, Jordan, I'm not foolish enough to say that there won't be major impacts here regardless of a north or south track. It just may be a little different in the surge component. We've still got a flood potential, and we certainly have a heck of a damaging wind potential here. You're not going to be untouched, Tampa. That's your takeaway. Over to you, buddy.
All right. We appreciate it, Jim. We really do. Hey, the National Hurricane Center warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of the Florida West Coast, as Jim was just saying. Some cities could be inundated with that big surge of 9 foot of water or higher. We could actually show you what the worst-case scenario could look like in Barefoot Beach, right around the Bonita Springs area outside of Fort Myers. The water is going to rise to at least the first floor of many homes. Apartments will be completely submerged into the water. Below me, you could see the forecast. The yellows, the oranges, and reds would indicate different levels. Yellow is 6 feet. Orange is up to 9 feet, and then red is 9 feet or above. And unfortunately, it'll look, like this, which you can see on the screen here, of all that water coming on shore, which is one of the reasons why a lot of these homes obviously are built on stilts. But the problem is all the destruction coming in behind it and things banging up against houses or bridges or anything like that. And then we have actual damage to infrastructure. So what we did below me is we actually overlaid the threat with the homes that are sitting here in Barefoot Beach along the barrier island, along the intercoastal here, as you can imagine. And there's so many homes here, Stephanie, that will be impacted by this threat, even if you're, far to the south of the potential landfall, which is why that storm surge is so long and you have different threats up and down
it all
the Florida
propagates
coast.
out ahead of the storm, the waves and the turbidity of the water for you. Let's show you some closer in forecasts. We're going to start Tampa, Sarasota, down to Venice, Bradenton, Indian Rocks Beach, Clearwater, St. Pete. We still have that storm surge warning. That's not going to go away. That's not going to change. This is kind of the pregame of that rain coming in. Sarasota already gusting around 26 miles an hour. But it's as we head into tonight is when we will see the worst weather start to come in. And there is that center coming in, giving us those strong winds and then slicing through the state, kind of riding along I-4, depending on where it comes in, maybe a little south, maybe a little bit to the north. But it'll be in that kind of area. We could see 2-3 months worth of rainfall for us here into central Florida. That's going to cause flooding. Rivers are going to rise. Rivers are not going to be able to get out because of the surge. So you have rain coming down, the surge pushing that salt water in. That's a bad combo for these rivers. Sarasota, we could gust over 100 miles an hour. Whoever gets in that eye wall is going to feel the strongest winds. Orlando over towards Titusville, Daytona, the Space Coast. We've already got some of that rain here. Kissimmee, Winter Haven. This area will feel those impacts really as we head overnight. You get those stronger winds into early tomorrow morning, and this will still be a hurricane as it makes its way off the coast. Rainfall here, Apopka. We could have double-digit rainfall for us. DeLand, Daytona. All these spots could see some flooding, and even as we go to points farther north, we got a little bit of rain here into St. Augustine, also into Palm Coast. Heavier showers, basically Jax southbound, and then there's that onshore flow when the low is over here, and you still get that flow onshore there. The Weather Channel is helping you stay safe and prepare with the latest updates on Milton throughout today and tonight. Stay tuned for team coverage with live crews spread throughout Milton's path as Florida braces for a historic landfall.
Look at that Wendy's breakfast burrito. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, sausage. Gotta hand it to the tortilla. That sucker's holding on for dear life. The boss of breakfast, gotta be Wendy's.
070.
Bingo! Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
And Doug.
Whoa, Limu, we're in a parade. Everyone, customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save!
And then I wake up.
And you have the stream every night?
Yeah, every night.
I see.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari, hot air balloon ride, swim with elephants.
Wait,
can we afford a safari?
Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment?
On a ranch?
In Montana?
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
When you need a tool that does it all, you need Tostitos restaurant style. Optimized for versatility, Tostitos can tackle every snack, big or small. Because if you're gonna do something, do it right. Tostitos restaurant style, made for snacking.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen again.
Voltaren for long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
All right, time we know, folks, is running out to prepare ahead of Milton. We're just hours away from a landfall on Florida's west coast before then tearing across central Florida and then pummeling the Atlantic side of Florida. What can you expect? Coastal storm surge, inland flooding, extreme winds, and even tornadoes, all possible over the next 24 hours with a hurricane that is taking dead aim at Florida. Winds right now 155 miles an hour, a very strong Category 4 storm on its way. Thanks for being with us as we track Hurricane Milton. I'm Mike Bettis, live here in Tampa, Florida. Sitting at Old Tampa Bay right now. The skies have turned gray, the rain is coming down, the winds at times breezy, but through the day, the weather's going to go downhill incrementally here, okay? So at times you're going to see some really heavy rain bands come in. You're going to see the winds start to pick up gradually throughout the day, peaking overnight tonight as the hurricane will make landfall somewhere along Florida's west coast. Could be very near Tampa, down towards Sarasota. Right in there seems to be the sweet spot at this moment. And of course, we're going to watch for the storm surge as well. That's really going to pick up through late afternoon and then up through landfall, okay? And that's when we're also going to see the core of most extreme winds. Right now, the hurricane force winds extend out about 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend out well over 100 miles from the center. So a lot of us are going to feel some pretty intense winds from this, but the core of the intense winds are going to be right near the eye. So here we are on Old Tampa Bay. You look behind me here. So this is where you head out toward the Howard Franklin Bridge. That'll take you over the bay here. And then typically on a sunny day, you'd be able to see all the way over, and you see the Howard Franklin span that goes up. I can't even see that. It's just kind of a shade of gray today as the skies are rain-filled, unfortunately. And for some of us, we may even watch for a severe weather threat, including tornadoes. So keep that in mind as well. I would anticipate tornado watches to come in here sometime this afternoon. That could include portions of South Florida, by the way. So Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Naples, the Keys, heads up for you. That could be a threat as we get some of these outer bands that spiral their way through. So that's just another concern that we have on top of everything else that we're watching. Alex and Molly, this is probably as nice as the weather is going to be all day here in Tampa. This evening, things get very, very rough. So hopefully everyone is where they need to be already. Driving in rain and wind today is not going to be in your favor. So if you haven't gotten to your safe spot yet, do so as quickly as you can.
Yeah, Mike, you said it. I mean, National Hurricane Center basically saying all the preps need to be rushed to completion. That window is fast. Quickly closing at this point.
And that is because Milton is quickly approaching. And you look at the presentation on satellite. We'll get back to Mike Bettis there in just a minute. And you'll notice it's pretty obvious visually that this is going through a transition.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, you got that kind of western edge that's kind of eaten away here. But this is still, and this is the tough part about the messaging. Yes, we have to tell you, yes, this thing is transitioning. We're starting to see it not as powerful as it was, but it is still going to be an extremely, extremely powerful system coming into the West Coast. Yes, it's not 180-mile-per-hour winds like we saw, but right now it's still 155, and it's still expected to be Category 4 making landfall.
and still not locked into exactly where this is going to make landfall. And when you heard Mike Bettis talking about how compact those hurricane force winds still are, that's going to make a huge difference where this makes landfall and who sees the biggest impacts.
Yeah, so there we are right now. There's the projected path moving in this direction towards western Florida. And again, somewhere in this zone, again, makes such a big world of a difference in who gets the worst. Again, as it gets down to Sarasota, could we see some of the worst if this track ticks a little bit farther south of Sarasota? Fort Myers could be in dealing with the worst conditions, and Fort Myers is not even in the cone.
You see Sanibel Captiva there and areas that will be inundated by water despite the fact that you are not going to get the landfall.
Hurricane warnings, they are still in place. Anywhere you see the purple and across the peninsula, this is not just a coastal issue. We could be talking, again, hurricane conditions here, working all across interior portions of the state. And notice even northbound, tropical storm watches up into parts of South Carolina.
What's been the biggest concern so far this morning is these little areas right here. They're these tiny little isolated cells that have rotation in them. And we've already seen a tornado warning this morning, several. And I think that we will see several more before the day is done. Dr. Postel?
You're exactly right. I mean, that tornado threat, Molly, is increasing across the west coast of Florida and for much of the southern peninsula overall, as we can see the outer periphery of Milton now bringing that tornado threat along the way. I'll show you in just a second some of the details of that. But right now, I kind of want to get to what the hurricane hunters are getting right now in their mission through Milton. This is a NOAA P3 plane called Miss Piggy. Thank goodness we have the hurricane hunters out there. Both the Air Force and the NOAA, we can't thank them enough for doing their job. They're telling us exactly what's happening out there in detail, giving us an idea of what we have in front of us, because otherwise we really would just be guessing to a large extent. But there they are, and what they're finding right now with these what are called vortex messages. These are little sort of messages that get sent out of what they found through a particular slice of the storm. The pressure is somewhere around 920 millibars. This was extrapolated from an altitude of about 8,000 feet, but it's a good estimate of where we are. The pressure is a little bit higher now than it was yesterday at this time, of course. Flight level winds are still ferocious. At least in one of these earlier passes a couple hours ago, the flight level winds at about, again, 8,000 feet up were about 180 miles per hour, 155 knots. May not be as strong right now, but still very, very dangerous weather is hiding and lurking in the middle of Milton. It is a bad, ferocious Category 4 hurricane right now. Now, getting to that tornado threat, look at the radar. We're seeing a lot of sort of the presentation here that suggests there are supercells here, a lot of them, just to the southwest of Fort Myers, Marco Island, and Venice. These are right now offshore with a very significant waterspout threat. They will likely, these cells, maybe not these exact ones, but the pattern of supercell thunderstorm activity will be closing in on the Florida coast and that tornado threat today. We've already seen some warnings out there. That tornado threat today throughout the region is only going to go up. The winds right now, very manageable across the region. The wind is not really a factor right now. It's going to be, but for now, it's not. There's that tornado watch that goes out until 9 o'clock tonight. I do expect to see a whole lot of tornadic activity with a system like this as we go through the evening hours. Farther to the north, Tampa right now, we have an offshore east or northeast wind. It is an offshore wind like that. That's good news. The question is, will it stay that way and keep the surge from Tampa and areas nearby at bay? No pun intended, but literally keep that storm surge in check. That may be good later on for Tampa, but that's worse for areas farther to the south. I'll show you in a second. So now, let's talk about the size of the wind field. It is right now a relatively compact storm. Hurricane force winds, we think, extend out really only about 30 miles. But the tropical storm force winds go out about 100 miles. That's kind of confirmed by some of the observations and the buoys that we've seen around there. But now we have some good news here. A little bit, I think. Milton is going to be moving over some cooler water with less heat content, less fuel. The atmosphere is increasing its wind shear and the dry air penetration into it. I think both of those will conspire to allow a weakening trend along the way. But, as Alex said, it is likely to come on shore as a Category 4 hurricane. Here are some of the various track models, and they are right now, a large part of them, many of them, are centered on a landfall south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of impacts? With wind The strongest of all the wind is going to be probably along and to the south of that track, wherever it may be. Again, there's still uncertainty in this, but it does appear that perhaps Tampa and south, that's where the strongest winds are going to be by far, with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, even inland, and even perhaps all the way to the Florida East Coast. Here's my last graphic about the surge. Now, this, we're going to see more and more refinement to this forecast, even today, as we better understand where the center is going to go. But for right now, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, probably less of a storm surge than areas farther to the south, like Sarasota, Venice, and even farther south from there. Again, here's the potential storm surge from maximum rises above the normally dry ground at the high tide mark, right? But do know that as we get better data and figure out exactly where this is coming on board, we're going to know exactly where the greatest storm surge, and again, along and to the south of where the center crosses the coast. So officials now are warning, and for the final preparations should be rushed to completion, as Milton is expected to make landfall later tonight, maybe even early after midnight. Now let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who's live in Tampa. And Mike, the question is, does the city seem prepared for what you've seen for what's to come?
Yeah, I thought great analysis from you, Dr. Postel, on what's going on there with potential, landfall locations. And a lot of times we say, don't sweat the details, right? Watch for a wide range of effects here from the storm. But when you're talking about a major metropolitan area like we are here in Tampa, we are sweating the details of where that center goes, because it makes a huge difference whether or not we get huge surge in Tampa Bay or not. Does the wind and the surge come in, or does it go out because we end up getting more or less an east wind? Those are the key questions, and that's why we are sweating those details, a little bit here for this storm. Let me show you some other locations, including there in Fort Myers and Siesta Key. Poor weather there, just like we have now. Rainy, at times a little breezy. In all these locations, the winds in particular really begin to pick up for us as we go through the afternoon and evening, okay? But I want to talk a little bit more about, the debris that we had from Helene. Again, we're just recovering from that. These places took a pretty heavy hit. So there's a lot of debris that's still sitting curbside that hasn't been picked up yet and taken off to the landfill, also depositing at the fairgrounds. And so that becomes maybe floating debris now. If we get storm surge, becomes projectiles if we get extreme wind. And so a lot of that debris that's just sitting loosely then flies around. But a lot of people have been evacuating as well. And I think that Helene, was that shot across the bow, if you will. And this could potentially be a direct hit. So that's got a lot of people's attention. A lot of people were leaving, especially on Monday around the Tampa area. We had traffic jam yesterday. We had a lot of traffic down on I-75, along Alligator Alley, up on I-95 in Jacksonville, as people want to get out of harm's way. And there's a lot of population here in vulnerable locations out on the barrier islands and the beaches, from like Longboat Key all the way past Clearwater. These are locations where you've just got heavy population that sits. But let's talk about some of the scenarios, if we can, about what could happen in Tampa. Of course, we've got storm surge warnings, and the forecast is for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge at the beaches here and up through Tampa Bay, okay? But let's talk about the scenarios, and the angle of approach can mean everything in a circumstance like Milton, all right? So straight on approach that comes right on in, what could that mean for us here? Well, generally that's going to mean, especially if the eye is just north of it, it's going to maximize the surge. It's going to come on that right front quadrant and push all the water right into Tampa Bay. That's when you maximize the surge and you see the full extent of that forecast realized, okay? Then you take a look at potentially, a hit that comes in maybe just south of Tampa. And as of right now, that'd be where the center track is. Again, that could wobble just a little bit here. That means that we'll get low end of the range here, but extreme surge could impact Sarasota and then southbound from there, okay? Now, if you get one that comes, maybe well south of us, all right? Tampa, you're probably going to get wind that goes out at that point then. You're going to get minimal surge at that point, with the strongest surge then maybe Sarasota and Fort Myers southbound from there. Those are, again, key factors. We try not to sweat the details, but in this instance, it's really important. And I know that we'll get new track forecasts throughout the afternoon, and we'll try to keep you on top of those as best we can. But glad to see that so many people have heeded the warnings and gotten out and gotten safe. Better safe than sorry. But we can also see some pretty significant effects from Milton up along the east coast of Florida as well. Jen Carfagno is in Jacksonville. Along the east coast, Jen, what should folks be preparing for today?
Yeah, Mike, so I want to talk about what's happening already on the east coast of Florida and then how things are going to change once the hurricane crosses over the state. This is a west coast to east coast hurricane. It is going to be moving. It'll be moving fast as well. But because it's moving fast, maintaining its hurricane status as it moves across the state. Now, here in Jacksonville Beach, where I am today, there's, of course, a lot of concern about what kind of wind we're going to get, what kind of surge. We are under a storm surge warning. We're also under a tropical storm warning. And just to my south, from Ponte Vedra Beach, here southward to the St. Lucie and Indian River County lines, we are also under a hurricane warning in that area. So winds are possible to gust that high, and wind damage is certainly something that is a concern. Trees down, trees on power lines, power out. Just finished cleaning up from Helene in this area, and in the greater Jacksonville area, there was about 140,000 customers without power. There's still some piles of debris around that they were trying to clear. I had the chance to talk to the emergency manager, Andre Ayub, yesterday about getting ready for Milton after Helene.
We just saw with Helene a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 feet. We were able to sustain that. That got into the roadways. We had to take off some roads. In our low-lying areas that you mentioned, the Riverside area, San Marco, some of our coastal areas. But 2 to 4 to 5 on top of what we're looking at, maybe 6 to 8 inches of rain and some tidal issues. That's serious. So you're going to look at some, like I said, getting into businesses and houses and all that. So it's really a serious time here in Duval County.
It is a good time to hunker down. Today is going to be a rainy day. The rain is just starting to fall now here in Jacksonville Beach. It'll fall up in Jacksonville just to my north pretty soon. You can see on the radar how very active it is right now with a lot of heavy rain out there. It stretches across the state. Now, this is all in advance of Milton, and we will be getting a rainfall through the day today, increasing at times in intensity of rain and also at times in wind. And I think as we get through tonight and then early tomorrow, that's when we'll see our peak wind concern. The surge concerns will be on the increase as we get through tomorrow as well. We have a 3 to 5 foot storm surge possible along the east coast of Florida, extending up around actually into Georgia as well. And what's interesting is that's going to be along and to the north of the track. I know so often we think the right of the track is the side that gets a surge, but because of the direction it's moving and crossing over the state, it's going to be up around to the north. And so certainly just paying attention to the areas around you, staying put during the storm. That is the best advice I can give you. And we'll have continuing coverage on Hurricane Milton right here on the Weather Channel.
Hey Lexus, show alternate routes.
Technology that's ready for the road ahead. The Lexus NX.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Up for something crispy, a little chocolatey, and a lot of peanut buttery? Whoa, do we have the snack for you. Rice Krispies Treats Chocolatey Peanut Butter.
Asthma doesn't want you to be the cool mom. Triggers can pop up at any moment, and asthma says you can't. But by making better control of your severe asthma possible, Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that treats your type of severe asthma to help you prevent attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, trouble breathing. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop asthma treatments without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Avoid live vaccines. Sore throat, joint, back pain may occur. By helping control your asthma, Tespire lets you be you. Ask your asthma specialist for Tespire by name.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of Wing Famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Yeah.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We will do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say "for you" into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites, or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
Off any plan. Call 1-833-415-6262 now.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under fair skies. Today, high 67, in winds west at 10 to 55 miles per hour. Mainly clear skies, low 40. Wind north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome, everybody. We did it. We're here. Let's go.
Touchdown!
Electrify your Saturdays with the HBCU Go Sports Kickoff Show, presented by Procter & Gamble.
This is the place to be.
Bethune-Cookman University visits Alabama A&M University homecoming. Join our all-star team of analysts as they break down our HBCU slate.
Touchdown!
Watch live at noon Eastern on HBCU Go in the Grill, presented by Old Spice. 24/7 freshness from pits to toes and down below.
All right, today is the day as we track Hurricane Milton for you here on the Weather Channel. Mike Bettis coming to you from Tampa, Florida. The weather obviously is taking a turn today, and it only gets worse from this point going forward, with landfall expected later on tonight after dark, where we'll then see the highest winds, the highest rainfall rates, and the highest wind surge right here along the west coast. And it's been a long time since a place like Tampa has had to deal with a storm like this, even though it was just 2 weeks ago we had Hurricane Helene that didn't hit us directly, but did bring record-setting storm surge. We're standing here in Old Tampa Bay. You can see behind me the water's calm right now. Winds aren't bad at all at the moment, and that's where the Howard Franklin Bridge runs, connecting Tampa out toward the beaches there. The weather's been, poor visibility, but I'd see the high span of the bridge, off to my left here, but the bridges will close down at 45-mile-per-hour winds, which is likely to happen late this afternoon, early this evening, and then the big winds will come in when the landfall happens well after dark this evening. Of course, Hurricane Helene got a lot of people's attention. This one, rightfully so, does. Been a Category 5 twice now. It's a high-end Category 4 right now. And people are heeding the warnings, and so many people have evacuated ahead of this.
I live by myself. I've done what I can. I'm not capable of boarding anything up or doing anything more than I have. So hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst, but as long as we have God in our hearts and we have the strength, I think that's what matters. We have our family, we have God, and that's all we need to make it no matter where.
You know, staying strong in situations like this, you're making sure that you're staying in a good mental frame of mind is very important. As the one woman said there, you know, not sure what I'm going to come back to. You know, after I evacuate, what am I going to come back to? I think that's the concern for so many people here, Alex Wallace. This is something that they've never experienced before, right? We have not had significant hits from hurricanes in decades, and so they're unsure of what could happen, and I think that's what makes so many of them nervous.
Absolutely, Mike. And you think long-term residents haven't seen that. Think about all the people who are just coming in. Florida has seen a population boom, right, for people who have no idea what tropical cyclones can do. So, yeah, it all around a situation where people are no doubt very worried. And, of course, one of the big worries is the destructive storm surge. The National Hurricane Center warning that that surge is going to occur along parts of Florida's west coast, at least the biggest of the surge we are anticipating out there. Storm surge warnings, we've got those up here along the entire west coast, essentially here of Florida, but also parts of the East Coast, sliding up towards southeastern Georgia, and even storm surge watches, because we'll see some water rises there showing up along the coast of even South Carolina. The order of maybe 3 to 5 feet in places like Daytona Beach, but look at where we maximize some of those totals here. Again, right along the west coast, Tampa in the 8 to 12 foot range, but south now, Sarasota working to just north of Fort Myers. Could be looking at a 10 to 15 foot storm surge showing up there. And even as you head south, 8 to 12 around Fort Myers, Naples 5 to 8 feet. I mean, all these values, life-threatening values that we may have to contend with here. And again, we could be talking about some spots getting well up over 9 feet. So what does that look like? Because we can tell you all the numbers, but it's hard to realize what that could look like. So we can actually show that here with the simulation in a spot like Port Charlotte, where we could be seeing water levels rising well beyond what we've got here. This is about 3 feet that would be a normally dry ground. Now, water now already at this point is life-threatening. Too late to evacuate. Can't do that. Water can knock you off your feet. Cars start to float, and so driving is impossible. And the first floor of homes and businesses, they start to flood. Unfortunately, the water level is expected to rise even higher. We get up to about 6 feet now, and now we're talking about that water level getting above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away, structures start to fail, and stuff in the water, right? This is not clean, nice pool water, no. Glass, all kinds of other objects in there as well, chemicals in the water. It is not a pretty sight. And then you start getting above 8, 9 feet. In fact, that's the forecast in around Port Charlotte, 8 to 12 feet. That's the range. At this level now, look at this. We're talking about the first level floors of structures completely flooded out, and very few places that are safe here when the water rises to this height. So we want to continue to drive home the point that everyone needs to know that if they're in an evacuation zone, listen to the local officials and evacuate it when ordered to do so. That time is really becoming short at this point. Molly?
We're watching tornado warnings right now across South Florida. We've seen a couple already this morning, and here's another one. This is for Broward as well as Collier and Miami-Dade counties. This goes until 9:45, and this is moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. So it's moving very quickly. Get to shelter very quickly as well. And there's a tornado watch out until 9 p.m. this evening.
Camille, Ivan, Katrina, Sally, Zeta. Seen a lot of storms. You have all this beauty and tranquility. The storms come in and they change everything.
You guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate everything that y'all are doing.
When it shows up on your doorstep, our role is to respond quickly, to provide a way forward. A recovery is day by day. We want to be the calm after the storm.
The crispiness, the chewiness, the straight-up deliciousness. It's not just good, it's oh my goodness! Wow, it's exciting.
070.
Bingo! Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copperfit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve with the cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet, a more durable heavyweight weave with seamless four-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. Copperfit Ice. Get the full line of Copperfit Ice compression at these fine stores.
Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, the soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. Each helping to protect their money with Chase. Whoa, a lost card isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card? Not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
If everyone in the U.S. chose Glad drawstring trash bags, we'd save 100 million pounds of plastic waste each year. Yes! And that's better than all good. It's all Glad.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, Cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is the pimento cheese. It's savory and delicious, and the filet itself is perfectly juicy and crispy.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Johnson. Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, and wakes up feeling like himself. Get the rest to be your best with non-habit-forming ZzzQuil. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
Let's get you caught up here on what we know at this hour. Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They're going to reopen when it is safe to do so.
Fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami.
And the Florida Fish and Wildfire Conservation Commission is preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 36 boats across the state.
On wherever the eye of the storm is, you could make landfall anywhere from Citrus County down into southwest Florida. We'll know more over the next 12 to 18 hours, but just cones, all this stuff you see, the impacts will be broader than that, particularly with respect to storm surge on the west coast of Florida.
Well, you're already hearing the governor talk about what's going on here out ahead of Milton. And here's the latest if you're just joining us here. Still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with 155-mile-per-hour winds. Central pressure is around 918. Northeast motion, much faster than yesterday now, 16 miles per hour. So we talked about how this was going to pick up speed, but also get larger in size.
And also the change in appearance that you're seeing right now was also forecasted as it's meeting some of the drier air in the shear, and it's transitioning in appearance, but that's not making it any less of a problem for areas in Florida. No, this is a destructive hurricane that is barreling towards the Florida coastline right now.
It really is, and you can see at the projected path, yes, we are anticipating to see those wind speeds come down, but I mean, 130-mile-per-hour hurricane coming into the west coast of Florida. If we didn't tell you this thing was 180 a couple of nights ago, and we said, okay, there's a 130-mile-per-hour hurricane coming to the West Coast, everyone would be certainly on guard. And so we still need to be on guard with a very powerful hurricane, even though it may be not as intense as it was. But, I mean, we were talking about a system that was at the upper echelon in the top 5 in the history on the record books. So going from there to where we are, yes, less intense, but still very destructive.
You mentioned the fast forward speed of this, so that's good in regards that you won't be in those most powerful winds for a long time. It's bad in regards that it's going to hold its strength very quickly across the state of Florida. Yeah. So it's going to remain a hurricane across central Florida and then moving out into the Atlantic, where even on the Atlantic side, we're going to have issues with surge.
Yeah, I mean, we just experienced that with Helene because of its fast movement, right? It was so strong, moving so quickly, those big time winds were able to go so far inland. So that's the case here across the peninsula of Florida. We get it at the coast, of course, the most extreme, but it's going to hold together with the strong winds moving its way across the state. Travels at the airport, in some of its cases here, it's not happening because the airports are closed.
Right, and we do have rain, so if you are still trying to put those evacuation plans into place, it's going to be pretty much done in the rain today. Well, officials in the Tampa area are hoping that people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents should already be in their safe place.
Yeah, let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, of course, that's an area that just had to deal with Hurricane Helene. That left issues and storm surge there that came on into the Tampa area, 3, 6, up to around 7 feet or so. That's what we saw. Yeah. We could be looking at much more than that. And people have to remember what happened with Helene. It was bad at around Tampa. This could be certainly much, much worse.
Yeah, that's a real possibility that we face at this point. You know, we had Old Port Tampa Bay had just under 7 feet of record-setting storm surge. And I think there were 2 interesting things that happened with recent hurricane interactions, okay? But let's go back 2 years ago to Hurricane Ian. And the eye went south of Tampa. Remember, we were all so nervous. What's going to happen in Tampa? And it went south of Tampa, devastated Fort Myers. So here in the Bay, what happened? All the water with an east wind went out. It was an eerie thing to see. It was just weird. You could have walked out hundreds of feet out in Old Tampa Bay because the water went out toward the Gulf of Mexico. Now, 2 weeks ago, when we had Helene, the hurricane stayed offshore, but it brought us an onshore flow, and this is why 7 feet of record-setting surge came in, and where I'd be standing would be underwater, right? We're not exactly, and I know it's tough to hear, we're not exactly sure what's going to happen with this because it's a possibility the eye could come right over top of us. It's a possibility the eye could go maybe just to our south. That makes a huge difference as to what happens with the Bay and the Gulf of Mexico, right? So again, once you keep tuned to the forecast here, and we'll keep updating here right now, the center track at least, and I know we don't always say don't focus necessarily on the center track, but as we get closer you can. Somewhere near Sarasota or somewhere between Tampa and Sarasota seems most likely. The other threats that we're going to end up seeing here, of course, the storm surge. The numbers are big, no doubt about that. 8 to 12 feet for us here around the Tampa Bay area. A little bit more farther south, 10 to 15, and that right front quadrant hit. And as far as the surge flooding goes so far,
you won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor-Cool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor-Cool drops.
Nexium 24-Hour prevents heartburn acid for twice as long as Pepcid. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
When it looks different, feels different, it's because Tostitos Scoops taste different. Designed to be delicious. Designed to take on anything life throws at you. Tostitos Scoops, designed to dip.
This is Poof, the fastest growing pet odor eliminator in the world. Oh! It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. Powerful enough to eliminate the stink from any organic odor. Yet it's safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them. So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink? There's only one Poof, available online and at these stores. If it's not Poof, it stinks.
Wherever this time of year takes you, Macy's is here to help you shift seasons in style with your favorite fall brands. So lean into the excitement for what's ahead, because this fall, we've got a lot to look forward to.
Welcome back to the Weather Channels with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We are expecting a landfall later today into the overnight on the west coast of Florida of Hurricane Milton. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live in Jacksonville Beach on the east coast of Florida because Milton will cross the entire Florida peninsula likely as a hurricane and bringing conditions that will be impactful up and down the east coast of Florida. We'll have the risk of tropical storm force winds here in Jacksonville Beach. We're under tropical storm warning, and we also under storm surge warning as well for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So I want to talk more about the impacts here in Jacksonville Beach. Going to bring in the mayor of Jacksonville Beach, Chris Hoffman. Thanks for joining me. Busy time. Let's start with what is the current status of the city? What is your plans for today?
So right now we are doing our usual storm preparation. So every department has their tasks that they go through and do. We are really working on removing a lot of debris from Helene. So our public works crews are out there working hard. Our beaches energy crews are out there making sure they're as prepared as they can be to keep the power on and then get the power back on at the point that we may lose it later this evening and tomorrow. We're monitoring the situation really closely. We have a lot of internal meetings, as well as we're part of the Duval County Emergency Operations Center. So we're staying really in close contact with our other beaches cities, as well as Jacksonville and Duval County, to make sure we're as prepared as we can possibly be as the storm approaches.
And as I said, there's really 2 different threats. There's the wind threat, and there is a surge threat as well. Let's talk about that. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Will that affect the beaches? I know you just did a dune replenishment program.
We did, and we've had this dune system kind of back into our community for since about the 60s, 70s time frame. It's very well developed. We have a lot of mature sea oats. So even with the dune replenishment, it's on top of a really well established dune system that at its peak is about 16 feet high. So so we will see some effects on the dunes from the storm surge, certainly, but we do feel good about the coastline side of our community. We also have the intercoastal. We're a barrier island here, so we want everybody on the intercoastal side to be prepared as well for potentially water encroachment. But storm surge threat seems to be lowering a little bit, but we are very vigilant to that throughout our community.
When it comes to the power outages, I know that was the big concern, of course, after Helene. Once the power goes out, how quickly can it get restored? That's a question, a lot of folks have.
So we will have crews throughout the night, both Public Works, our police department, our beaches energy. They all work hand in hand together to deal with down trees, to support each other and each other's departments in the tasks that they're doing. They can't go, we're not going to send them out if they cannot work safely. So if the winds are at 35 miles an hour or higher, we're not going to put our linemen up in a bucket truck. We are going to make sure that their safety is paramount. Our residents understand that, and they are really grateful for the hard work of our beaches energy professionals and getting the power back on as fast as they can.
Let's talk travel just around here and in general during the storm. Are there any restrictions on bridges when the winds increase?
Certainly, and again, we are barrier island, so the only way to get out here is on a bridge, and so we encourage people to monitor reputable social media channels. In case there is a bridge closure, we will post that as soon as we can. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office monitors the wind speeds, and they're looking at the totality of conditions on sustained winds, visibility, things like that. The rule of thumb is about 40 miles an hour sustained winds. So it's probably the most common question I get asked. There's not a stated limited time for bridge closures, and they will reopen them as soon as it's safe to do so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mayor Christoffen, thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
Good luck with the storm.
Thank you.
And Molly and Alex, you know, as we continue to watch here in Jacksonville, I want to remind everyone that it's really important just to stay put during the storm. We're going to get into some heavy rain earlier today, tropical storm force conditions into the overnight and then tomorrow morning, and it's out of here by tomorrow. So it's really a short window. Stay put. A lot of stuff is closed here today, and so that's good to keep people off the streets.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. Thanks so much for that there in Jacksonville, where, again, on the east coast of Florida. So it just goes to show you the scope and the range of areas that will be facing the threats when it comes to this hurricane.
And already raining there. You see rain, Jen in her rain gear. A lot of people you'll see coming live from Florida today are already in that rain gear because many spots are getting a pre-soaking of rain, as we have been for the past couple of days, before the most intense moisture actually moves in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we got to watch this area closely here across central and south Florida, where we do have a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. In this area, high potential to deal with tornadoes. We've been watching the radar, and some of these storms that are lurking just offshore, we're seeing a lot of signs of rotation within them. That doesn't mean they're producing tornadoes, or I should say in this case, water spouts, but the threat as they come on in will certainly be in place. And look at some of the Torcon values, 4-5 range, which...
You know, you're getting up there, but I don't want you to take a look at South Florida and discount the 3, because we've already seen several tornado warnings already in that zone, and they're moving very quickly. I mean, we're talking 25, 30 miles per hour, and this is a day that if you have the alerts turned off on your phone, turn them back on, because you might need that quick alert to get into safety very quickly.
Yeah, I know sometimes it can be annoying. You want to turn them off, but this is certainly a time to have those in place. Already seeing some of the winds gusting here along the west coast of Florida. Siesta Key already seeing gusts getting up over 40 miles per hour.
We're going to be watching very closely exactly where this is going to make landfall, but look at where this expands in size, and that means more of us feeling more of the impacts from Milton.
The crispiness, the chewiness, the straight up deliciousness. It's not just good, it's oh my goodness. Wow, it's exciting.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Let's start with the eye chart.
What makes you think I can read?
You can talk, and you booked an eye exam online.
Okay, good points.
Top line?
This is a quality, comprehensive exam.
Come again?
You asked me to top line it for you.
Okay. Bottom line?
Well, the bottom line is this is an amazing value. What? Get 2 pairs and an eye exam for $79.95 at America's Best, because eye care is health care, and you deserve the best.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce?
Jealous?
Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com today. Faraway places.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
Cleaner and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 60 winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 40. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You are watching the Weather Channel's live coverage as we track Hurricane Milton for you, a very dangerous high-end Category 4 storm that is taking aim at the west coast of Florida. Moving about 16 miles per hour, roughly 200 miles away, and so we're looking at a nighttime landfall tonight where we'll maximize all of the effects of the storm, from wind to rain to surge. And we're very concerned about what may happen with, say, bodies of water like Old Tampa Bay behind me. Will it come in? Will it go out? Will the storm bear right over top of us? Those little subtleties can really matter when you're talking about a population center, roughly 3 million people, and what that could mean as far as pushing water onshore and maybe decimating parts of these barrier islands and beaches that have not had a direct hit from a hurricane in a very, very long time. Yes, we had the recent strike with Helene that brought storm surge here, but it never came on shore. But it did bring record-setting storm surge, and I think that got a lot of people's attention and making them very aware of what's going on here with Milton. By the way, speaking of what Helene did, we still have a lot of debris that we're cleaning up here around the Tampa Bay metro area because a lot of places were damaged because of that surge, right? And so the city of Tampa working feverishly to try to pick up all that debris. They've been placing some of that at the fairgrounds now because they're running out of room at the landfill, and so that's been a really tough task. And again, time is kind of the essence to get all that picked up before it either floats away or it ends up blowing away because of what comes with Milton. And again, expecting landfall later on tonight, and it could be still a major hurricane at landfall. Let's get some more details, though, from storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. Dr. Postel, you know, we talk about this agonizing over where that eye may go, but it's so important when it comes to Tampa Bay.
It really is. It's all about the wind direction, Mike. You're exactly right about that. And the problem is that we don't know exactly where the center is going to go. Even now, at this late hour, there is still uncertainty in the forecast, which is exactly why you shouldn't necessarily focus on some of the details, but know that the big picture is where it eventually does make landfall, the worst of the weather and the surge is likely to be along and to the south of it. Not necessarily exclusively, but to a large extent. So let's have a look right now with some of the radar charts now coming in out of southwest Florida. We're seeing a really nasty complex of supercell thunderstorms, each with a very significant waterspout threat right now ongoing across parts of the Gulf, just offshore. The winds right now onshore are manageable. They're really not that much different than you would expect on a cloudy, breezy day. Certainly something that is absolutely manageable. But it's going to get a lot worse, we know that, in a matter of time. And I'm concerned about those supercell thunderstorms just lurking offshore, because eventually we'll see some of those or new ones develop that work inland and bring us that tornado threat. We've already seen some of that. We're going to see a lot more of it later on today and tonight with a tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock. The tornado threat in Florida is going to be very significant with Milton, given the very vigorous dynamics it's got to work with and all those other ingredients. Let's have a look at some of the current conditions a bit farther to the north, in and around Tampa, central Florida. Really right now, again, the wind, not much of a factor, but the heavy, steady rain is closing in, and we have that wind, that offshore wind for now, out of the northeast. Question is, for many of us in the Tampa-St. Pete area and interest around there, is that wind going to remain offshore? That is critical, because if it does and Milton slides by to the south, then we avoid the significant storm surge by a mile. I mean, by a lot. The worst of it, unfortunately for those to the south, is much worse if that were to happen. So we'll talk about that in just a second and where we think the center is going to go, because as Mike said, that does matter a lot. There's still a little bit of uncertainty there, but we still can give you our best estimate. The compactness of Milton remains in place. It is right now a relatively small-ish storm in terms of the hurricane force wind field, extending outward roughly about 30 miles. Maybe not equally symmetrically around the center, but you get the idea. Hurricane force winds don't go out a long way. We think that's going to change a little bit as we get closer to landfall tonight. It should expand to somewhat with that wind field getting a bit bigger. That's a problem. That also could increase the storm surge threat as well. But here's some good news, I guess, perhaps. As we watch Milton move toward the coast, it's going to be moving over cooler water with less heat content, less fuel from the ocean, and the atmosphere is going to get progressively more hostile as it gets closer to the coast. Those two factors, I think, are leading to the slight, at least, degradation in the structure of it now, and ultimately will lead to somewhat of a weakening. Now, that's relative, right? Because it's still going to be a very powerful hurricane when it makes landfall. All expectations are that it is going to be a major hurricane as it does. Now, let's go back to where it goes, because, again, there's still uncertainty. Here's a select few models, hurricane track models, right? They're suggesting that the center does indeed pass south of Tampa. The consensus is that. Let's assume that's the case. Wind gusts over 100 miles per hour go across Florida, along and to the right of that track, and just out ahead of it. Sarasota, Venice, even all the way to the East Coast. This is an important map to keep in mind, damaging winds throughout the peninsula. Storm surge maximized along and to the south of the track where that onshore wind comes on board. Heads up, very devastating, life-threatening surge is on the way for some in Southwest Florida.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Lunch is on me today.
Awesome, why?
I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank.
Thanks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Did you download the Upside app yet?
Yes, of course. I'm not passing up free money. I'm earning real cash back now every time I get gas.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. If you drive, you need Upside. Earn cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. Plus, you can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. So whether you're driving around town a couple times a week or driving hundreds of miles every day, Upside is for you. Don't wait. Some Upside users are making as much as $200 to $300. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it. I've lived through it. I know what it's like. At first, it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope. The sun's going to shine again.
If you're in pain but need to stay mobile, you need CopperFit Rapid Relief, the revolutionary line of hot and cold therapy wraps that keep you mobile while you recover, no matter where it hurts. A breakthrough adjustable design with a soft gel pack insert in a lightweight copper-infused wrap for targeted hot or cold pain-relieving therapy of sore muscles and achy joints. If it hurts, CopperFit's got you covered. Get the full line of CopperFit Rapid Relief wraps, available at Walmart pharmacies.
What's up? You seem kind of sluggish today.
Things aren't really moving.
You could use some Metamucil.
Metamucil psyllium fiber helps keep your digestive system moving so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil keeps you moving. And try Fizzing Fiber Plus vitamins.
Could have stayed. I could have taken a chance. I know other people in my zone that aren't evacuating, but I thought, well, I'll just have a little staycation and play it safe and, and hope my house is there when I get back.
Well, the time to prepare, it is now running out as we're just hours away from Hurricane Milton slamming Florida's west coast before then tearing across central Florida, pummeling the Atlantic side of the state. We can expect coastal surge, inland flooding, extreme winds, and even tornadoes. All of that possible here over the next day as a 155-mile-per-hour hurricane bears down on the Sunshine State. An extreme threat for the west coast here, from especially the Tampa Bay area all the way down along the coastline and then extending inland as well. We're tracking Hurricane Milton for you live here on the Weather Channel. I am meteorologist Mike Bettis coming to you from Tampa, Florida, where it's rainy, at times breezy here this morning, but the weather incrementally gets worse as we go through the day today, with landfall expected after dark tonight as a major hurricane. You look behind me here, you see Old Tampa Bay, Howard Franklin Bridge that connects to Tampa and the mainland here off to the beaches that so many people love and enjoy almost year-round here in Florida because the weather can be so agreeable. On days like today, though, it is not. And certainly we're going to watch for how much surge could come our way. It's all going to depend on where the center of circulation goes. Does it come right over Tampa, north of Tampa, south of Tampa? Those details matter because of how heavy population center this is and how many people could be affected. But I would say prepare for a worst-case scenario in all these situations. If you haven't evacuated yet, you maybe have a very small window to do that. You wouldn't want to be driving in heavy rain and wind this afternoon and this evening, so get to your safe spot as soon as you possibly can. I'll come back with more update here and specifics on what can happen here in Tampa. Right now, let's head back to the studio and check in with Alex Wallace and Molly McCullum.
All right, thanks so much, Mike, there in the Tampa area. Certainly getting ready there, already feeling some of the impacts in terms of rain coming out ahead of the sort of the main show that'll be coming in later on this evening and into tonight. But there's the latest when it comes to what's going on with this hurricane. Still very dangerous, Category 4 hurricane with 155-mile-per-hour winds, moving northeast at 16 miles per hour. So certainly picking up the pace as it's getting closer and closer to the coast.
Now, the change of appearance is pretty evident when you look at this, especially the loop where you were clearly seeing that eye, and now you're no longer seeing that. But all of these changes were anticipated with the dry air and the shear out ahead of this as it approaches Florida. it is still a very powerful hurricane.
Absolutely.
Very powerful.
Absolutely. So, I mean, really, this thing is behaving as anticipated. We thought that we would see the intensity not as crazy intense as it was back when it was there near the Yucatan with 180-mile-per-hour winds. It was just going to be impossible for this thing to maintain that kind of strength. So, anticipation of this thing coming down a bit in terms of the wind speeds, but 130-mile-per-hour winds coming into the west coast of Florida, which is in the official forecast. That's still a major hurricane. That's still Category 4 at that point. So it's still going to be extremely dangerous.
This is just tracking the center. So we will feel big impacts in areas just outside of the cone, like, say, Fort Myers, which is anticipated to see some catastrophic surge levels despite not being in that cone.
Yeah, it's weird that some of these areas that aren't in the cone could see some of the worst storm surge from this storm. The other thing is it's moving quickly, continuing to do so. It's going to take some of those strong winds as opposed to a slower system that could spin down close to the coast. Those stronger winds are going to be able to be maintained across the entire peninsula. So hurricane warnings in place across the entire central portions of Florida, not just at the coast, but inland and on the East Coast as well.
All right, we got to talk about the tornado threat for a second, because that's really been picking up over the past couple of hours, well ahead of landfall. You're seeing these individual little cells close to Miami. There's Alligator Alley right there, and each one of these has been presenting an area of spin and moving quickly too. So if you're in one of these areas, you have to take shelter very quickly.
Yeah, this one here, Broward, Hendry, Palm Beach counties. This one actually about 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes ago, was confirmed. Folks spotted it, video evidence of it. So dangerous tornado here moving its way northbound here in Broward, Hendry, and Palm Beach counties. That's in effect until 10:30. Vaughn, Clewiston, a couple of spots that are in line. Not in the warnings now, but if this were to maintain and hold itself together, you could be in line to deal with that storm. So certainly seek shelter.
And not to mention, you heard Mike talk about maybe there's a little bit of time left to evacuate it. At certain points, they're going to start closing a lot of those bridges because the wind speeds are going to get too strong. And look at all of the airports that are closed across Florida today. So that route out is no longer an option if you had planned to take a flight out. So now you just have to, find your safe spot that you're going to ride out the storm and be there throughout the duration.
Absolutely. All right, let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel, get a little bit more details on this hurricane, which at this point, as we look at the presentation, there's clearly a transition going on here in terms of how strong it was to where it is now. But we want to continue. Dr. Postel, we've talked about this off air. This is still going to be an extremely dangerous hurricane, despite the fact that it's not as strong as it was.
Very powerful hurricane. It still is. You were exactly right about that, Alex. Hurricane hunters are in there. Miss Piggy is flying around. I'm waiting on the next vortex message. This most recent pass didn't go through the center, so it might be another hour or a little bit longer before we get the latest and greatest update on some of the things like pressure at the center and some of the strongest winds around it. But clearly the hurricane hunters are in there doing their best, and they're finding at least a little bit of a weaker storm than we saw yesterday, as Alex and Molly mentioned, but still a very powerful, formidable, major hurricane, Category 4 hurricane with a lot of bad weather along the way. I'll get that radar data and also the hurricane hunter information along to you as fast as I can. But right now, I'm also monitoring very carefully supercell thunderstorms off the southwest coast of Florida. Each one of these carries with it a tornado threat, a waterspout threat offshore, and these circulations over land. I've seen some shots now from social media with tornadoes in progress with these supercell thunderstorms nearby Alligator Alley. So we've got that tornado threat and waterspout threat now, and it's only going to increase as we go through the morning and the afternoon hours. The winds are actually relatively manageable out of the east, 20 to 30 plus miles per hour. Winds are not going to be a factor for most of today, but they will get a lot worse later on this evening and tonight. There's that tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight, issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and that tornado threat is going to increase in the coming hours. Farther to the north, in and around Tampa, we've got manageable wind conditions, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, of course, in gusts at most, but a steady heavy rain is kind of moving on by. This is a day that I think we're going to be awaiting the worst of the weather in about 8 to 12 hours. The size of the hurricane may be changing in front of our eyes. For now, it remains relatively compact. Hurricane-force winds, from what we can tell right now, extend outward about 30 miles from the center-ish. But that is expected to change. It's expected to get a little bit bigger as it closes in on the coast later on this evening. And that is something to be mindful because a larger wind field could increase that storm surge potential as we close in on the coastline. But there's some good things here. I don't want to be all gloom and doom. It's really going to be a bad scenario. We know that. But look, Milton is going to be moving over some slightly cooler water with a lot less heat content available to it. So oceanically, there is going to be less and less fuel for it to work with. That's a good thing. Another good thing here is the increase in wind shear and the lower relative humidities aloft that are closing in, if not already beginning to slightly impact Milton. That's coming in from the west. The shear is only going to increase. So there are signs that Milton will be losing some of its intensity as it closes in on the coast today. But it is still going to be very dangerous. Life-threatening surge and wind are coming almost certainly. Let's talk about it where it may go, because we talked about that, how that matters very, very much. There is still uncertainty in this forecast, roughly outlined by this set of tracks of the hurricane models, roughly. Along and to the south of that track, with the onshore wind, that's where the most significant storm surge is. The offshore wind out of the northeast, let's assume the track slides south of Tampa, spares Tampa the significant storm surge because of that offshore wind. There could be some bayside flooding, no doubt, but by far and away that avoids the worst case surge scenario. But it unfortunately makes it very bad for those south of Tampa, including Sarasota, Venice, Fort Myers, even all the way to the south. Significant onshore flooding from that surge is likely with that. The winds, again, most damaging along and to the right or south of the track, especially along that zone, assuming this set of guidance tracks are viable. That brings Sarasota, that brings Venice, and eventually even on the East Coast, Melbourne and Vero Beach into damaging hurricane-force wind gusts throughout the nighttime hours. Areas to the north, if we have that track guidance applicable, we have a much less intense northeast wind unless you get to the coast. And that gets very interesting too. We could have some very strong wind gusts in Daytona Beach on up through Ponte Vedra and Amelia Island, Florida later on tonight and early tomorrow morning. We'll be watching that. Now, going back to that storm surge, as perhaps the most deadly of all of these scenarios here, does include very significant water rises above normally dry ground. Think of that like at the tip of the high tide. Normally dry ground, 10 to 15 feet. And again, likely along and to the right of that track where that onshore wind piles all that water up very rapidly. Evacuate. If you haven't already, there's a few more hours yet to be able to do that. Get out. That kind of storm surge is not survivable. And with that, I'm going to send it over to Mike Bettis. He's going to talk more about the storm surge scenarios and precisely what that means for various locales. Because, Mike, as you mentioned rightfully earlier, it really is going to matter a lot on that wind direction.
Yeah, it really is. And I thought, it was such a great analysis from you, Dr. Postella, on what this could do and the different scenarios that could play out, what that could mean for storm surge here. And that guy's just got a very solid, calm demeanor and a guy you can trust. So really appreciate everything from Dr. Postell there. Let's talk about specifically Tampa Bay here and what we may experience already. The rain has been coming down for us this morning. At times when we encounter some really heavy rain bands and potentially severe weather, including tornadoes, can't rule that out with some of these outer bands. But one of the issues that we're dealing with here is we're still cleaning up debris from Hurricane Helene. A lot of that is sitting curbside in a lot of neighborhoods. And so the city of Tampa has been working feverishly to try to pick that up ahead of Milton because you don't want that to become a flying projectile. You don't want that to become, floating debris either. Another big issue that we've had, unfortunately, around the state of Florida as a whole has been gas. Of course, a lot of people that are evacuating or they need to fill up generators, you have a run on gas. We saw that. A lot of gas stations had really long lines, and it's estimated by Gas Buddy now that roughly 1 in 5 gas stations in the state of Florida, 20%, do not have gas right now. So hopefully you got what you needed, or if you don't, that you found a station that's open that you can hopefully get gas today, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to find a location where you can fill up, unfortunately. But hopefully, again, when you evacuate, you don't have to go long distance. You don't have to fill your tank up completely and travel hundreds of miles. You just need to get out of the storm surge zone area, okay? That's all we need to do. You take a look at some of the traffic that we ended up having. There was a decent amount of traffic, especially Monday. In the Tampa area, it was a traffic jam parking lot, and they opened up the shoulders on I-4 and on I-75, excuse me, to get people out of Tampa. We've had now heavier concentrations of cars on the roads down along Alligator Alley around Miles City, Golden Gate, trying to get from, say, like Naples over to Fort Lauderdale. That was a slow go yesterday. And then along I-95 up around Jacksonville, really slow go yesterday, as it was just a steady stream of cars. But of course, we're trying to just get people out of harm's way. And I'm going to show you, some of the issues that we're dealing with right now. And the weather's not bad for a place like Fort Myers. You can see that the weather's going to be going downhill today, no doubt about that. And this is a place that got hit hard by Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago, a devastating storm surge there. So we're going to watch the cameras very closely on all these beaches. I'd be particularly, concerned of a place like a Longboat Key and a Sarasota and a Venice and a Siesta Key and Captiva and Sanibel. You head your way down toward Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and then a place like Fort Myers as well. These are all places that could be dealing with insane amounts of storm surge and huge pushes that come in and just devastate us. I really feel for the folks there in Fort Myers Beach that have recovered now from Ian, only potentially to have another hurricane just 2 years later hit us once again. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the effects that go beyond the west coast of Florida, across central Florida, and then the east coast of Florida. Meteorologist Jen Carfagna at Jacksonville Beach, where the onshore push there is going to cause some pretty significant issues, we believe, Jen.
Yeah, Mike, here in Jacksonville Beach, we are concerned about storm surge. There is a storm surge warning. Also, tropical storm force winds. There's a tropical storm warning. There's a hurricane warning just to my south, and that goes from Ponte Vedra Beach all the way down the coast to the Indian River and that county line right there. Now, here in Jacksonville Beach, I want to talk about what we are expecting. Strong winds, tropical storm force winds that will be ramping up through the day today into the overnight, and rainfall that could be heavy. We're already seeing that just to my south near St. Augustine. That is a concern already for some flooding in the area. And we're not just talking about flooding coming in from the ocean. We're talking about rainfall flooding and along the intercoastal, and that could be exacerbated when we get some of the stronger push of wind onshore, which would, of course, not allow the water to exit as much when you have that rainfall flooding. Now, this is a coast-to-coast storm. Governor Ron DeSantis here said as much here when he talked about the impacts to the state of Florida.
But this storm is going to go across the Florida Peninsula, and it's going to exit on the east coast of Florida into the Atlantic Ocean, likely still as a hurricane. So that is going to bring significant impacts all across the state. So just be prepared for that. That may mean mobile homes, even interior, other structures that may not be hurricane-proof. That could create hazards, rivers, other bodies of water. As you have more rain and you have flooding, that could be an issue. And then you could have surge on the east coast of Florida. You could have erosion. You could have different things with the coast. So this is not just an event about the west coast of Florida.
And we do have that northeast wind already. You can actually see it in the trees here. Watch how the palms are blowing. The wind is not that strong right now, but it will grow stronger. And that's why we do have a concern for power outages in the area. And of course, power can't be restored until the winds calm down. So we are waiting Hurricane Milton across the state of Florida today.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch?
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Look, we've all been there. Your AC decides to quit, turning your home into an unbearable sweatbox, and now you have to deal with it. Hi, I'm Joe. And this is why I invented iFlow, the world's first automatic AC drain line cleaning system to keep your AC going and the cool air flowing. Look, that's a drain pan overflow that damages ceilings and walls, and you're left to pay for it all. Here's why. A thick, slimy, sticky bacteria called Zuglia lives inside your drain pan and drain line, clogging it up and causing your AC to shut down. But don't worry. That's why I invented iFlow. iFlow is a smart, automated device that dispenses our proven bioenzymatic cleaning fluid that actively breaks down the Zuglia and flushes it out of the drain line, helping to prevent those costly clogs. And the best part is, installing iFlow is a breeze. Just stick it on the air handler, connect the iFlow, insert the cleaner cartridge, and you're good to go. And you don't have to be a pro to do it, because there's an iFlow app to help you through it.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
Hurry to Kohl's for 3 days of deals. Take 25% off store-wide. Then find deals on fun toys, floor care, and more. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members earn 3 times the rewards.
When you need a tool that does it all, you need Tostitos restaurant style. Optimized for versatility, Tostitos can tackle every snack, big or small. Because if you're gonna do something, do it right. Tostitos restaurant style, made for snacking.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try new Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Hey, darling. Hey, look at this. New iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence.
Can you find that picture of us high-fiving in New York?
Of course.
Can it help make my dating bio more concise?
Yes, it can. You go, girl.
Hey, can it create a memory movie with photos of my cat?
With your favorite song? You guys, you know you all can just get your own at Optimum, right?
Get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. Plus 2 unlimited mobile lines for the price of 1. Optimum Mobile, 800-864-0500.
I am Elton Hart, and at Optimum, West Virginia is our top priority. We live here, work here, and understand the importance of keeping you connected with exceptional support you deserve. This is why we've opened more stores throughout the state and opened a local call center with a local team to be here when you need us. Plus, we've invested in our internet network to deliver faster, more reliable, more consistent speeds to more homes in West Virginia. Optimum is bringing our very best to your community. Optimum, where local is big time.
Call 1-833-415-8822 now.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 66, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 40, winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly high 66 for winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Our 7's outlook.
This hurricane season,
good heavens, absolute punishment.
Every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Thanks for staying with us for our continuing coverage of Milton as we track this very dangerous hurricane. I'm Mike Bettis live for you in Tampa, Florida. We're expecting 3 different components of this storm to hit us. Storm surge, extreme winds, and rainfall flooding, and all reasons that people heeded the warning, especially from the storm surge, and decided to get out and evacuate well ahead of the storm hitting.
Well, we were ordered to evacuate, and if anybody knows anything about Florida, when you don't evacuate when you're ordered to, you can pretty much die. You know, they've had a lot of people here stay at their homes and they end up drowning, and you know, it's just not worth it. You know, the house can be replaced, the stuff can be replaced, so it's just better to get out of town.
Yeah, I think some wise words there. It's just not worth it. Better safe than sorry in circumstances like this, because the surge could get pretty extreme in some locations where the highest reasonable forecast now is 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And think what that would do. Even the second story of your home could take on water with a storm surge that could be that high. You take a look at Fort Myers. This is a place that could see some pretty high storm surge as well. We had the huge hit from Ian, which became one of the costliest hurricanes in U.S. history just 2 years ago. Devastating storm surge there that really wreaked havoc on the beaches there. Unfortunately, we expect this is going to be a punishing surge maker as well. This could really set records along the west coast here of Florida, so that's why we're encouraging so many people to leave. And if you haven't done it yet, you've got still a very small window, I think, to do that, but you still wouldn't want to be on the roads when the wind and rain really begin to intensify later on today. So doing that right now, and you don't have to go too far, just go far enough to escape from the storm surge areas. You can see what some of the numbers are for storm surge here. It's going to be extreme for us. Unfortunately, storm surge warnings are in effect west coast and east coast, by the way, because remember, we've got a counterclockwise spin with a hurricane, so you get onshore potentially there, south to Tampa and south, and you get an onshore flow with an east wind there on the east coast of Florida. So let's talk specifics now on the storm surge in Tampa and head back to the Weather Channel headquarters and meteorologist Molly McCullum.
Thanks, Mike. Well, the National Hurricane Center warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of Florida's west coast, and some cities could be inundated with up to 9 feet of water or more. And we can actually show you what that would look like, the worst case scenario. And this is Tampa's McKay Bay, a residential area that's in the northeast corner of the city. You're looking at Bermuda Boulevard right there. And let's bring some of the water in. Watch as it rises, reaching the rooftops of one-story homes. You can see those back there. You go up a little bit more as far as, you know, having 2 to 3-story homes. You're still inundating the first level of the home. And this location is under 2 miles away from the gauge that captured 7 feet of surge during Helene. So it's also really close to the DeSoto Park area. We mentioned this area was hit hard in Helene. So you're having debris that's still on the side of the road that perhaps hasn't been cleaned up, that's now in this water. But this is not calm water. You've got wave action on top of the water that is beating up against some of these houses. And if you have debris in that, that's sloshing against these homes too, and power lines. Now, the water at this point is all the way back to 24th Street and even beyond. But notice how so many homes, block after block, street after street, are inundated with water. And think about what's in this water, not just debris, but you also have sewage, perhaps. You have glass. You have many things that you do not want to even get close to when it comes to storm surge water. And look at how much of this area has now become part of McKay Bay. And that's why, if you are told to evacuate, you need to do so. But Alex, we know this is just one of the threats that we're watching. Another ongoing threat at the moment is tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, well away from, of course, where the center of this circulation is when it comes to Milton. We're talking about getting into the south, almost southeastern portions of the state of Florida. And right now we're looking in on a camera in and around Andytown, Florida, where we have been dealing with a tornado warned storm that was just off towards our north and east there in Andytown. On this particular camera, not too long ago, we could actually see some evidence here of a tornado, and still a bit of a lower hanging area there on that kind of the right side of your screen. So that would be the general area where you would be talking about potential tornado that could be in place there. But it was confirmed by way of video there as well as it continues to track on off towards the north. We've been watching again 2 separate zones, 2 different warnings showing up here for us in southern Florida. Essentially now just north of Alligator Alley, that 75 corridor. This is another warned storm here just to the south and west of Belglade there. That particular storm there, that is a storm that was actually warned earlier and was confirmed with a large tornado showing up there. Then we got the one here that was just north and west of Andytown. That's the one you're looking at this hour. Again, that continues to move on off towards the north, anywhere from 20 to 25 miles per hour. So this is one of the risks that we're going to be facing here across the central and southern portions of Florida for the rest of this afternoon and into tonight.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Are your headlights cloudy and oxidized, making your car look bad? Are they underperforming when you need them most? Cerakote's Headlight Restoration Kit restores weathered headlights back to like new and keeps them that way for life. Stop wasting your time with solutions that don't last. Cerakote's kit includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give them a light sanding, and apply the ceramic coating. That's it. The True Ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try new Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
S.C. Johnson. How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Want it, need it, cheese it.
If everyone in the U.S. chose Glad drawstring trash bags, we'd save 100 million pounds of plastic waste each year. Yes! And that's better than all good. It's all Glad.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Open your eyes bigger. New Panorama by L'Oreal Paris. A multi-level bristle brush to catch every single lash. Corner to corner, bigger, wider. See life in Panorama, because you're worth it.
Let's get you caught up here on what we know at this hour. Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They will reopen when it is safe to do so.
Fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in areas like Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami.
And the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 36 boats across the state.
Think about that for a second. They're staging first responders in Perry for this hurricane, which Perry was just hit really hard by Helene. Of course, we've got a different storm now. We've got Hurricane Milton.
We do, and it's closing in on the Florida coastline and bringing with it all the trappings of a landfalling tropical cyclone, including the tornado threat right now ongoing in South Florida from Broward, Henry. Look, you can see, there he goes, an observed tornado. We've seen a lot of now video coming out of South Florida where we have tornadoes, some of them big on the ground.
And there's a reason why you are able to see them very visually. You know, usually in a tropical landfalling system, you have these areas that are rain-wrapped and there's small tornadoes. This is not the case. These are isolated cells, very visible, very powerful.
And all moving basically northbound here. And we've seen visual evidence. This is not a situation where it's, you know, okay, we're just seeing the rotation showing up on the radar. Video evidence of some of this has come through. A big, large tornado was actually reported there in the Big Cypress Seminole Reservation region. This is another tornado that was also spotted as well there just north and west of Weston for Broward and Palm Beach. Until 10:45, that warning is still in effect.
Yeah, and the one south of Clewiston also has a pretty vigorous rotation signature with it. All of these moving generally north and hundreds of miles away from the center circulation.
Right, this one's about to cross Alligator Alley, so you've got 75 right here, major thoroughfare, and you're going to bring an area of really intense rotation right over the highway.
Which, again, you got to think, people who may be trying to evacuate and go across Alligator Alley, we got to watch out for that.
Yeah, and this is in interior Florida. Of course, we know also offshore, there's a whole lot of supercell activity just waiting to come on board. This is the beginning, I think, of a very long day with a lot of tornadic potential here. There's a few more here we got overall. But look, you can see Collier, Hendry counties under tornado warning. But can we scan this? Can we move this radar just to the west? Because just offshore over Molly and Alex's shoulder, keep going, you can see that we've got a whole lot of supercell activity just offshore with a big-time waterspout threat now, tornado threat when they move onshore.
And all of that is going to be moving in, and that's why we can't stress enough that time, that window to evacuate is shrinking very quickly, very quickly.
Tornado watch, we've got that in effect here across Florida, so already looking for that, and we're seeing it unfortunately get realized.
Well, officials in the Tampa area are hoping that people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents now should be already in their safe place.
Let's get back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, you know, the area just experienced Hurricane Helene. Do you think that experience has really helped inform people about what they need to be doing when it comes to Milton?
Oh, 100%. I think that was one of those shots across the bow, right? And people are like, whoa, I can't believe how bad it got with a storm that never hit us. It literally stayed offshore. This one could come right in. The angle of approach could mean, you know, all the difference with this one as well, as it really pushes a lot of water in. I'm going to show you behind me here, Old Tampa Bay, and what you see behind me here is Howard Franklin Bridge. And most of the traffic on that has been outbound off of the beaches and back toward Tampa, but there is still some traffic on that. You see the high span down there off in the distance here. Now, they will close the bridge at 45 miles per hour, right? So the Howard Franklin Bridge, Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy Bridge, those will all close at 45 mile per hour winds, which is likely to happen here this afternoon. So you won't be able to travel on those bridges any longer. So hopefully you'll be in your safe spot, you know, by no later than maybe lunchtime this afternoon and just ready to ride this one out, because we think it is going to really dish out a heavy hit for us here. You can see with the track, that red cone shows you where the most likely area for the center to go is. Again, the effects of the storm will be well beyond the reaches of that red cone that you see there. So just keep that in mind. Again, storm surge especially going to go well outside of that cone to the south here, and wind impact north and south of that cone as well. As far as the warnings go, storm surge warnings in effect west coast and east coast of Florida because of the counterclockwise flow. We'll get onshore in both locations, okay? So that means the water rises, and to what degree? It just depends on where you are, right? Some of the numbers are pretty big here, where storm surge could get up to 10 to 15 feet on the right front quadrant hit. So this is why so many people have evacuated to escape the surge in this area. We hope you can stay with us. A lot more live coverage as we track Hurricane Milton live right here on the Weather Channel. Be safe.
I'm wearing your sex boxes I work for.
Dress for the job you want. This is what I hate to come out of my office.
We should be working together, like Batman and Robin. You already sound like him.
I'm gonna make you pay for that.
That's exactly what Batman would say.
Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
Camille, Ivan, Katrina, Sally, Zeta. Seen a lot of storms. You have all this beauty and tranquility. The storms come in and they change everything. You guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate everything that y'all are doing. When it shows up on your doorstep, our role is to respond quickly, to provide a way forward. A recovery is day by day. We want to be the calm after the storm.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, and a protein blend to feed muscles up to 7 hours.
Hey, you need your eyes checked.
Yeah, things are getting fuzzy.
Then go to America's Best.
Why?
For a comprehensive quality eye exam.
From a doctor?
Yeah, and it may cost less than your regular doc. Plus, America's Best has one of the nation's largest groups of optometrists.
Sounds good.
It is.
I'll go.
Good call.
Play ball.
Not your line. Get 2 pairs and an eye exam for $79.95 at America's Best. Because eye care is health care, and you deserve the best.
If everyone in the U.S. chose Glad Drawstring trash bags, we'd save 100 million pounds of plastic waste each year. Yes! And that's better than all good. It's all Glad.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey guys, how we feeling? You ready? Hey, Adams Elementary. Go Rams. I think he needs one too. What do you think?
This is not just flu protection.
You guys ready to fight some crime?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you go get him, all right?
This is a neighbor looking out for you. Schedule flu and COVID-19 vaccines for you and your family today. Walgreens.
Unlike other bags, only a Ziploc freezer bag features our exclusive 9 points of protection that helps protect your mom's pozole from leaks and blowouts. SC Johnson.
Yeah, it's that good. Want it, need it, cheese it.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. As we await what will happen here on the east coast of Florida, I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, and talking about the impacts across the state, the inland impacts, and what's going to happen on the east coast. We're in the rain. It's been raining now for the last couple hours. It's starting to pick up here in Jacksonville Beach. It's been raining very heavily to my south, and this is an area here in Jacksonville Beach under a tropical storm warning, under a storm surge warning, and a flood watch. So a lot of different impacts to talk about. This is also an area that a lot of people have evacuated to, coming from the west coast of Florida, from Tampa, from St. Petersburg, from Sarasota. I had the chance to talk with Pamela and Ricky, and here's what they had to say about evacuating.
Well, after the last storm, we decided we weren't going to stay this time. And we got kind of minimal flooding, but not far from us. It was really, really bad. It was a lot of, we couldn't go anywhere and just felt stuck. You know, it was too dangerous to go out, so we decided we're leaving.
And I think that we had these two events back to back here really raised awareness of the risks here, and knowing that, of course, you could be doubling the storm surge in some cases compared to what you just saw from Helene. So a lot of folks have evacuated. I want to urge everyone here to make sure that you are in your safe place when it comes to, from the west coast of Florida, getting to that point of safety. You don't have to evacuate all the way to Jacksonville like they did. You just need to get away from that surge zone, that storm surge zone. Now, here in the greater Jacksonville area and here in Jacksonville Beach, a lot of folks have evacuated in. And so I do want to talk about the kind of weather that we're experiencing. It's raining, and that's out ahead of anything from the hurricane. This is not necessarily hurricane rain. This is because we've got a front in the area, and we've got this, what's called a predecessor rain event that is happening all across north central Florida. This rain will be heavy at times, and that is the case right now in St. Johns County, which is south of me, near St. Augustine. Really heavy rain in that area. There is a flash flood warning in St. Johns County. This is for 3 to 5 inches of rain that has already happened, and you can see how that heaviest of rain is now lifted just north of there, where we've seen the flooding. Flooding has already been happening. Elkin is one of the communities in the flash flood warning, and in particular, I've seen some pictures coming out of that area with some flooding happening. Again, this is all before the hurricane and the hurricane rain gets here. So we have a tropical atmosphere. We do have a lot of moisture out there, and we've got a boundary, a front that sits just to our north, and so this is going to keep us in, or actually just to our south, just north of St. Augustine. It's going to keep us in a rainy zone through the day today, and then we get the heavy rain from Milton that comes in, and that will bring some bigger rainfall rates and give us that risk of flash flooding. So let's talk about today's forecast. You're going to see through the day showers, heavy rain at times, winds will be gusty. Probably the peak gust through the day today will be below tropical storm force, but once we get to tonight, that risk will increase for the risk of tropical storm force winds up over 35, 40, 45 miles per hour, maybe over 50 as we get through the early morning hours tomorrow. And even as the rain exits, we might be seeing those winds still increasing. And so it's a big wind field that will be expanding as we get through tomorrow. Want to make sure you're ready and still staying put even after the rain exits, because there still may be power outages, there still may be trees coming down. Those are the risks that we really have here across the first coast and just inland, and even going down the coast and just inland. We've got the rain risk, we've got the tropical storm force winds. There is a hurricane warning to my south, Ponte Vedra, south of there. And so the winds taking down trees and taking out power is going to be a concern. Be ready for that. Today is your day to get ready to hunker down, and by later today, I want you to be in your safe spot and stay off the roads. We know the risk of accidents goes up when the roads are wet, and Alex and Molly, people can stay safe by simply making sure they're not out getting into a situation that first responders have to get to. Save that for the emergencies. I did want to bring up one thing about gas. I know a lot of people are concerned about gas. We have plenty of gas in this area. I talked to the mayor of Jacksonville yesterday, and she said that gas is not a problem. There might be lines, but they've got the trucks to come in and refill. So luckily here we are in good shape with gas.
That's good to hear, right? Because that's always a concern, is potentially running out of gas, but not the case there in and around Jacksonville. Jen, thanks so much for that. Seeing some of the rain coming down in northeastern portions of Florida, and we're only going to see more of that on the increase here across the rest of the peninsula here as we work our way through the day.
Unfortunately, something else I think that is on the increase is the number of tornado warnings. It's really picked up in the past couple of hours, and we have seen some very large, powerful tornadoes out of these areas observed ongoing. And so if you are in these areas basically along Alligator Alley and points to the north, you got to watch out for these. And if you're in one of these tornado warnings, like say in Broward or Palm Beach until 10:45, where we have an observed tornado that is ongoing, you need to be in your safe spot.
No doubt about it here. You can see some of the cities that could be in line to deal with that area where the rotation is showing up the best. You got Belglade there at about 11:37 or so could be dealing with this, and then moving it off towards the north and the west from there, another storm. And again, these are all, you can clearly see individual supercells here well out ahead of where the center of Milton is. So this thing is continuing, moving northbound, another observed tornado. So these things are being realized. This is an area where conditions are just going to be favorable for tornadoes as we head on through our day.
And not to mention some of those first outer bands that start to move in. Not only are they loaded with rain, but they also have water spouts in them, which then become tornadoes, and they come on shore. We'll have more right after this.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower airways.
But I'm protected with Arexvi.
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV, and over 94% effective in those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. Arexvy is #1 in RSV vaccine shots. RSV, make it Arexvy.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking
about our honeymoon.
What about Africa? Safari.
Hot air balloon ride.
Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch?
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Look at that Wendy's breakfast burrito. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, sausage. Gotta hand it to the tortilla. That sucker's holding on for dear life. The boss of breakfast, gotta be Wendy's. We all need fiber for our digestive health, but less than 10% of us get enough each day. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get prebiotic plant-based fiber with the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
When it looks different, feels different, it's because Tostitos Scoops taste different. Designed to be delicious. Designed to take on any life throws at you. Tostitos Scoops, designed to dip.
It was love at first sight for him, but I definitely said I love you first.
We call each other love. Amor. When you know, you know.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Like it. So how many people are going to kiss before you realise? I got it, too!
Is it possible to count on my internet, like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data, too?
Your data, too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey, Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
Audien hearing aids starting at just $189.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather, real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage, and landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 67. Wind northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear. Low 40. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 640. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You are watching the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage of Hurricane Milton, high-end Category 4 hurricane taking aim at Florida. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Pettis coming to you live from Tampa, Florida, as we anticipate a very hard hit from this hurricane along the west coast, inland, and then the east coast of Florida as well. One thing that you want to keep in mind is we're likely to have widespread and lengthy power outages that come along with Milton, because it's likely to come on shore here as a major hurricane with some pretty intense winds here and far-reaching winds at that. And so be prepared to go days or maybe even in some cases weeks without electricity. If you're operating a generator, make sure you operate that only outdoors. Remember, it's a combustible engine. You wouldn't run your car inside your house, right? So this can only happen outside, not in a garage either. We lose far too many people to carbon monoxide poisoning. We don't want anyone to be a victim of that. Only outside. You run the extension cords then into your home. You take a look at a place like Fort Myers there. We'll be seeing the weather go downhill there throughout the day, just like we'll see here in Tampa, and watching for some pretty high storm surge that could hit us in the Fort Myers area as well. I know we're just coming off 2 years ago. Huge hit from Hurricane Ian. This may do something similar there. So make that kind of be your baseline for the storm surge that we can end up seeing. You can see on the radar that the storm is coming in now, and these outer bands could produce severe weather, including tornadoes. Also something to keep an eye on. Torcons as high as a 5 today across Florida, so medium chances for tornadoes that go along with a landfalling hurricane. Any minute now, we're anticipating the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to pass that along to you. Let's get back to Dr. Greg Postel at the Weather Channel headquarters for all the details. Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Mike Bettis, thank you very much. We are awaiting more reconnaissance information as well. The hurricane hunters are in there right now, and they do such an amazing job. They give us a really good idea of what's actually in front of us, what's out there in terms of pressure, wind, and some of the other details that we need to know for what might be coming at landfall later on tonight and tomorrow morning. There's the radar presentation. Mike showed you some of that. It is undergoing some structural changes, no doubt about that. Is under the influence of some increasing wind shear. That's going to be the case as we make it all the way to landfall. Potentially that, and very likely that leads to a reduction in the maximum intensity of Milton as it closes in on the coast. But not to diminish it, it's going to still be a very, very impactful landfall. And even right now, you can see there is a swath here of supercell thunderstorms that are producing a dangerous waterspout threat just offshore that is likely to make it onshore to some form or another in the next few hours. We need to watch that very, very carefully. We've already seen that tornado threat inland right now across the peninsula. The weather overall, not really that windy yet. It's going to get a lot windier later on, but I'm more concerned in the near term for this tornado threat that is coming close to Fort Myers and then eventually Venice and everywhere in between. Heads up, you may not be in a tornado warning right now, but I can tell you from looking at the radar data, that tornado threat for the west coast of Florida is increasing rapidly. And for much of the rest of the southern half of Florida, we've got that tornado threat, which goes until at least 9 o'clock tonight with a tornado watch out there. Now, farther to the north, a steady sort of moderate to heavy rain in places. The winds really right now, not much of a factor, but it's going to get a lot windier. We know that in about 6 to 8 hours and even then some. So the size and scope of the wind field roughly outlined by this sort of mapping here. It's not particularly symmetrical in real life, but in this sort of estimate, it shows you that roughly we're seeing hurricane force winds relatively compactly confined to the middle of this thing, extending outward maybe 30 or a little bit more than that miles from the center. There's some kind of good news there. We have a buoy about 80 miles from the center right now reporting 43-mile-per-hour sustained winds. So right now, about 80 miles on the east side. We're in the lower end tropical storm force winds right now. But we think the wind field could expand a little bit. There's not a whole lot of time left before landfall, but in those remaining 12 to 18 hours, the wind field could get bigger and probably will. Now let's talk about landfall coming very early tomorrow morning as estimated by the Hurricane Center. We're awaiting their latest forecast update. It hasn't come in yet. But look, the consensus here in these track models that I'm showing you is for the center to make landfall south of Tampa. That's important. And again, also note that there is uncertainty left in this forecast, which is why you can't look at one line and say, aha, that's the one. A bunch of these, the consensus, the average, is the most likely outcome. And that does appear to be south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of impacts? On the wind side of things, the strongest of all the wind gusts. Now, this is a map of the potential wind gusts, not sustained wind, but gusts inland. We could indeed see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour along and to the south of that track, and that does go from the west coast of Florida to the east. And farther to the north, the wind substantially less than that. Well, stay tuned.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks any size? Gotta be Wendy's.
Achy legs and painful arches? There's Copperfit Energy Socks for that. Our easy on, easy off graduated compression socks to help reduce swelling, relieve tired, achy muscles, and provide energizing support. Now with arch support technology for targeted compression to help ease arch and ankle fatigue.
These were fantastic. The more I wore them, the better it got.
If you have to wear compression socks for whatever reason, these are a game changer.
Get Copperfit Energy Socks in these fine stores.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
When you need a tool that does it all, you need Tostitos restaurant style. Optimized for versatility, Tostitos can tackle every snack, big or small. Because if you're gonna do something, do it right. Tostitos restaurant style, made for snacking.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Rolaids dual active formula begins to neutralize acid on contact. Rolaids spells relief.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Unlike other bags, only a Ziploc freezer bag features our exclusive 9 points of protection that helps protect your mom's pozole from leaks and blowouts. SC Johnson.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst.
Well, time to prepare is now running out. We're just hours away from Hurricane Milton slamming Florida's west coast, then tearing across central Florida, and then likely hammering the Atlantic side of the state as well. What are we watching for? Coastal storm surge, inland flooding, extreme winds that may gust over 100 miles an hour, even tornadoes, all possible here over the next day. And we are tracking for you live here on the Weather Channel. You can see that we've got the cone that comes right across the center of the state that puts some high population centers in harm's way. That's the location where the center is most likely to go, with effects being felt well beyond that red zone that you see on your screen. All right, we've got everything you need to know to stay safe here in the In the build-up to this hurricane, if you will, I'm Mike Bettis here live in Tampa, Florida, where we're under hurricane warning and a storm surge warning as we speak. But we want to get right back to the Weather Channel headquarters because we've got the brand new advisory that's just come in. So let's hand it over to Alex and Molly for a look at that.
Hi, thanks so much, Mike. There indeed, that new advisory is coming in as we watch Milton get closer and closer, of course, bringing with it a lot of other issues, including the tornado risk that we're facing right now across the southern part of the state.
This is an ongoing threat, and so we've seen that these are not just your typical tropical tornadoes, small, wrapped in rain, not very visible. No, we've seen plenty of video evidence now that these are large, dangerous tornadoes that are very visible because they're isolated supercells observed. You see that, but this is for the Clewiston area as well as Harlem until 11 a.m. We've been watching this one area for quite some time now, Alex.
Yeah, we really have. And again, these have been observed and spotted here. As you can see, another one just on off towards its east. That's now just south and east of Belglade here in Palm Beach County. You've got that warning out until 11:15 right now, radar indicated. But this was also an observed tornado as it was a bit farther to the south. So treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground. That's the thing that's going to happen with these tornadoes that try to spin up. They can spin up very quickly. They can spin down quickly, but they can certainly cause some damage. All right, there's the latest advisory now from the National Hurricane Center, and a Category 4, still a very powerful, dangerous Category 4 hurricane with 145-mile-per-hour winds, slightly faster, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour.
I think one of the biggest updates in this latest information from the National Hurricane Center is that the pressure is coming up. And that's a big sign that this is making the transition as it moves towards the coastline. It's feeling the effects of the environment, of the dry air and the shear. Now, all of that being said, this is still a very powerful hurricane that is moving towards the Florida coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. There it goes as we work our way into this evening. 125-mile-per-hour winds approaching the coast. So still approaching as a major hurricane here, coming into the west coast of Florida, bringing with it all of its issues. Again, those very strong winds, the surge will find, the heavy rainfall as well. So this is still an extremely dangerous hurricane moving its way and poised to move its way across the entire state of Florida. Look at the hurricane warnings there, not just the coast, but all the way through the middle of the state and even off towards the east coast.
We talked about the forward speed of that picking up, and that means it's going to retain more of those stronger winds pretty much all the way across the peninsula.
Of course, for travels and the concerns here, well, you just can't do it in terms of air travel. Right, we got closed airports, Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota. All these airports here are closed in anticipation of Milton coming on in. So travel by way of plane not happening here across central sections of Florida.
Look at how much of Florida's coastline, both on the Atlantic side and the west coast, the Gulf side, covered in those storm surge warnings. So yes, we'll see the highest amounts where this makes landfall, still yet to be seen that exact location. But as this crosses over the peninsula and moves into the Atlantic side, it's still going to have that wind that pushes back on shore, and that's going to cause surge issues even as this is moving away from Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's bring in Dr. Postel to get a little bit more analysis here on what's going on with Milton, that latest advisory, Dr. Postel. And, you know, you see, and people may be saying, oh, those wind speeds have come down from where it was. The pressure's gone up. We can just write this thing off. Nothing to talk about. We want to drive home the point. That is not the case.
Yeah, do no such thing. That is at your peril if you do that. But there are facts out there that this Milton is weakening. It is not as strong as it once was, and we hope that trend continues. But that being said, it is going to be a very impactful and very dangerous and life-threatening situation later on tonight and especially tomorrow morning. Those two can be mentioned at the same time, and it's important to see and identify what we're looking at and also let everybody know what the risks are associated with the facts as they roll on in, those observations. Thank you to the hurricane hunters for doing just that. We wouldn't know, really, what's going on out there without their information. This is a NOAA plane called Miss Piggy. Thank you, NOAA, and thank you, Air Force, for doing the job that you have. This life-saving information that you're bringing to us, letting us know what's going on. There they are flying around this NOAA plane and zooming on in. One of the reasons why the Hurricane Center's update, 11 o'clock advisory was changed the way it was because they were coming in with a pressure around 933 millibars or so, extrapolated pressure, but roughly a lot higher than it was even 6 to 12 hours ago. So these are all hopeful signs, I guess, but it is still a very dangerous system that is coming on in. And you can see that right now. There's a line of supercell thunderstorms here with marine warning stretched out the entire way for the threat of waterspouts. But it's not just offshore. This is going to be, at some level or not, moving inland, and is going to bring a tornado threat with it. We've already seen a tornado threat inland, as Molly and Alex are talking about, across parts of interior Florida. But this is another level of supercell and tornado potential that is coming on board. And we have that tornado threat, which goes, this watch goes until 9 o'clock. And that tornado threat is only increasing now and will do so through the remainder of the morning and afternoon hours, especially with that notable outer band coming on in. Farther to the north, across parts of Florida, we have an east wind, which is offshore for the western part of the state, and that's good news. That is not a particularly strong wind right now, and I don't think it will be for much of the late morning and early afternoon before it really begins to ramp up later on this evening and tonight. So this has changed. This is the size of the wind field on estimation from the hurricane hunters. Hurricane force winds extend outward maybe 30 to 40 miles. It's still compact in that way, but the tropical storm force winds have expanded a bit. This just to give you a sample of what it might look like. It's of course not symmetrical like this shows. In reality, there's sort of wiggles and wobbles and asymmetries in there. But if you look at this buoy right here, about 80 miles away from the center, we are seeing a sustained wind of about 43 miles per hour. That's to give you a sense that tropical storm force winds 80 miles away are being observed in some locations there well offshore. So that is something to consider as we move toward landfall with a gradually expanding wind field. Here's some good news that, and we may be seeing that in front of our eyes as we speak with the latest update from NHC. Milton is moving over slightly cooler waters, but with a lot less heat content. The depth of the water becomes much shallower, so there's a lot less fuel oceanically as we go through the next afternoon and evening time period. So that's good news. That could lead to the continued trend that we're seeing in terms of intensity. Same thing with the atmospheric conditions. The wind shear is increasing. There's plenty of dry air now beginning to erode parts of the backside of Milton. Let's hope that continues. No guarantees, but that's the way it looks right now. But I want to get to landfall, because there's still a bit of spread here in the model guidance. Again, there's still uncertainty as to exactly where it's going to come on shore, but where it does matters a lot. So let's note that uncertainty and talk about it in that way. Here we have the likely landfall zone. Likely south of Tampa, maybe Sarasota, maybe Venice. We don't know for sure. And don't play games with it if you're trying to sort of decide whether or not to stay or leave. Don't worry about that. If you're in an evac zone, get out now. But for meteorological purposes, we are watching now a landfall probably south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of wind and surge? It means a lot, because likely the strongest of all the winds, I would say almost certainly, are going to be along and to the right of the track, with the onshore wind coming off the Gulf. That's the way it works. North of where the center makes it on board is going to be a northeast wind like that coming over land, and for other reasons generally not nearly as strong. There's an overview of some of the potential maximum wind gusts. Expect wind gusts near or potentially over 100 miles per hour. Again, this is a high-end estimate, but near or over 100 here in that zone, and maybe even carrying those hurricane-force wind gusts all the way to the East Coast. I would not be surprised in whatever remnant eye wall we have moving across Florida. In that eye wall, we could see those wind gusts to hurricane force well above 75 miles per hour. Storm surge, this is my last graphic. Again, let's assume the consensus here is suggesting landfall roughly in that zone. That brings Tampa, hopefully, again, not 100% sure, but hopefully on the northeast wind like that, keeping the storm surge in check. But unfortunately, making the storm surge much more life-threatening for areas farther to the south, potentially like Sarasota, potentially like Venice. We just don't know yet exactly. And even Fort Myers, by the way. This will be refined, the storm surge forecast. It is going to matter a lot exactly where the center crosses the coast and along and to the south of it. As we know, that is where the most dangerous and life-threatening surge is going to take place. I'm going to send it over to Mike Bettis right now in Tampa, talking about how the city is preparing and overall some of the details regarding the wind direction and how that matters so much for the Tampa area. Mike.
It really does, Dr. Postel. Thanks so much for the detailed analysis there. That was really great stuff there. I literally could listen to this guy talk all day long about hurricanes. Really knows his stuff and just really concerned about, you know, you being safe. We all are. We just want you to be safe. So let's break it down for you here in Tampa as we look over Old Tampa Bay. Howard Franklin Bridge behind us here that'll close when the winds get to 45 miles per hour. Let's break it down for you storm surge wise, because I know that's what a lot of you are very concerned about, right? Storm surge warnings that are in effect in this area, and a storm surge forecast, as we've been showing you, that could reach up to about 12 feet for us here in the Tampa Bay metro. Then higher amounts as you go down the coastline here. That might include places like Bradenton and Sarasota, Siesta Key, on your way down toward the Fort Myers area. But the angle of approach is everything when we talk about what can happen here in the Tampa Bay area. And again, the small little differences, you know, a 30-mile change, geographically a 30-mile change in where the center goes, geographically is not a big deal, but it is a big deal when you're talking about huge population centers, right? So let me break down the angle of approach here and what we're thinking, okay? So when you look at this, an angle of approach, if it comes straight onto a coastline, you maximize the winds. If it more parallels the coastline, you don't get as much. We had a paralleling hurricane with Helene, a direct hit, though, now with Milton. So that's important, and this is going to be that more of a direct, you know, right angle approach for us, all right? But what happens if the eye goes north of us or over us, or it goes south of us? What happens in those circumstances then? Well, that makes a huge difference for us, unfortunately, because if it's the eye goes north of us, which appears less likely at this point, that would push all the water onshore for us, and that would mean maximizing storm surge, unfortunately. So that would mean pushing water up into Tampa Bay and flooding a lot of areas in and around Tampa, and bayside flooding, of course, and all the beaches would end up getting a lot of flooding. That's if the Hurricane Milton were to go north. If it comes right over top of us, I still think we get some pretty solid surge, unfortunately, but you may not get as much as you would if you had completely onshore flow the entire time, all right? Now, if you get eye that goes south of us, what then happens? Well, you're then more likely to get a flow that goes east, all right? And that may push water out of Tampa Bay, or bayside flooding is going to be a concern there with maximum surge then south of Tampa, okay? So think about the bayside flooding, which would include cities, now not beaches, cities like St. Petersburg and Clearwater, Safety Harbor, Gandy, those places that face east and back toward Tampa. You would get an east wind that comes at you and it pushes Old Tampa Bay towards you. That would be another big concern for us here, and maybe not as much getting Gulf flooding as you would with the Bay flooding. So again, small nuances here can make a big difference in what you end up seeing. All right, we also know that there'll be surge factors along the east coast of Florida as well. Jen Carfagno is in Jacksonville Beach right now. Jen, what's the weather been like for you so far today? If it's anything like ours, it hasn't been so much fun, but it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, right?
Well, exactly, Mike. Here along the First Coast in Jacksonville, Jacksonville Beach, St. Augustine, Palm Coast, we've been in and out of the rain, and the rain has been heavy at times. It's this very persistent northeast wind, which is going to continue and actually only get worse as the hurricane approaches. And so we're not going to see any improvement in the weather. We're only going to see it go downhill through the day today. Now, the rain that we've been dealing with so far, I want to talk about, it has actually brought some issues already. We do have some flash flood warnings that are in place here. I want to show you that first, and that includes parts of St. John's County, includes parts of Putnam and also Clay County. In St. John's County, around Elkton, there has been observed flooding, numerous places as well. This is a spot where they've had already 3 to 5 inches of rain, and of course more. This is where, you know, we've already had 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we could get another 3 to 5 inches of rain. Plus, as we see the hurricane and the corridor of biggest moisture eventually track over central Florida and then exiting off the east coast later on into tomorrow morning. All right, we are prepared here in Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach. I'm in Jacksonville Beach. I had the chance to talk to the mayor just earlier, and here's what she had to say about preparations.
Right now, we are doing our usual storm preparation. So every department has their tasks that they go through and do. We are really working on removing a lot of debris from Helene. So our public works crews are out there working hard. Our beaches energy crews are out there making sure they're as prepared as they can be to keep the power on and then get the power back on at the point that we may lose it later this evening and tomorrow.
Right, and so power out is definitely a concern. I know a lot of folks have evacuated from the west coast of Florida here to Jacksonville Beach, and certainly power out is a possibility. The fact that the winds may be strong even after the rain leaves, know that it will take some time to get that power restored. Got to wait for the winds to calm down before the bucket trucks can get up there. And of course, the surge. There are storm surge warnings, and I think especially up the coast, some of the vulnerable areas in Jacksonville along the St. Johns River and throughout the St. Johns River basin could be dealing with some surge flooding here, so be ready for that.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
This is Poof, the fastest growing pet odor eliminator in the world.
No harsh chemicals.
No harsh chemicals at all.
No fragrances.
None.
Seriously?
Oh. It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. What's this?
Oh.
That's pure ammonia.
Oh.
Just gotta poof it. Check this out.
Wow, I don't smell anything. Literally nothing.
That's because there's nothing to smell. Poof is a commercial-grade formula. A no-nonsense, no-fragrance odor eliminator. A formula used all over the country to eliminate organic odors and make entire communities more livable. Yet it meets the most stringent safety standards. Pet odor, poof it. Urine, poof. Feces, poof. Vomits. Plus the odor on the pets. Wet dog, poof. Eye odor, poof. Ear odor, poof. Stinky skin folds. Any organic odor, poof. Even skunk odor. Ugh. Oh. Just spray and it goes away. Give it a smell.
Wow.
Other sprays catch and release odors, so you end up spraying the same ones over and over and over. But Poof dismantles odor on a molecular level, taking stink out of the equation and turning odor into clean, fresh air.
Powerful enough to eliminate skunk odor and the stink in artificial turf and garbage cans. Yet safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them.
So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink?
Call now and get a 32-ounce bottle of Poof for just $24.95 and get free shipping.
And if you've got a cat in the family, put an end to litter box stink with Poof Litterizer. It absorbs 83 times its volume in wetness and odor and won't let it go. Get Poof online or at these retail stores.
If it's not Poof, it stinks.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Yellow. Didn't pass the tissue test? Buckle up. There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white.
Whitens like a $400 professional treatment.
Prepare for non-stop smile.
Crest.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Yeah. Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We will do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say "for you" into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites, or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
Call 1-800-355-9794. Visit homeserve.com.
In our area, 61 degrees under fair skies. Today, sun high 67. Winds northwest west at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 44. Winds north 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 64. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Your 7-day outlook.
Welcome, everybody. We did it. We're here. Let's go.
Touchdown! Electrify your Saturdays with the HBCU Go Sports Kickoff Show, presented by Procter & Gamble.
This is the place to be.
Bethune-Cookman University visits Alabama A&M University homecoming. Join our all-star team of analysts as they break down our HBCU slate.
Touchdown!
Watch live at noon Eastern on HBCU Go in the Grill, presented by Febreze, fights odors and freshens.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Milton, a major hurricane that is taking aim at Florida. I'm Mike Bettis coming to you live from Tampa, Florida. We're anticipating high wind, storm surge, and rainfall flooding. Sitting right here on Tampa Bay, how high will the water come? It could be as high as 8 to 12 feet in some spots, and then even higher south now of Tampa, where the storm surge could maximize to up to 15 feet. Of course, a lot of people very worried about what could happen here. There's been a mass evacuation, the largest evacuation anticipated since Hurricane Irma struck back in 2017, and rightfully so, people are worried.
I live by myself. I've done what I can. I'm not capable of boarding anything up or doing anything more than I have. So hopefully I come home, my house is still here, my car is still here, but it is what it is.
Just a week ago, one of the houses got flooded 3.5 feet, and now we're just expecting the worst, but as long as we have God in our hearts and we have the strength, I think that's what matters. We have our family, we have God, and that's all we need to make it no matter where.
You know, if we're smart through this storm, we can be hopeful through this storm, and we can get through this storm. Wind's picking up a bit for us right now, and the rain as well. I'm going to show you a view of the skies. We've got some pretty strong winds that are hitting us right now, and the winds are coming out of the northeast. And this weather only gets worse as we go through the afternoon. But let's get an update on some more specifics when it comes to storm surge flooding along the west coast, and head it back to the Weather Channel headquarters and meteorologist Alex Wallace.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. They're starting to get some of that rain, and Mike, as we know, things are just going to continue to deteriorate there in western Florida, there to the Tampa area as we head on through our day. Of course, rain coming in, big winds coming in, but the National Hurricane Center, us, are all warning that storm surge, destructive storm surge, that's what's going to be one of the things that really sets apart here what we have to contend with here along the west coast. Look at what we've got. Storm surge warnings. Not just the west coast, but also on the east coast. You work your way from Melbourne northbound, even into southeastern Georgia. We've got storm surge warnings, and then heading northbound up through Savannah into even a bit of South Carolina, storm surge watches, where we could be seeing storm surge heights reaching anywhere from 3 to 5 feet here in that yellow. No doubt about it, here on the west coast is where we'll see the highest numbers, but even on the east coast, we got to be prepared for that as well. But look at some of these values. 10 to 15-foot storm surge. And again, we're getting into values that the National Hurricane Center, they just don't issue these types of values. That's how high they are. Generally, Tampa in the 8 to 12-foot range, but you head just south, and again, it's going to be mattering a big difference in where this thing makes the landfall in terms of where the biggest surge is going to be, basically along and just to the south. That's where we're going to maximize the storm surge here. If we can get that biggest push of water coinciding with the high tide, some of these values may get realized out there. So we got to watch out down towards Port Charlotte, sliding down Fort Myers, the Cape Coral area, these spots here, we can see water that gets up above 9 feet in a number of locations. So what does all that mean? You talk about all these numbers, 8, 9 feet, 10. What does that look like? Because I think a lot of us are visual, and being able to see it can really drive home the point. So Port Charlotte, 3 feet of water, and this is what we could be talking about. And this would be above normally dry ground. It's already life-threatening here, and at this point, it's just too late to evacuate, right? The water can knock you off your feet. Cars are floating out there as well. And of course, driving will be impossible in 3 feet of water. First floor of even homes and businesses, they start to flood 6 feet. Unfortunately, water is expected to rise even higher than that. 6 feet now, that's above most people's head, unless you're like an NBA player. You got vehicles getting carried away, structures starting to fail. And what's in that water, right? This is not clean, nice pool water. Sharp glass, debris out there. Remember, there's still a lot of debris from what we had to deal with Helene that came through, and all kinds of chemicals out there as well. And the even scarier part is that some areas could be looking at surge values getting above 9 feet. We've got 8 to 12 feet in some spots out there in that range. At this level, the first floor of homes and structures here, they're completely flooded, and few places that are safe when the water rises this incredibly high. So the evacuation orders that are in place, if they've told you to leave, please do so. All right, Molly, I know we've got some tornado warnings to track to.
We absolutely do. We've had an evolving threat of tornadoes across South Florida, Alligator Alley, and points to the north. That's where we have the tornado warnings that are ongoing. Now, the first one right here for Glades and Hendry County that goes until 11:30 a.m. This has the wording from the National Weather Service as a particularly dangerous situation. That's just about as serious as it gets, as a large and confirmed dangerous tornado is moving to the north, and rather quickly, too. We're talking at 30 miles per hour. So that means in areas just outside of this warning, like say Brighton as well as Mildred, you need to go ahead and get into your safe spot now.
Inez, let me ask you, you're using Head & Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
Make every wash count. And for stubborn dandruff, try Head & Shoulders Clinical Strength.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
I kept hearing ding, ding, ding.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
Catastrophic failure.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered. And if you need a rental car, that's covered too.
When I needed Endurance the most, they were there for me.
Endurance came right back. No problem. Don't worry about it. We'll work it out with the dealership. We'll get you covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games. There's no middleman. They're a solid company. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage you can count on.
Without Endurance, a broken AC unit can cost over $800, transmission over $3,000, and engine over $4,000.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Imagine never fearing a check engine light or a car that won't start, or a simple trip to the auto shop for an oil change again.
The check engine light came on the vehicle. I thought, oh my gosh, what's this gonna cost me? And he said, ma'am, you're covered. I mean, what can you say? Hallelujah.
With Endurance, you've got coverage that can keep thousands in your pocket.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000. I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
We've saved over $2,000, and that's just so far.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now. Call 1-855-278-3893. That's 1-855-278-3893.
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
Which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Well, let's get you caught up on what we know at this hour. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they have actually opened up 3 additional shelters for those who need evacuation. They need to evacuate. Now, those shelters at Shields Middle School and Irwin Technical College are full.
Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They will reopen when it's safe to do so. And fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. Now, we have a significant evolving tornado threat across South Florida right now, where we've seen numerous confirmed tornadoes, dangerous tornadoes, not to mention all of this line that's about to come into the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some tornado warnings here that are moving through parts of the Okeechobee area, Glades and Hendry counties. This particular system has exhibited very strong rotation for a long time right in there.
It still
Tornadoes. Yeah, still is. Tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we've seen pictures showing up, and these are some pretty intense storms, no doubt about it, tracking northbound essentially here. And the thing about it is, where's Milton? Milton's way to the west of all this activity that's breaking out here across southern Florida.
So if you are in that warning or out ahead of that warning, you need to take shelter. But we have additional tornado warnings, including like in Palm Beach until 11:45. This is for the Belglade area. And this is also moving to the north. And note, all of these are moving very quickly. We're talking 25 to 30 miles per hour, the motion on this.
Yeah, and they have that characteristic appearance of like Great Plains supercell thunderstorms in the spring. This is the kind of outbreak that we're seeing right now across parts of Florida, and there's more on the way. Alex was just talking about this big storms just offshore.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we got to watch that coming into the west coast of Florida. There they go. Yeah. And many of those are exhibiting and showing signs of rotation. So that coming ashore now, more than likely we'll start to see some of those get warned here. Heads up Fort Myers, Naples up towards Sarasota, eventually Tampa. We'll get in on some of that. With it, heavy rain, and again, that potential for these storms to spin up. It's interesting, you know, we talk about these tropical cyclones and the tornadoes they generally bring. They tend to be quick-lived, short-lived.
Rain-wrapped.
Rain-wrapped. And these ones that are showing up right now out ahead, those are of a different variety.
They really are. And that is going to continue. Even as Milton is far offshore at this point, while this is making landfall, the tornado threat is going to continue. And even as this is passing over Florida and the entire peninsula, that tornado threat is still going to be present.
Yeah, I mean, that tornado threat, as you mentioned, will last not just through the afternoon, but into the nighttime hours, long after sunset. So this is not just reliant on the daytime heating and the instability there. It's got its own set of ingredients to support that tornado threat in the southern half of Florida, especially throughout the nighttime hours.
Yeah, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center has already had this area under a tornado watch here from this morning all the way through tonight.
And officials in the Tampa area are hoping people heeded the evacuation orders and are no longer traveling. All residents should be already in their safe place.
Let's get back onto meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is live in Tampa. And Mike, I got to imagine that one of the worries that is in place there is, from what we dealt with Helene, that brought issues to the Tampa Metro, some of the debris and the damage left behind there. Now you bring in another storm, and now all that debris is getting sloshed around in this next bout with surge.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Alex, because it's something I've been thinking about, right? You know, if we got all these piles of debris that are sitting around, because a lot of places people will put it out at the curbside and then the city will come along and pick it up and take it off to the landfill, right? It got me thinking, okay, see, we've got these piles of debris in many neighborhoods, right? That's still sitting there because we just haven't had time since Helene to pick everything up, right? What happens if you get 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, right? All that becomes flying projectiles, right? And say you don't live in a surge area and you just stayed, you know, what's that going to mean? Hopefully that means you've boarded up your windows or you put your hurricane shutters up, because I fear that maybe we're going to get a lot of broken windows because there's going to be flying debris now because there's so many loose objects that are here after Helene. And I would also say this, because we've got a tornado threat that comes along with this, we're going to see high winds. You'd want to basically hunker down and shelter in your location like you would for a tornado. So that means off the second level of your home or third story. You want to get down to the lowest level. Certainly, if you've got risk for flooding, that complicates the issues, right? But you want to be down low, and you want to be away from exterior walls and windows, okay? Just treat it like you would a tornado warning and protect yourself in that regard, because we could see both high winds with debris flying as well as storm surge. You look behind us here, and you can see first responders coming across the Howard Franklin Bridge, coming from the beaches back toward the mainland over the bridge here. And winds at 45 miles per hour. They will indeed shut the bridge down, so there'll be no traffic over it at this point when the winds pick up. That'll happen, I think, by later this afternoon. We want you to stay with us here for continuing coverage here as we track Hurricane Milton, a dangerous threat to the state of Florida. More live reports right after this short break.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor-Cool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor-Cool drops.
If you're covered by both Medicare and Medicaid, it's time to get to know the easy-to-use United Healthcare U-Card. It's a member ID card that can help give you access to reliable coverage you can count on. And it's all yours automatically when you join a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan. With this plan and your U-Card, you'll get more for your Medicare dollar, all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. To learn more, give us a call. We can tell you about plans in your area. With your U-Card in hand, you can use the credit you'll get every month to pay for over-the-counter products you get regularly, like pain relievers, cold remedies, or your daily vitamins. Also, use the U-Card to pay for healthy foods, all at thousands of retailers nationwide or online. It's the card that makes things easier. And as your member ID card, the United Healthcare U-Card gives you access to a large network of Medicare Advantage doctors, specialists, and other providers. To help care for your whole health, Dual Complete also gives you benefits built to be used, like $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care, plus prescription coverage and rewards for healthy activities. It's not only a great way to get more for your Medicare dollar, but with United Healthcare by your side, you'll get more support for your everyday whole health. We'll be here ready to help with reliable coverage you can count on. See why more people with Medicare and Medicaid choose United Healthcare and get the United Healthcare U-Card. As part of your plan, you can use it to pay for over-the-counter products and healthy food, all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Enrollment ends December 7th, so call or click to connect with us today. Learn about United Healthcare Dual Complete plans and how to get coverage you can count on.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already in your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Easily isolate phone calls to the driver's seat in the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copper Fit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve with the cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet. A more durable heavyweight weave with seamless 4-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. Copper Fit Ice. Get the full line of Copper Fit Ice compression at these fine stores.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Hurricane Milton approaching the west coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live on the east coast of Florida, and we are here in Jacksonville Beach, where I want to take you out to the beach and show you what we're dealing with, at least with the waves right now, how this is going to change and how, of course, surge is going to be a factor. Now, you can see the waves out there. They've been running larger than usual at times, probably about 2 to maybe 5 or even greater than that today is possible, perhaps 5 to 7 feet, but it is certainly likely that the waves will increase tomorrow, and they're expecting anywhere from 12 to even 16-foot waves out here. Now, we're approaching the time of high tide. That's in about an hour, hour and a half, and you can see that the water is coming up to that area where the seaweed is from the last high tide, and likely as we get to tomorrow, it will come up even higher as well, because we are expecting a 3 to 5 foot storm surge along the beach. And that storm surge, to explain, is a push of the ocean water on top of where you would normally see it. And so we will see, I think, though, in pretty good shape. We have a great dune system here in Jacksonville Beach. They just did a big dune replenishment. You can actually see the dunes along here. They have a great dune system to begin with. We learned that from the mayor earlier. But then they did a fantastic job of replenishing the dunes. And so, of course, the local concern is that, well, they don't want this replenished sand to get washed away. But regardless, I think it's going to hold up to the surge that we are expecting. So we're not expecting any intrusion of that. Now, the wind, though, I've been out here. You can feel the wind a bit more than I could just on the other side of this boardwalk. And the wind has been very gusty, 10, 15 miles per hour already today. It is going to get stronger, and it's the strong winds which is going to create our biggest concerns, and that's with trees coming down and with power outages in the Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach areas. There is that concern for rainfall flooding. There is that concern for some surge flooding, especially up along the St. Johns River and in those pretty typical vulnerable areas. But when it comes to the power outages, I'm concerned about that because, there's a lot of folks who have evacuated from the west coast of Florida here. I know it would stink to be without power, but let me tell you, you're in a much safer place here. So, evacuating from the surge zone on the west coast was a smart thing to do. I learned from the mayor as well that they've got crews in place. They are ready to get power restored if it does go out. But of course, you just wait for those winds to calm down. The other concern I have with the winds is falling trees. That happened during Helene. There was a lot of cleanup and debris that had to get cleaned up after Helene. Falling trees could fall on roads, could fall on power lines, could fall on cars, could fall on homes. So I do want you to take some time today and just look around your house and see, are there any trees that are in a suspect spot, and make sure that you're in a safe place within your home as we await some of the stronger winds, tropical storm force winds here in the Jacksonville Beach area. South of here, there could be even stronger winds. So Alex and Molly, I'll send it back in to you all. Obviously no one on the beach today. It's just this weather that we are seeing right now is only going to get worse. It's already a rainy day, even before we get the influence directly from Milton.
Yeah, Jen, absolutely. No question about it. We look at the radar picture. There's Milton. Look at this. That's the rain going up into north portions of the state of Florida. So, yeah, we certainly have rain initially, and then we're going to deal with more coming in. And so that's one of the reasons why a flood threat exists, along with a tornado risk.
This tornado threat is becoming more and more significant as the hours go on. And this area we have been watching for quite some time now, with an observed tornado that went through the Clewiston area and is still moving to the north through Glades County.
Yeah, and I think we have some pictures there out of the Moorhaven area, at least there. And of course, that storm right now is just on off towards the north.
I have to get a little bit closer just to see.
Are we seeing that swirling there? It's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell.
But there's clearly a nasty storm with some dark clouds, and it just certainly looks like things are certainly spinning and rotating in that area. So again, this is in Moorhaven, and we're looking on off towards the north of where that storm is. The Moorhaven looking north is where the storm is right now in Glades County. And again, an observed tornado, that warning out until noon.
And the National Weather Service has tagged this as a particularly dangerous situation. And that's about as serious as the language gets when you have a tornado warning. And so if you are in this area, pretty much, I would say all around the Okeechobee area, you have just got to be very, very cognizant of these warnings, because we have seen more and more as the hours have gone on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because we clearly got the water showing up there on the left side of the screen. Maybe we're looking south towards Moorhaven there, at least in the video, because when you look at the radar, you can see the storm is on the west side of that water. So yeah, there's a clear rotation showing up there just north of Moorhaven as the storm tracks its way northbound there at this point. Again, dangerous storm. Again, these things have been observed here as it moves its way northbound. You see some of the cities that could be in line to deal with this storm here in the next several minutes. Sarasota County, calling, I should say, at about 11:48, and then just after the noon time frame, right on that northern edge of where the warning is, you got Brighton. So if you're in any of these areas, that's going to be the time to make sure you're seeking shelter. Innermost a portion of the sturdy structure and away from the windows is where you want to be.
Let's go to a few of the other tornado warnings that we're experiencing right now, and some of the newest ones around Cape Coral. So we've got Charlotte and Lee counties. Look how large this tornado warning is, and the reason for that, as some of these outer bands start to move on shore, there are a lot of areas inside this that are rotating.
Another warning just popping up there in and around Naples, and this is just the start.
We're done.
What about these?
Looks right.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
America, you love alien tape, and now you can get 2 rolls for free. That's right, free. Introducing alien tape, the double-sided ultra-strong tape that bonds instantly and holds on tight. Just cut alien tape to size, place it where you want it, peel off the back, and it bonds instantly to almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist, and it comes right off. Check this out. Alien tape works on glass, metal, wood, tile, carpet, and so much more. It sticks instantly to almost anything. Alien tape's nano grip technology locks into place and holds tight. Alien tape is great for a quick fix all around the house. Hang outdoor lights with no tools. It's perfect for installing security cameras. Alien tape instantly locks down rugs and holds them in place so they don't blow away. Just cut alien tape to size, peel off the back, place it where you want it. It bonds instantly and locks tight onto almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist and it comes right off. No nails or screws. You'll use it indoors, outdoors, and it even works on stone, brick, and more. And remember, alien tape is the double-sided, ultra-strong tape that instantly locks into place and holds on tight. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of uses for alien tape. Now here's your chance to try Alien Tape's TV offer.
Call or go online to get your roll of the incredible alien tape for the low price of just $19.99 plus shipping and processing. Order today, and you can get 2 additional rolls of alien tape, absolutely free. That's right, you can get 3 rolls of alien tape for one low price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-204-1532. That's 1-800-204-1532, or go to tryalientape.com. So call 1-800-204-1532. That's 1-800-204-1532, or order online at tryalientape.com.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our new 5-cheese mac and cheese the crave-worthiest, cheesiest pasta possible. Just like all of our mouth-watering oven-baked pastas.
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy 1 unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com today.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
You can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
In our area, 62 degrees under sunny skies. Sunny, high 67. Winds in northwest, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 40. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's your 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Of course, one of the threats we're facing at this hour is the threat for tornadoes. We've seen a number of warnings fire off here in southern Florida, a number of confirmed and visual evidence of tornadoes as well. We want to get you into one of the tornado warnings right now. It's for parts of Glades County here until noon. There you can see there's Moorhaven. There's cameras showing up there on the left side of your screen. The storm itself is just north of Moorhaven, and again, still showing the signs of rotation.
Very evident in the velocity of those two different wind directions meeting. And it's been this way. This velocity signature has been very evident now for, I would say, about an hour as we've watched this confirmed tornado continue to progress to the north. So we want to take this and extend it out and show you where this is headed. And that includes Sarasota Colony at 11:53, Brighton at 12:09, and then eventually into the Wild Island area around 12:24. And I know some of these areas are outside of the warning, but this is moving very quickly at about 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, we just continue to see the warning get extended there. So just a heads up there again until noon. We've got an observed tornado here that we've been watching here moving just north of the Moorhaven area there in Florida, basically just west of Okeechobee, moving its way northbound here. These storms moving at 20, 25 miles per hour, the general speed of these storms. And there's more to the south. Another warned storm there showing up as well. And you can see now pushing on into the west coast, southwest Florida now, getting in line and involved in some of these tornado warned storms.
Can we take to the camera at Sanibel Island? Not a lot visually that you can see right now because the rain is so intense, but this is also the area where we have a tornado warning, a very large warning when you look at just some of the areas that it encompasses, because as some of these outer bands are moving on shore, not are they loaded with rain, but they also have these areas of rotation. So now we have Bonita Springs that's in a warning. Now we have Naples that's in a warning. This includes Collier County until 12:15 Eastern time, and you're looking at a pretty dangerous situation evolving for some of these areas that are now seeing some of the flooding concerns rise in addition to the tornado concern.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit different there than what we've been watching back off towards the east around Alligator Alley and points northbound up towards Lake Okeechobee, where you had these individual storms kind of isolated in nature and not necessarily wrapped in a whole lot of rain. You can kind of see them. That's not the case here off to the west as these storms are coming into the west coast. These are filled and laden with moisture and a lot of rain wrapping around. So you can't see anything. As you can clearly see Sanibel Island there, it's tough to see much at all. So you won't see anything coming. You got to get into your shelter immediately, not trying to get out there and try to spot this thing. Get to your safe zone.
As we take you back inland, where we have a number of tornado warnings as well, what Alex was talking about, you can see these. They are very visual right now because we have these isolated cells that are rotating. And this is also in Glades County, but you'll notice where we had the confirmed tornado that came through the Clewiston area. This is just to the west of it, following where we still have the confirmed tornado to the north. So an evolving dangerous situation, multiple tornado warnings, multiple confirmations of tornadoes, and this is not going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, we're in for the long haul, no doubt. We head east now. There's Lake Okeechobee. You head east of that. We got another storm that continues to work its way northbound now. That is just now north and east of the Pokey area, parts of Palm Beach County, and then also now north up towards Indiantown. That is where it is headed in that direction. So that warning is for this storm headed in that direction here to maybe just west of the Indiantown area, Canal Point, Port Mayaka, as well as Zana until about 12:19. Those are some spots that are in line to deal with that particular storm. So if you're in any of these areas, seeking shelter is what you want to be doing immediately.
And we also have a tornado watch that's in effect from areas Tampa, Lakeland, all the way down to South Florida, where we're seeing these active tornado warnings right now. Let's get you back out to meteorologist Mike Bettis, who is in the Tampa area live. And Mike, I know you've been dealing with the rain. You're under that tornado watch, but now we're watching some of these outer bands start to move through it. It's certainly starting to pack a punch.
Yeah, that gets dangerous for sure. At the very least, you can see the winds really begin to pick up, but you may see some quick spin-ups of tornadoes as well. So tornado watch, hurricane warning, storm surge warning, in fact, right here in the Tampa metro. And the weather only gets worse from this point going forward with likely landfall well after dark tonight, maybe somewhere around midnight or after, depending exactly where the center comes ashore. What we're watching for, winds here in Tampa that could gust over 100 miles an hour, up to a foot of rain that's in our forecast, and also watching for extreme storm surge that may even eclipse the record-setting surge that we saw with Hurricane Helene. So the bridges are all going to close down. All the main bridges, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy, Howard Franklin Bridge that is behind me, they'll all close when the winds get to 45 miles per hour, and that may happen in the next couple of hours. So you should be in your safe spot now. Be ready to hunker down and ride this event out through the next 24 hours. We want everyone to be safe. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel. More continuing coverage as we track Milton right here at the top of the hour.
If you have advanced prostate cancer, you know all about perseverance. You believed in your team, even when it hurt. You met the challenge piece by piece. You didn't quit then. Don't start now. If you've had hormonal and chemotherapy, ask your doctor about Pluvicto, a different type of treatment for PSMA-positive metastatic prostate cancer that targets PSMA-positive cancer cells so you can be you for longer. And that's no small victory. Pluvicto involves contact with radioactivity, which may increase the risk for cancer and cause fetal harm. Drink plenty of fluids, urinate often, use contraception, and talk to your doctor about ways to reduce the risk of exposing others to radiation during and after treatment. Pluvicto can cause low levels of blood cell counts, kidney problems, and infertility. Tell your doctor if you have weakness, pale skin, shortness of breath, bleeding or bruising more easily, an infection, or changes in urination. Side effects include tiredness, dry mouth, nausea, appetite loss, and constipation. Here's to never giving up. Ask your doctor about Pluvicto for more everyday victories.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Thinking about retirement? Would you like to have retirement income that you can count on for the rest of your life? How about up to 33% more income? Call this number to get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers. This book is filled with valuable information, uncovering little-known secrets to help you maximize your income in retirement. And it's free. Retirement income you can count on starts by calling for this free book. As a bonus, we'll also rush this annuity rate report, also absolutely free. Annuity National researched numerous products and summarized the rates and benefits of annuities from foremost insurance companies like Nassau Life and Annuity. Call for both these free books, Annuity National, retirement income you can count on for the rest of your life. Call now.
For your free books, call 800-921-7776. That's 800-921-7776. 800-921-7776.
The best feeling is when we take off our bras. It's not true. So you take off your bra, but then you feel the weight. What's the solution? Honey Love bras are the most comfortable bras I've ever worn. No underwire, so there's never any digging into your skin. There is some boning on the sides, which make it super comfortable and supportive. And one of my favorite parts, no back fat, never. The back shops are so wide and so seamless. I could work out, I could run, I could dance, I could do anything. It's fun, it's beautiful, it's supportive.
Free 30-day returns. Shop now at honeylove.com.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Continuing to track tornado warned storms here in southern Florida. We're looking in on Morehaven, Florida right now. And right now, this is a spot where we've been dealing with tornado warnings here. One storm that's pushed its way north. Some of these storms have been confirmed in terms of the tornadoes spotted visually and confirmed. So dangerous storms out ahead of what is going on with Milton approaching the west coast of Florida.
But it's not just inland. It is also at the coast where some of the outer bands are now starting to work their way on shore. And that includes Sanibel Island, where you can't see much right now because the rain has been pouring down. And that means the tornado warning that we have in this area, anything that is spinning, you will not see it coming because it will be wrapped in rain. Let's take you to the radar right now and show you what we're dealing with as far as some of these tornado warnings, because this threat has been evolving rapidly over the past couple of hours, where we've seen things like, say, in Glades County go upscale very quickly, where we still have an observed tornado.
Yeah, moving its way northbound here at this point, and rotation still clearly showing up there right in that zone. You can see where it is in relation to Lake Okeechobee, just off towards the west a bit. And again, general motion on off towards the north. So we want to give you a sense of who may be dealing with this storm here in the next several minutes. You got Brighton here as we get to about 12:21. Wild Island, which is currently not in the warning, but I'd imagine if this can hold together, and it has been doing so, the warning may get extended. But Wild Island about 12:39, and Loretta at about 12:49. So if you're in those spots, got to make sure you're getting into your safe zone now. Again, these storms have been dangerous and, again, have been spotted visually. So we do have confirmed tornadoes.
Let's take you to the coast now, where we have more active tornado warnings, including Charlotte and Lee counties. This includes Cape Coral. It also includes areas like Sanibel and Captiva Island. And the reason why this warning is so large, at least it's the amount of real estate that it takes up, because we have these outer bands that are now moving on shore. And we knew when these were out over open water that they had water spouts in them. We could see them on radar. So now that this is moving into the coast, we're still going to see those areas of rotation, but this is not the only spot. We go just south of that, and we go a little bit inland into the Bonita Springs area. That's where we have an additional warning, and that includes areas in the 75 corridor in Lee County until 12:15.
And so again, all these continue to track northbound at this point. Again, we'll be watching that area coming into the west coast there. Again, this is all in a zone that's under a tornado watch through this evening. In anticipation with Milton coming in, conditions are going to be favorable for these things to spin up. And unfortunately, we're seeing that here at this hour, and something that we're going to have to deal with for the rest of the day as, again, Milton gets closer and closer, which is doing right now, moving at the northeast pace at about 17 miles per hour. Category 4 hurricane, very powerful hurricane, still making its way towards the west coast.
If you're watching the loop of the satellite and you're thinking, okay, I can't see the eye anymore, and it looks like we're not seeing as much activity on the western side, that's because it's starting to feel the environment of the shear and the dry air, and eventually moving over some cooler waters. That was anticipated,
yes,
just to see this transitioning, but still very powerful hurricane as it's gonna be moving in.
Yeah, nothing is surprising at this point. This is all behaving essentially as forecast from the National Hurricane Center, that it would be coming into the west coast of Florida. Not as powerful as it was. It was back down towards the Yucatan, where it was a 180-mile-per-hour storm, Category 5. Insane, right? But this is still a bad situation coming in here as a Category 3 hurricane, major hurricane coming into the west coast of Florida with all of its issues, the strong winds, the heavy rain, the surge, which of course is a big concern as well.
All right, let's send it over to Dr. Greg Postel for a deeper analysis on what's happening right now, and even some of the reconnaissance data that we've been watching very closely as Milton is edging closer to landfall.
Yeah, the Air Force reconnaissance now taking another round here at the northeastern quadrant of Milton, coming in along the bend about like that. And we will momentarily know as they penetrate that northeastern eye wall how bad the weather is. I'm waiting for the latest updates on that. But still a very potent Category 4 hurricane is moving steadily toward the west coast of Florida, and zooming in on what they found in the most recent past going this direction like that. Pressure was around 930 millibars-ish. We'll see if indeed they continue to find that, but no doubt it is a bumpy ride going through that eye wall with vigorous convection, potentially a lot of lightning in there, and very, very strong winds at flight level, no doubt about that. So we have to watch out and see what those hurricane hunters, the Air Force, doing a wonderful job. The NOAA planes earlier doing an amazing job helping us understand what's exactly out there as we speak. But also, what's exactly out there as we speak is an increasing tornado threat now for the west coast of Florida, where we're seeing some Venice at wind gusts of 44 miles per hour in some of the heavier outer rain bands now. These are not tropical storm force winds reported along the coast, but we're getting gusts over 40 and an increasing tornado threat, as I mentioned, because these outer bands of hurricanes like this, very good at making tornadoes. It's exactly why we've got that tornado watch that goes out until 9 o'clock. All those ingredients that usually you think of for tornadoes are inhabiting the region right now thanks to the approach of Hurricane Milton. And I even think right now the tornado threat for St. Pete, Tampa, and Sarasota is going up. Mike Bettis, we'll get to him in a little bit, needs to be wary of that with very heavy rain moving in off the Gulf of Mexico. Wind right now in Tampa, 14 gusts to 30. These are not tropical storm force winds yet, but we'll get there eventually as the generally speaking, the wind is expanding around Milton. Tropical storm force winds extend way out from the center. Hurricane force winds remain relatively confined to about 30 miles from the center. Here, for example, you can see this buoy about 80 miles away from the center of Milton, reporting a sustained wind at about 43 miles per hour. That's low-end tropical storm force wind there. But inside of that eye wall, there is where the most dangerous winds over 100 miles per hour reside. There's a little bit of a silver lining here. And I'm going to keep bringing it up because it's still important. These are facts. Milton will be moving over slightly cooler water with a lot less heat content. In other words, that warm water is relatively shallow, and there's less fuel as it approaches the coast. That will be one component that's going to try to nudge it to the less intense side of things. Same thing, the atmospheric conditions likely to support some reduction in peak intensity. That's good news. We got dry air coming in from the west and increasing shear all the way to the coastline. But we still know that it is going to be a very dangerous hurricane with life-threatening impacts. Let's talk about the track because that matters a lot, where it goes. We don't know yet. There's a lot of uncertainty, relatively speaking, into where precisely the center goes. That's why it's probably worth not focusing necessarily on one particular solution here, but the ensemble, the consensus here is telling us that the center is likely to pass south of Tampa. That would bring, were it true and verifying, that would bring the worst of all the surge by far south of Tampa, including places like Venice and even Fort Myers and areas to the south. Remember, because where the north of the center goes, you have that northeasterly offshore wind keeping the storm surge in check by a lot. So, with the caveat that we don't know exactly where it's going to be, I want you to prepare, follow the advice of the officials, evacuate, run from the water. Absolutely no doubt about that. But what we've got here is a situation that is likely to bring devastating wind impacts, likely along and south of that zone, including Sarasota and Venice and everywhere all the way to the east coast of Florida, where wind gusts this evening, tonight, and over early tomorrow morning could go over 100 miles per hour. That is dangerous wind that can do a lot of damage all the way to the east coast of Florida. Regarding storm surge, it is going to be maximized by a long shot along and south of the track. But because we don't know exactly where the center is going to go, there is still a risk for very significant life-threatening surge in Tampa and areas to the north. But if this verifies, and if it does indeed, the center moves south, then we have to shift the most dangerous impacts farther to the south. And that brings a lot of other folks in that life-threatening storm surge. So in Central Florida, we now have 11 additional shelters open in Orange County to accommodate people who need to evacuate ahead of Milton's landfall. Orange County schools announced yesterday that the schools would close through Friday. Weather Channel national correspondent Justin Michaels joins us live now from Orlando on the update and the preparations ahead of Milton. Justin.
Well, Dr. Postel, an additional closure here, 8 o'clock this morning. All flights have been suspended coming to and going from Orlando International Airport. That is MCO. So if you're trying to get out of this neck of the woods and you're trying to get out of Florida, driving at this point is your only bet to do that. I can tell you, though, moving around Orlando this morning, people are heeding the warnings. It is extraordinarily quiet in this city, with the exception of the birds here around Lake Eola and a few people who are walking. This city is quiet. Few cars driving around. I can tell you we got to a few intersections on work day in Orlando, and we were the only car at that intersection coming over to our live location here around Lake Eola. That is some good news. As far as Disney is going to start closing operations at their different parks, and also other parks like Universal, Busch Gardens, all have planned closures. But discussing Disney, chief among all the closures that will happen, they're beginning a planned shutdown of their parks beginning at 1 o'clock today, so in about an hour from right now, East Coast time. So all the hotel rooms here in Orlando, for most part, give or take, are full. We talked to the mayor yesterday, Buddy Dyer. He's been the mayor for 21 years. He has dealt with some storms. They are prepared. One thing they have done here is they've lowered all the lakes, and you have to remember, this part of Florida, there are lakes, and in the system of lakes, Lake Eola is part of. They connected. So if you can lower the levels of certain lakes into other lakes that may have, say, higher walls or a higher shoreline, then that's what they do. So they're distributing the water out as best they can for these lakes to get down to the level you see them right here. The issue here is rain. Rain is going to be quite intense as the storm comes through. And for people here, there are a few more hours maybe. Some rain is falling. It came to come kind of ebbs and flows, but some rain is falling now until the bulk of it starts to kick in. And we have the hurricane force winds eventually up to 70-mile-an-hour plus tomorrow morning as you're waking up. So by tonight, if you're not done with everything, you're not going to be done with everything, because by tonight here in the center part of Florida, we're going to be getting gusty winds. We're going to have the rains coming in, and we're going to see flooding begin here in the greater Orlando area. Remember, this is a flood-prone part of the country. Orlando will flood on an afternoon rain shower, much less a hurricane coming through. So let's get back into Alex and Molly right now. I know you guys are tracking a lot of tornado warnings.
Yeah, that's right, Justin. Thanks so much for that here. We've certainly seen a slew of them, and this is right now some video from not too long ago here. This is in Lee County, not too far from the Cape Coral area, with some very strong winds. As you can see, look at the camera. Basically rocking back and forth here. This was as a tornado warned storm was moving through.
No, it's hard to say at this point. Was this from a tornado, or is this just from the punch that these outer bands are delivering? Because we know these are quite powerful as they've been moving on shore. And we've been watching this band for a while as it was out over open water, saying this is going to be a pretty big deal as it moves on shore. And here you have some evidence. Now, we're still tracking plenty of tornado warnings across the area, and that it does include still in parts of Lee County.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, just incredible. And look at that. I mean, look how things kind of cleared out.
Down. Yeah.
At one point, you couldn't see much at all. And there you can see some of the trees in the background there becoming a bit more visible. So clearly we had some big winds come through, some heavy, heavy rain. Again, as a tornado warned storm was coming through. Again, can't tell you if there was a tornado that moved through the screen, but clearly it was a nasty storm that moved on by. And we're only going to be looking at more coming into the West Coast as Milton gets closer and closer.
Well, let's head to Jacksonville Beach right now, where we find meteorologist Jen Carfagno. And Jen, I know that you've been in the rain for a lot of the morning so far, and all of this is pre the most moisture from Milton moving in, which will happen later today.
Well, exactly. It's one of these predecessor rain events that we're having in advance of the hurricane rain. And the hurricane rain will be heavier. It will have higher rainfall rates. Right now, we're just in some light showers, light sprinkles really here in the Jacksonville Beach area. And we have seen the heaviest stuff so far actually fall just south of us in St. Augustine, where there have been some flash flood warnings in parts of St. Johns County and Putnam County as well, Clay County too. And those are still active right now. A lot of the heavy rain has moved out, but after 3 to 5 inches of rain, you know some of those flood-prone areas are dealing with problems. But when the hurricane rain comes in, we'll get to the bigger rainfall rates, and that will lead to the risk of some rainfall flooding, street flooding. That will be exacerbated by the fact as Milton makes its cross across Florida. It will be moving fast. We're going to stay on the north side of it here up in Jacksonville Beach, St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, Daytona Beach. and that's going to give us an onshore push of wind. And so that surge, and especially up around the St. Johns River, that push of water will reduce the amount of outflow that can come out of the river. So that may cause some flooding issues in some of the flood-prone areas, like around Riverside, San Marco, and Ortega, just to name a few of those spots. But along the whole St. John River Basin, combination of the heavy rainfall and those onshore winds certainly could lead to some flooding, and that will be something we need to be on guard for as we get through the rest of today, especially later tonight into tomorrow morning, heaviest rainfall. And that will also come with some tropical storm force winds, heavier and stronger winds to our south. And, you know, Justin was talking about some of those winds where he is in Orlando. Stronger winds down there. They're south of us. Here in Jacksonville, likely tropical storm force, which could lead to some power outages and, of course, the risk of some trees that could come down on roads, on top of power lines, on top of homes, on top of cars. So make sure that you are in a safe place as we continue to get through the rest of this storm. Here in Jacksonville and in Jacksonville Beach, a lot of folks have evacuated here from the west coast of Florida. So today is a day where I know that a lot of nerves are certainly high as we continue to watch the approach of Hurricane Milton to the west coast. It will cross the Florida Peninsula, moving over and exiting off by tomorrow afternoon. So we will have improved weather by then. We just got to get through the next 24 hours. Here's everyone hunker down and stay safe. We've got you covered on the Weather Channel with Hurricane Milton.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
N3707.
Bingo! Oh, no big deal. Just want a bingo. You know it is a huge deal? Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
Lunch is on me today.
Awesome. Why?
I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank.
Thanks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Did you download the Upside app yet?
Yes, of course. I'm not passing up free money. I'm earning real cash back now every time I get gas.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. If you drive, you need Upside. Earn cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. Plus, you can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. So whether you're driving around town a couple times a week or driving hundreds of miles every day, Upside is for you. Don't wait. Some Upside users are making as much as $200 to $300. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code CLEAN25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep Optimum brings you real home internet, while some providers give you 5G home internet from cell towers. That's not home internet. because cellular internet is good enough when you're not home. But when you're home streaming 4K movies while the whole town shares your cell signal, not home internet is not nearly as good as Optimum internet. Don't settle for cellular internet. Stick with Optimum for consistent, high-speed home internet 24/7. Optimum, where local is big time.
News 12 is revealing the secrets on a new season of the Emmy-nominated original series, Revealed. We'll visit the sites, relive the history, and meet the unique people that make these stories worth exploring. Don't miss the new season of Revealed, weekend starting at 12 p.m. Only on News 12 New York.
Small business owners know 3 is better than 1. And with the Optimum Business Triple Play, you get 3 services you can customize to fit your business needs, starting at $100 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price guarantee.
Call 1-833-752-5204 or visit homeserve.com.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under fair sky. Today of sunshine, high 67, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 40, winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64, winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Your 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Welcome back. Still following Hurricane Milton. Of course, one of the threats that we're facing is that threat for tornadoes, and we see some of that possible tornadoes here for us in and around Fort Lauderdale. I mean, clearly you can see the funnels showing up here north of on I-75 heading out of Fort Lauderdale, about 3 miles past the toll booth there. I mean, this being shot there again. This was not too far from Fort Lauderdale. Dark skies, funnel hanging down, and we've seen a number of reports of tornadoes, confirmed tornadoes here in South Florida, well to the east of where Milton is. We've seen these storms, the individual storms, these supercells that have fired up out ahead of that, and now you're seeing some of the picture evidence of that right now. And we continue to deal with warnings at this hour here across Florida. You can see right now there's Milton. So Milton is way here, out here over the Gulf waters. But look at where some of those storms are firing up and all the warnings are showing up.
It's almost like we have 2 batches, right? We've got the stuff in the interior sections of Florida, but right along the coast, this legit outer band of Milton is bringing a significant tornado threat inland, including Fort Myers, Port Charlotte. There are circulations galore, practically everywhere. One there, one there, one there, and they're all moving quickly on off toward the north.
Yeah, so I mean, we almost have to treat like this whole area is spinning here, because that's essentially what's going on. Just a lot of a rotation within that area. And then farther to the east, this is where we start to see more of those individual storms, those supercells that have been firing up here. Now continuing here around Highlands County until 1 o'clock. A tornado warning is in effect there. Look at that storm. I mean, at one point, I mean, it was really showing up pretty well in terms of the hook echo there. Then we work our way back towards the west around the Placid Lakes area. That's another area that's under a tornado warning as well. So again, all these storms continuing to exhibit and show signs of the rotation right now.
And they're moving so quickly. If you're in a tornado warning, you may get that tornado warning where the weather where you are is not that bad. You think, why is the warning issued? Well, because one is on the way very quickly. We're seeing a lot of that rapidly move on off toward the north. And again, this outer band is what worries me a little bit. I think in the Tampa area, we have to watch out for that increasing tornado threat imminently as that outer band moves on in.
And of course, very heavy rainfall as well, which is going to add up in terms of the rain threat. And Molly, you're looking at how that water could really add up.
We're talking about storm surge. The National Hurricane Center warning that destructive storm surge will occur across parts of Florida's west coast. And some cities could be inundated with up to 9 feet of water. And I know sometimes that can be difficult to visualize, so we want to show you what that would look like. And the worst case scenario, that would be in Barefoot Beach in Bonita Springs. As the water starts to rise, apartments, condos, homes are completely submerged on that first level. And it's also filling some of these pools. And what's more concerning, though, is what is potentially in that water. We're talking sewage, chemicals, wildlife, debris. And just so you have a frame of reference, this is about a half mile away from Coconut Jacks as well as the Bonita Beach Park area. And you're watching as the water fills in, again, up to 9 feet, or in some areas potentially worse, that now you have no escape route. This is why they called for mandatory evacuations. This is not calm water either. On top of this, you have destructive wave action, and not only filling in to the first level of these homes, but beating against the side of these homes, causing even more damage. Now, there are some taller structures, but as you evacuate up, then you're running the risk, if you happen to be in that eye wall with the most destructive winds, of making the winds worse. So now you're watching the water as a wide view, not only inundating these homes that are right on the beachfront, but the water going all the way back to Little Hickory Bay and even beyond. And this is why, this is a visual representation of why when you are told to evacuate, you need to do so. Let's take you inland now, and let's take you to national correspondent Justin Michaels, who has been in Orlando for the past couple of days. Justin, this is not just a coastal concern. Obviously, inland threats when it comes to hurricanes, and Orlando is one of those spots that could see some of the strongest winds in addition to the rainfall and flooding threat.
And also that severe threat, Molly, I know you're tracking that as well, and those are all to the south, but there's nothing to say they won't come north to where we are. And again, this, Molly, as you well know, is a place that people evacuate to from the coast. Many people from Tampa, St. Pete, points south of there along the coast have come here to take safe haven from this storm. And the potential for those hurricane force winds, also that flooding rain, is real as we go through this evening and then into tomorrow morning. Remember, as far as landfall, we're talking about there on the coast sometime after midnight, and then it's going to take a little bit for the storm center, the core of it, potentially those hurricane force winds to come through here in Orlando. The airport is closed. The sandbagging operations have all been shut down. They shut down last night. So if sandbagging is something you're trying to do today, you're not going to accomplish that. That is all over. And people are being asked to hunker down. I can tell you, moving through Orlando today, it's very quiet, with the exception of people maybe walking around Lake Eola where we are. Driving is a minimum. And as we go to commercial break here on the Weather Channel, we give you Lake Eola, the many lakes in and around Orlando, Florida, that have been lowered because of the flooding potential. The Weather Channel has live and continuous coverage to keep you informed and safe.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, Kyle?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
This is a nightmare.
Someone called for a nightmare?
Hang on. That's your nightmare? Some roof damage? I'm a professional. I deal with real nightmares. You just need to sing the State Farm jingle.
State Farm jingle?
Do it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm can help with your claim. We're here when you need us.
Great. Can you get rid of it?
Ooh, we getting rid of. Wait.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call 1-833-415-4646 now.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free. To burn my skin, yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything. Whoa.
With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America only on the Weather Channel.
Let's get you caught up here on what we know at this hour. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office has opened 3 additional shelters for those who need to evacuate. Note that the shelters at Shields Middle School and Irwin Technical College are full.
Orlando International Airport has ceased operations in anticipation of Milton. They will reopen when it's safe to do so, and fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes.
All right, let's get you the very latest on what's going on with Milton right now. And there's the big overview here showing you the radar picture, which is really lit up, not just with the rain coming down, but the warnings that are showing up out there across South Florida.
I mean, it's essentially a tornado outbreak right now across parts of Central and South Florida. We need to watch out very carefully. That's going to continue. Here's one tornado warning for Fort Myers, including Fort Myers. You're not going to see it if there's a tornado hiding in there. There's a lot of rain. This is one of the big problems with landfalling tropical systems.
This is in the outer bands. So now we're starting to see some of those stronger bands work their way on shore. They're loaded with tropical moisture, but also the chance for tornadoes. Now, we talked about those right along the coast that are wrapped in rain. These are discrete supercells, and they have been extremely powerful as of late.
Yeah, a number of them have been confirmed, visual evidence, seen tornadoes here, and they continue to show very good signs of rotation.
And they're very strong rotation, likely tornadoes in progress, all moving north very quickly. So you can imagine yourself getting into a warning. Let's say in Sebring, if you track some of these storms out, you may not think the weather's bad when you get that warning, but you're going to need to react because everything is moving so quickly.
I mean, look at this radar signature. This is something that you look at a textbook of a classic tornado signature on radar, and that's just not something that you see too often in a tropical situation. But the environment out ahead of this, where we've got warm temperatures, high dew points, this is allowing for this situation to unfold, and it's the environment's not changing anytime soon.
Right. Yep, all these ingredients are put together. Thank you, Milton, for doing that, even hundreds of miles away from the center. And that's what we're seeing right now. There's another hook echo right there for Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties in Florida. This is very likely a tornado in progress. This is what's called a TVS, a tornado vortex signature. That kind of tight rotation indicates there is a circulation, certainly to the ground.
Yeah, so these storms mean business. These storms are not a situation where you want to be trying to get out there and look and try to find things. It'll be on top of you too quickly. So get into your safe zone. You're in these spots that we've just talked about. please get to that safe zone. Innermost portion of a sturdy structure and away from the windows is where you want to be.
And notice the motion of these. These are moving to the north. So areas to the north of Lake Okeechobee, you've got to be aware that there is a tornado threat heading in your direction, because we've seen these consistently hold together since they were across Alligator Alley. That's a long time.
Long time. You're exactly right, Molly. That's a really good point. And I'm also concerned about the increasing tornado threat closing in on Tampa with that very same band that we know has produced a tornado threat farther to the south. It's going to continue on its way. And we have that watch out that goes until
9 p.m.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock tonight.
Well, major tourist attractions in and around Orlando have announced closures ahead of Milton.
Now, national correspondent Justin Michaels is there live with the very latest. And Justin, we talk about this all the time, that when it comes to these cyclones, these hurricanes, tropical storms, whatever, it's not just the coast. You got to deal with things farther inland, and that's no doubt going to be the case here across a good chunk of the peninsula of Florida.
All right, and guys, watching you talk about that tornado outbreak, like Dr. Postel said, knowing that energy is coming here, it really is the stuff of nightmares. Tornadoes wrapped up in a hurricane. Nobody needs that. And Florida is dealing with it right now and will likely be dealing with it for hours and hours to come as this very powerful hurricane continues to get closer and closer to the coast. And it is the coast that people were escaping. Where did they go? Many of them came here to Florida, get away from the potential for storm surge flooding. But they did not escape the potential for flooding outright, because we have urban flooding and freshwater flooding, the potential here because of the intense amounts of tropical rain that will be coming through here. We can absolutely expect in this part of the country for those tropical downpours to turn into street and neighborhood flooding, and people are prepared for that. We can tell you this entire area is quiet. The only thing you really hear, and by the way, where we are on Lake Eola is very close to I-4. Right here you should be able to hear highway noise. We don't. We hear birds. There's lots of birds at Lake Eola and many of the other lakes in this part of the country. And many of those lakes are connected. I'll step out of the way, Austin Anderson behind the lens, and you can see maybe how low the water level is here. You shouldn't be able to see the lake bed here. In fact, 3 days ago when we got here, the water was almost right up to the grass. It is significantly lower. That's because the city did that in a system-wide lowering of the lakes to protect against flooding as best they can. The Weather Channel is going to be live for you. We have life-saving information. We're going to continue to give it to you throughout the course of this day, all night into tomorrow. Landfall coming sometime after midnight and coming through this part of the state sometime as sunrise happens. We're back with more live coverage after this.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor-Cool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor-Cool drops.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already in your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Easily isolate phone calls to the driver's seat in the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
If you're in pain but need to stay mobile, you need CopperFit Rapid Relief, the revolutionary line of hot and cold therapy wraps that keep you mobile while you recover, no matter where it hurts. A breakthrough adjustable design with a soft gel pack insert in a lightweight copper-infused wrap for targeted hot or cold pain-relieving therapy of sore muscles and achy joints. If it hurts, CopperFit's got you covered. Get the full line of CopperFit Rapid Relief wraps, available at Walmart pharmacies.
If you're living with diabetes, I'll tell you the same thing I tell my patients. Getting on Dexcom G7 is one of the easiest ways to take better control of your diabetes and help protect yourself from the long-term health problems it can cause. This small wearable replaces finger sticks, lowers A1C, and it's covered by Medicare.
Not managing your diabetes really affects your health for the future. The older you get, the more complications you're going to see.
I knew I couldn't ignore my diabetes anymore because it was causing my eyesight to go bad.
Before the Dexcom G7, doctor's appointments were not something I looked forward to.
For my patients, getting on Dexcom G7 is the biggest eye-opener they've ever had.
When I got Dexcom G7, I couldn't believe how easy it was. This small wearable sends my glucose numbers right to my phone or my receiver. With just a glance, I can see if I'm going high, low, or steady, so I can quickly get my glucose under control and better protect myself from complications. My A1C is down to 5.8.
Call now to get started on the most accurate and most recommended CGM brand. You'll also get a free discussion guide for your next doctor's visit.
Dexcom G7 has changed my life for the better. Now I'm a superstar. My A1C is 5.7.
My A1C has never been lower. I go swimming, I ride my exercise bike, and I play with my grandkids. I finally have my life back.
My wife used to worry about me having diabetes before my Dexcom G7, but now she doesn't worry as much because she knows.
It gives me a lot of peace of mind. I want him to be around for.
No other CGM system is more affordable for Medicare patients. Don't miss out. You may be entitled to this valuable benefit. Call the number on your screen now to talk to a real person.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
All the hazards from a very dangerous landfalling hurricane are being felt now across the Florida Peninsula. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I am live in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, talking about the East Coast concerns from the impacts of Hurricane Milton. Of course, the worst of the wind and the storm surge will be near and adjacent to the point of landfall on the west coast of Florida. But Milton has been increasing in size. And as of the latest advisory, the hurricane force winds as well as the tropical storm force winds have expanded. Tropical storm force winds extending out to 175 miles. It's almost doubled what it was just 24 hours ago in terms of its wingspan. And so that is a concern for the tropical storm force winds we could get up here on the first coast. I had the chance to talk with the mayor of Jacksonville Beach earlier about preparing for those winds, what will happen before, during, and after.
We will have crews throughout the night, both Public Works, our police department, our beaches energy. They all work hand in hand together to deal with down trees, to support each other and each other's departments in the tasks that they're doing. They can't go, we're not going to send them out if they cannot work safely. So if the winds are at 35 miles an hour or higher, we're not going to put our linemen up in a bucket truck. We are going to make sure that their safety is paramount. Our residents understand that, and they are really grateful for the hard work of our beaches energy professionals and getting the power back on as fast as they can.
And of course, residents, and there's a lot of visitors here. A lot of folks who evacuated from Milton on the west coast of Florida have moved here to Jacksonville Beach and Jacksonville to evacuate for the storm. And so, certainly a lot of folks from out of town. Many hotels do have generators. That's helpful. If not, of course, obviously power out is going to be concerned. And the heavy rain as well, which could lead to flooding once we get into some of those bigger rain bands as we see Milton cross the state. That comes overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. We're already been in the rain today, Alex and Molly, and some gusty winds. And I saw down in St. Augustine, we've got some flooding. This is just rainfall flooding that we are dealing with after 3 to 5 inches of rain, and they could more than double that with the rainfall from Milton.
Top of the flooding risk, Jen, we're now tracking an evolving tornado outbreak, and that includes a confirmed tornado in the Matlacha area.
Yeah, this has been a very active one for us this early part of the day here when it comes to the tornadic activity here. A lot of confirmed tornadoes that we've had here across the south portions of Florida, and we continue to deal with the warnings lit up, and we will see more as we work our way through our day. Now, this was a bit earlier here around the Matlacha area here, and boy, I tell you, you can clearly see, or not really clearly see, the strong winds and the heavy rain. This was an area that was at that time under a tornado warning. Now, is it a tornado coming across? You see some flashes.
Yeah, I was going to say power flashes. So that is a clear indication that you have some of the strongest part of the tornado rotation nearby. But watch as this moves through, how quickly this clears out behind it. Obviously, some pretty violent motion of the camera as this is passing through is an indication of some strong winds. But after that passes through, watch how the winds start to slowly come down. And, this was this was intense as it moved. This was part of the outer bands.
Right, exactly. Part of the outer bands, and again, under a tornado warning at that time. So clearly we had a nasty storm move its way on through. Of course, National Weather Service office, they'll head out there and survey any potential damage that may be there and figure out if it was a tornado. But clearly, very strong winds came through. Looks like, I'm not sure if that's a pole, whatever it is, but that starts leaning here on this bridge. And then, of course, we saw that flash showing up there as well. So, yeah, storms there on the West Coast. Then we work our way over towards Broward County there on 75, and this is another view. Now, this is where you could see a bit better. This is the difference from the storms that we've seen coming in now to the West Coast and what we've seen there farther east. East, we've seen the storms a bit more isolated in nature. These supercell storms that didn't have a whole lot of rain around them, and you could see a bit better.
Which I will say is not typical in a tropical tornado environment to have these tornadoes that are so visual and people being able to see them. Now, this has helped, at least in confirming the tornadoes, and we've had quite a few confirmation of tornadoes across South Florida so far, and still a number of tornado warnings still in progress.
Yeah, so there's the big overview looking at the radar picture. Milton still well on off towards the southwest here of the peninsula of Florida, but out ahead of that, we continue to deal with these storms coming from south to north. Highlands, you're under Highlands County, I should say, you're under a tornado warning until 1:15. I mean, look at this storm here. Look at the
presentation on radar has been very textbook and very consistent with that presentation. And you see the velocity with the winds in different directions very close together. That is an indication that we still are watching an evolving tornado threat, not just in this area, but we'll take you down to one of these outer bands. And that includes in the Charlotte and Lee County areas where we have, once again, an observed tornado with a considerable threat.
Yeah, so this will be something that we continue to follow for the rest of the afternoon into tonight as Milton gets closer and closer, bringing again that risk for the heavy rain, the big winds, and of course the tornado risk there for us as well.
Well, let's take you now. We have some comments by President Biden. Let's listen in.
In less than 14 hours, Hurricane Milton will make landfall on the western coast of Florida. Winds will be fierce at well over 100 miles per hour, with storm surges reaching up to 15 feet and up to 18 inches of rain. It's looking like the storm of the century. I'm here with leaders of my administration who are in the front lines preparing for this storm and will brief me in our latest efforts. To save lives and livelihoods, I want to emphasize a few things. First, many communities in Hurricane Milton's path do not have a moment to catch their breath between Helene and Milton. 2 historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of the landfall. I know it's really tough, leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death. Second, for the last week, my team has done everything possible to prepare for this storm. I immediately approved emergency declarations in Florida and the Seminole Tribe in Florida. I also surged search and rescue teams, water, food, power generators, ambulances to the region. In my direction, Administrator Criswell will be in the State Emergency Operations Center in Florida tonight. And Kamala and I are going to keep pressure on the companies so prices stay stable on gasoline, flights, and goods people need. Finally, we're teaming up with state and local officials to support impacted communities. I spoke with the Florida Governor DeSantis, with Mayor Tampa Castor, the Tampa Mayor, the Clearwater Mayor, Rector, and the Pinellas County Chairwoman Peters. I offer them everything we need, everything we have, everything they need. And I made it clear to them they should reach out if there's anything more they need. I gave them my personal phone number here at the White House to contact me directly if that's necessary. Let me close with this. I want to thank the governors of all the affected areas over the last couple weeks. Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Virginia. You know, we've been in constant contact. And they've been very thankful and appreciative of the help the federal government is providing. And I'm appreciative of all they're doing as well. And I've told them to contact me with anything else they need. We have made available an unprecedented number of assets. to deal with this crisis. We're going to continue to do so until the job is done. But now I want to be clear about something. For the last few weeks, there's been a reckless, irresponsible, and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies that are disturbing people. It's undermining confidence in the incredible rescue and recovery work that has already been taken and will continue to be taken. And it's harmful to those who need help the most. There is simply no place for this to happen. Former President Trump has led the onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That's simply not true. They're saying the money is needed for this crisis is being diverted to migrants. What a ridiculous thing to say. It's not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a congresswoman of Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's got to stop. In moments like this, there are no red or blue states. There's one United States of America, where neighbors are helping neighbors. Volunteers and first responders are risking everything, including their own lives, to help their fellow Americans. State, local, and federal officials are standing side by side. Let me repeat, no one should make the American people question whether their governments will be making sure that this is acting when it strikes. They'll be there. We will, all of us. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Harris, if that's okay with all of you. Thank you. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Liz, thank you for the work that you have been doing. As the President said, we've been working around the clock to prepare for Hurricane Milton and to ensure that people are safe, including ensuring federal.
We're getting a chance to hear from the President Biden about the preparation and, of course, letting folks know that this is a serious situation, taking it seriously there. I think we could go back to the President there.
We're going to continue to listen in.
To make sure also that communities receive the resources and the support that they need as quickly as possible. Already, we have sent more than 1,000 federal personnel to be on the ground in Florida to assist with what needs to happen in the state to prepare for this hurricane, and we will continue to scale up those efforts. To the people of Florida, and in particular the people of the Tampa region, we urge you to take this storm seriously. As has been said before, this is a storm that is expected to be of historic proportion. And many of you, I know, are tough, and you've ridden out these hurricanes before. This one's going to be different. And so we ask you that by every measure, understand it's going to be more dangerous, more deadly, and more catastrophic. So please listen to your local officials. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. And if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate immediately. Do not wait until it is too late. And in the hours and days ahead, President Biden and I and our administration will continue to do everything we can to protect the people who have been in the path of this storm. And once the storm has passed, we will be there to help folks recover and rebuild, as we continue to do for those communities in Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, and across the Southeast who have been devastated by Hurricane Helene. Finally, as the President mentioned, to any company or individual that might use this crisis to exploit people who are desperate for help through illegal fraud or price gouging, whether it be at the gas pump, the airport, or the hotel counter, know that we are monitoring these behaviors and the situation on the ground very closely, and anyone taking advantage of consumers will be held accountable. The bottom line is this hurricane poses an extreme danger, and we urge everyone in Florida to take extreme caution. And we are with you, and we will get through this together. And with that, I will hand it over to Homeland Security Advisor Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, you will now receive a briefing on the latest forecast for Hurricane Milton and actions that we have taken to prepare for it and be ready to respond to it.
Well, there we get a chance to hear from the Vice President as well on the administration and, of course, the federal government and what they're prepared to do. Of course, still working with Helene aftermath and Milton preparation for that, and, of course, what we need to be done in the aftermath of Milton, too.
You heard them talk about the Tampa area, so let's take you there right now with meteorologist Mike Bettis, who's just now seeing some of the outer bands, Mike, of Milton moving in.
That's right. Some of the strongest weather that we have seen so far is occurring for us right now. And so obviously now is the point where you want to be in your safe spot and be protected from this hurricane, which, as you heard the president and vice president say, this is very serious stuff. There's no question about that. The president himself saying that he has spoken personally with the mayors of Tampa and Clearwater, talking to local officials here and making sure they have everything they need, and the coordinated effort is there to respond to this storm before, during, and after. A lot of times that, that's how it works. It becomes a coordinated effort between local, state, and federal government to make sure that the people affected are, taken care of in any way that they may need, right? And it becomes an increasing problem when you have so many hurricanes that make landfall. We've had multiple landfalls so far this year, including now back-to-back hurricanes in Florida. Helene just 2 weeks ago, and now Milton hitting the west coast of Florida, will slice across the state of Florida, will hit central Florida with very high winds and heavy rainfall. We won't see the surge there, but we'll see actually on the east coast of Florida storm surge as well as wind, as well as heavy rain. So there'll be very few parts, at least of the peninsula of Florida, that will be missed by this hurricane. Here in Tampa, watching old Tampa Bay behind us, we're actually going toward low tide. That's happening about an hour from now. So the water's actually going out a little bit now. The wind direction has been in that direction as well. So we're not necessarily getting any flooding here in our location. We're at a park that flooded during Hurricane Helene as the water came in. The water's actually going out at this point. But at some point, could we see the wind direction alter as the hurricane gets a little bit closer? And could we see an onshore push here, which would bring the water rise up here? In the current forecast is for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge here in the Tampa Bay metro, with higher amounts the farther south you go. So then you're thinking about places, say, like Bradenton, Siesta Key, Sarasota, on your way down toward Captiva, Sanibel, those places hard hit by Hurricane Ian just 2 years ago. Then down toward Fort Myers, same thing. Fort Myers Beach devastated by the storm surge from Hurricane Ian. And keep in mind, think about the price tag of some of these disasters that we're seeing. Hurricane Ian ended up becoming the second most costly hurricane in United States history, only surpassed by Hurricane Katrina. So when a hurricane, a major hurricane in particular, hits a large metropolitan area, this is when you end up getting a very high cost. Life and property, right? And these are the issues that we're going through right now, especially in the state of Florida, because we just tend to get hit so often. We stick out, right? It's a big state geographically, and it can be hit from the Panhandle to the West Coast, to the East Coast, to South Florida. All of these locations are at risk. Unfortunately, all of them have their own unique geographies and issues and challenges, right? So many places, especially on the Gulf Coast, are very surge prone. Other locations are very flood prone. Other locations are very prone to exposure to wind. So all these things play a factor in what you end up seeing, especially in the state of Florida. So the best thing you can do is always be prepared in one of these events. So it makes your life so much easier when the actual moment comes, where you either need to evacuate, board up your home, get supplies, whatever it may be, that you're ready in that moment. So preparation months or weeks ahead of time can be vital in all of these circumstances. But as far as the forecast goes here, particularly in the Tampa, St. Pete area, likely going to have a landfall well after dark tonight. You call it after midnight, most likely is what it looks like at this point, give or take, okay? But ultimately what you'll end up watching for are extreme winds and strong storm surge. And this is why so many people have evacuated. And as far as the bridges go, they've been letting outbound traffic go. And so the major bridges like the one behind me, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy Bridge, these are all open until the winds get to 45 miles per hour. Then they'll close down those bridges. But already, preemptively, some of the access over to Clearwater and St. Pete, that's already been shut down. The Memorial Causeway that goes to Clearwater, that shut down last night. Same for the Bayway over to St. Pete, that's been shut down as well. So that's not been, a thing that we've been concerned about, traffic on those waterways necessarily. But I think, Molly, Alex, wait till you see what happens this afternoon. When things really start to get bad, this is the moment you'll be happy that you prepared and you're hunkered down and ready to ride out this storm.
Oh, absolutely, Mike. I want to ask you, Mike, because we're kind of in a rare situation, having just dealt with Helene there, and then with a matter of less than 2 weeks, another hurricane coming on through. Right. What have you seen as you've sort of navigated your way in and around Tampa in terms of what's been left behind in Helene's aftermath out ahead of now Milton?
There's a lot around. There's no question about that. Any place that had storm surge in particular, and there were quite a few areas that took on storm surge, Alex, you see piles of debris. People that had to, clean debris up from the yards. People that had to clean out debris from inside of their homes. Think about all the first floor homes that were damaged because of record-setting storm surge that we had, right? So you'll see at curbsides, you'll see rugs and carpet and drywall and furniture and clothes, all these things that were, underwater because of the storm surge from saltwater flooding, right? So a lot of that's sitting curbside, and then the city comes along with heavy machinery and picks up all that debris and then takes it to a landfill, although they're running out of space in the landfill, Alex, and they're taking it to a fairground. So that's what you see a lot of, and that's happening in numerous neighborhoods. Piles and piles and piles of debris that they have just not had time to get to because this hurricane came so quickly after Helene.
Wow, Mike, yeah, and no doubt with that being the case, I got to imagine that one of the big worries has got to be the fact that all that debris that wasn't able to get picked up because it's been such a short time between Helene and now Milton, a worry of that debris now is an extra hazard that could get whipped around in all of the wind that's expected.
Yeah, 100%. It's either going to float away or it's going to fly away, right? How much storm surge do you see? And does some of that debris, end up in different neighborhoods? Does it become flying projectiles, right? Sometimes this is why, circumstances you don't maybe think about. This is why you need to board up your windows. This is why you need to put up your storm shutters to protect any of that flying debris from penetrating those windows and breaking them. And now all of a sudden, you've invited the hurricane into your home, which is the last thing you want to do. You want to be fortified against the hurricane and eliminate any intrusion that could come into your home. We think about the vulnerable spots: windows, doors, garage doors, right? If you can secure those locations, you're really going to help yourself out. And hurricane codes that have been enacted for decades now really did a good job about how you secure your roof to your home. And so improvements there hopefully keep a lot of homes intact where the roofs aren't peeled off of homes in extreme winds. So all those things go into this, Alex, but planning is so key in all of this to make the hurricane easier on you. That's the whole goal here. Stay safe and make the hurricane easy to recover from.
Mike, it really is a kind of cruel twist of fate that we're seeing two big storms back to back. But as you've been in the Tampa area, which has been, a spot that has had so many close calls over the past couple of years, do you think what happened in Helene, as you've been talking to people, has helped make that decision for people evacuating easier than it would have been if we didn't just have Helene?
100%. I think there are two factors that helped people decide to evacuate here, Molly. One was Helene, which didn't even strike here. It stayed parallel to the coast and went north, right? It was all the record surge that came with Helene, even though it wasn't a direct strike. And I think the other big factor was when this became a hurricane that was Cat 5, when this thing got up to 180 miles an hour, right? I think that got a lot of people's attention and it scared people, right? Like, I don't want to have anything to do with a Category 5 hurricane, even though, all along the forecast for landfall has never been that. I think that's enough to get people's attention. I think that's why, especially on Monday in particular, when the thing really ramped up, I think that's what got people's attention and why so many people on Monday hit the streets and got out of town, Molly.
All right, Mike there in Tampa, thank you so much. We want to get to some of the latest tornado warnings because we do have quite a few still across South Florida. This has been an evolving situation as we've gone throughout the morning. And look at all of these tornado warnings that we have seen. And this has been starting since early this morning across Alligator Alley. And now we have the inland threat, but we also have the threat from some of the outer bands.
Yeah, that one band now that's moved its way, that's been kind of lurking just offshore here on the west coast of Florida for a lot of the morning. That has now pushed its way inland. And we've been watching that and saying, man, this thing is going to have a lot of storms rotating in. That is the case, and that has now pushed its way in, and now we see the warnings that are showing up out there as well, including what we've got at this hour here for parts of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Lee counties. This is just north of 75. You got Fort Myers there. There is the rotation that is showing up. And notice the special tag, 2 special tags, right? It's observed, and there's a considerable threat for the tornado there, again, as it pushes its way northbound, north of Fort Myers.
And, you know, the concern was that people might wait until the last minute to evacuate. And here we have 75, which people still might be traveling at this point. And we're seeing some of these outer bands move through with these powerful areas of rotation. And that does include, as we go in down to the Collier area, Collier County, we have an additional tornado warning until 1:15. Now, the rotation on this, we talked about the rotation of the storm north of here, not looking quite as tight.
Yeah.
So that is a sign, that is a great sign, but something that still needs to be monitored very closely.
It feels like these are behaving more like your typical tropical tornadoes where, you know, they spin up and they show up on the radar and then the next scan, it's gone. And so briefly spinning up and spinning down, as opposed to what we've seen farther off towards the east as they were tracking across Alligator Alley towards Lake Okeechobee and now northbound. These storms have been behaving more like your tornado warnings that you would find in the plain states. Kansas, Oklahoma, those supercell storms, those isolated storms that have really been holding their own and holding together in terms of the signs of rotation.
So let's go through a few of these tornado warnings, and this includes starting in the Highlands and Polk County areas until 1:30. This is the repeated areas that we've seen with these signatures holding together. Molly, weather producer, if we can go ahead and flip over to velocity just to see what these storms are doing at the moment. So we've got the one near Sebring, but the one that is just to the east of that, you'll notice we have two areas that we're watching on velocity, but this one is much, much stronger.
Yeah, that just now north of 98, continuing to move off towards the north here in Highlands County. Still dealing with that warning until about 1:15 there. And again, this has been holding, this has been basically seeing the warnings just get extended northbound. So still signs of rotation with that. If you're in and around that area, just east of Sebring, certainly want to get into your safe zone there. And then as you work your way east of Okeechobee, another tornado warning storm there for parts of Martin, St. Lucie County until 1:30. And that one is observed.
And this is what Alex was talking about, these not behaving in the typical tropical tornado way, because you have this discrete supercell that is very visual as far as if you were to look into this storm and there is a tornado there, if there is, not seeing that, oh, actually we are seeing that, the source is observed. So we are seeing that. You will likely be able to see this, not saying that you should. You absolutely should be in your safe spot, but it's very uncommon in a tropical situation to have these very visual tornadoes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll continue to follow this. The tornado risk will continue for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours as well as Milton gets closer and closer to the west coast of Florida. Alex, we'll send it over to you.
All right, Alex, Molly, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Mike Bettis out in the field. You are watching Weather Unfiltered as we look at Siesta Beach, Florida. Winds picking up along the west coast of Florida. Soon enough, more areas will at least begin to experience those tropical storm force winds. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with meteorologist Chris Bruin. Chris, we've got a very active, dangerous 24 hours ahead for the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's go time. I mean, it's a ghost town here all across the west coast, which is good. People are inside. We want to welcome you in for the next 4 hours. We're going to be watching Milton get closer and closer. Only about 180 miles, by the way, off the coast of Tampa. And there's a look, the purple. We've got hurricane warning stretching from just south of Jacksonville all the way down towards Fort Myers and Lee County, including much of the Tampa Bay and Orlando metro areas.
We've got a lot of tornado warnings, and a lot of these are observed tornadoes. So the severe threat is elevated today across the state of Florida, given the approach of Hurricane Milton. Right now, a major Category 4 hurricane with winds of 145 miles per hour. We will get a new update from the National Hurricane Center shortly.
And these tornado warnings are serious, so take this threat seriously, especially while we're waiting for the conditions to steadily go downhill here along the west coast. So just take a look, over 30,000 now without power across the state of Florida.
We know those numbers are going to go up. Want to get you caught up on the other news headlines that we know regarding Hurricane Milton at this hour.
Orlando International Airport has ceased operation in anticipation of Milton. They're going to reopen when it's safe to do so. Their fuel outages are a major concern, with state troopers across the state of Florida working around the clock to escort fuel trucks along evacuation routes. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is preparing for Milton's aftermath by staging emergency responders in Jacksonville, Perry, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami. And the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is preparing for water rescues, deploying crews, ATVs, and nearly 3 dozen boats across the state. So for folks just tuning in, I want to get the latest now on Hurricane Milton with the newest advisory that has just come in, Alex.
Yeah, 145-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. This is your 1 o'clock Eastern Time advisory. So again, we get more updates as these hurricanes approach land. Right now, we're the most concerned about the severe weather and the winds that are picking up across western parts of Florida. But this area, and actually some of the individual cells off to the east of it, have been potent tornado makers. So we've got Torcon values as high as a 5 today because of that risk. Not uncommon for these tropical systems to bring tornadoes as they make and approach landfall. Pressure has gone up, and I think we will see those pressure numbers continue to go up. So some weakening anticipated before landfall, but the forecast still calls for a major Category 3 hurricane at landfall sometime late tonight and into the overnight hours. So unfortunately, this will be a storm that makes landfall, brings the worst of the weather during the hours of darkness. Just makes these things extra dangerous. We do expect weakening as it moves across the state, still looking at hurricane force winds in places like Orlando and Vero Beach. And if you are just joining us, what you're also noticing is that more southerly track with this. So Tampa on the northern side, that would bring down some of your surge values, but unfortunately that means surge values go up for places like Sarasota down to Fort Myers. That's where we could really maximize the surge here with Hurricane Milton. We've got hurricane warnings from west to east in Florida. So Tampa, Sarasota, down to Fort Myers. Tropical storm warnings all the way down to the Keys and all the way up into coastal sections of Georgia. There's going to be an onshore push into North Florida, Georgia, even the Carolinas. So there are some areas where we've got storm surge warnings on the east coast of the U.S. And then, of course, tropical storm warnings also in effect for the Bahamas. That more southerly track will put them in play for some of the more significant effects. What should you be prepared for when it comes to wind? Well, over 110-mile-per-hour wind gusts around Tampa, but especially Sarasota, heading down towards Fort Myers. So we're going to watch Port Charlotte, Englewood. These are all areas that are going to maximize those strongest of winds, and dependent on where this makes landfall, perhaps find themselves in the eye wall. Orlando, Vero Beach, very likely that you're looking at hurricane force winds. 74 plus miles per hour, could exceed 100 miles an hour at times. So that's why we want you to prepare for power outages. We've already seen power outages start to take place, and we know moving through the next 24 to 36 hours, we're going to maximize those numbers. There are those storm surge warnings that I alluded to. Cedar Key down towards southwest Florida, storm surge warnings all in effect. And then areas around and south of Melbourne, up to the southeast part of the state of Georgia. We've got storm surge warnings there because remember, with the overall circulation of this storm, we're going to see an onshore push on the east coast of Florida and Georgia as well. Tornado watch is in effect. Again, we have seen quite a few tornado warnings, quite a few confirmed tornadoes, even capturing one on camera earlier with this storm approaching landfall. So some of these outer bands, we have seen quite a bit of rotation. You can see those warnings are lined up from areas north of Fort Myers down to the west of Everglades City. And then a few of these individual storms near Sebring, west of Fort Pierce, also bringing that tornado risk. Charlotte, DeSoto, and also Lee counties under a tornado warning. This is to the east of I-75. We've got an observed tornado, considerable threat on this one. There's your area of rotation, very clear on the velocity image. So these are very, very noticeable. Sometimes we see these tropical tornadoes. They're short-lived. They're generally weak. These ones are coming up clear, and we've actually got another one right here off to the north of Fort Myers. To the south, Collier County under a tornado warning until 1:15. We've got the Golden Gate area under this warning. Future radar, what can we expect with landfall? This storm is going to make its way closer to the coast by the time we get into the late evening hours. So unfortunately, we are looking at a post-dark landfall moving into the early morning hours. I do think we will see substantial weakening. However, we are going to see wind. We are going to see very heavy rain in places like Orlando, Florida. Flood threat. We do not want to sleep on that. There is going to be flash flooding due to the storm surge. There's going to be flash flooding due to the rainfall. And look at these rainfall footprints. For places like Tampa and Orlando, we are looking at 8 to 12 plus inches of rain. Lots of lakes around the Orlando area could see flooding. So that's what we've got just through tomorrow. We're going to continue to see rain after that. Unfortunately, this means this is not just a coastal issue for Florida. We've got our Justin Michaels in Orlando. Justin, I was there for Ian. We had a lot of flooding problems due to the heavy rain that storm brought. Lots of lakes, beautiful place to be, but this kind of rain in a short period of time, not to mention the wind, going to cause huge problems.
Well, and Alex, I have a question for you because people are asking us this question. As far as the impacts beginning and then the worst of those impacts coming through the center part of Florida, going right up the I-4 corridor most likely, what do you say about that as far as the timing here in the City Beautiful, Orlando, Florida?
Oh, the early morning hours are going to be especially rough for the city of Orlando. I think that's when we're also going to see a lot of the power outages, unfortunately. So as this storm approaches landfall late tonight, so 9, 11, probably makes landfall somewhere in that 11 to 2 a.m. time frame. I think the early morning hours when a lot of people would be sleeping, Justin, they probably won't be. We're going to hear the wind. The rain is going to be coming down. And unfortunately, given the darkness, this is when we could also see some of that substantial flash flooding start. So daybreak may reveal that a lot of areas, roadways, even structures are flooded. I know when I was there in Orlando, we had water getting into homes, communities, things like nursing homes. So that's going to be something we've got to watch for even in the darkness hours.
Well, and Alex, to that point, the city has done a lot of work to lower the lakes in the area. As you well know, this area is filled with lakes like Lake Eola here, right at the center. This is the heart of the city of Orlando. And you may be able to see, you can see the lake bed here. That is by design. They have systematically gone through and lowered the lakes here because they know the potential for flooding rain is coming to central Florida as the storm moves across the state. It's a pretty narrow peninsula as far as a hurricane is concerned. It's going to go from the Gulf all the way to the Atlantic in a pretty short period of time, and we're going to be right in the middle of that. And flooding rain, though, is going to be a major problem. Also, we have a tornado watch in place that's going through 8 o'clock tonight here. You have to believe that's likely going to get extended because you heard Alex's timing there. We're talking about early morning hours to maybe sunup when we're experiencing the greatest impacts here. But remember, those impacts will start long before the greatest impacts. It's going to ramp up over the overnight hours. And to Alex's point, being prepared for that flash flooding. There were sandbagging efforts for the last several days. They came to a conclusion last night, but people were preparing as best they could, trying to shore up their properties, close off those maybe garages or front door or lower lying doors to their home where they know maybe flooding could be an issue. And people were sitting at one point 2 days ago, we were in the end of a line that extended for 4 hours. People were running out of fuel in that line just to get sandbags for their home out in the county here, just outside of downtown Orlando. As far as moving around Orlando right now, I have some great news to report. It's quiet. Very few people moving around on foot, very few people moving around by car. As far as stores, many are closed. Gas stations in some places are closed, and the ones that are open, they have fuel, there are minimal lines. So if you are taking these last few hours to prepare, maybe you got to get the car fueled up in case you decide to hit the road after the storm. Now you might be able to do that, but I will tell you, moving around town today, there are closed gas stations, so be prepared for that. We also saw a lot of people at Home Depot and Lowe's and home goods stores because they are working right now to get those last-minute items. Whatever there might be available, they're trying to take it, especially plywood and things like that. If it's still available, it's getting sold out. Coolers are sold out. Water is sold out. Everywhere we went, we couldn't find those types of items because of the widespread, long-duration power outages that are absolutely expected all across a major swath of Florida over the next days. And remember, in the aftermath of a hurricane, it may not be hours, it might be days, a week, or more that people are not going to have power. So it's going to be a long night for millions of people here in Florida. And remember, the impacts are far outside that cone. The National Weather Service is going to update the cone. You may see it wobble. We're going to keep you up to date on the Weather Channel, but just because maybe your area is not necessarily in that cone, there are going to be impacts well outside of the cone, and that is always expected with any kind of tropical weather. Again, reminder, that tornado watch in place until 8 o'clock tonight. Every expectation that will get extended. If that is elevated to a warning, remember, that is your cue to take heed and be in the center part of your home. Make sure you're as far away from the outside as possible. That's a great way to think of it. How far can I get into the center of my home, away from walls and windows that are on the outside? That's where you want to be. Might be a bathroom, might be a closet, might be some little crawl space under the stairs. Wherever that is where you want to go. Let's talk about the airport here in Orlando. It shut down at 8 o'clock this morning. It's a ghost town right now. And if you go online and you try to book a flight to, let's say, Orlando, Tampa, Sarasota, or pick an airport, they all say canceled, right? So you're not coming to or going from this part of the country. Let's move a little further to the east of where we are, over on the Atlantic coast. That's where we find my friend, your friend. Actually, no, we're going to head back to Alex right now. Alex in the studio. Alex, back into you for now.
Yeah, you know, Justin, you alluded to the severe threat that's going to come with this. We have a few tornado warnings that we want to update people on, and we are getting reports. Chris Bruin here in studio with me of damage in the Fort Myers area. So we are also monitoring this situation with the local National Weather Service offices. They are seeing reports of some roof damage in and around Fort Myers. And when we look at the velocity pictures on these tornado warnings, the tornado warnings and the radar gives us a sense of obviously the rain that's coming down, but it also shows us direction. And so you can very clearly see these areas of rotation, these couplets as we refer to them, that shows you winds moving towards and away from the radar. And when you get these areas close together, that tells you that you've got tornadoes. A lot of these tornadoes are being radar or visually confirmed. So that shows us that we've got a very tornadic element to today's event. And that is very common with landfalling tropical systems. However, we have upped the Torcon values today. A lot of times they're at least a 3, today a 5, just given what we've already seen and what we know we'll continue to see here through the rest of today. Lee County, you are under a tornado warning. These tornadoes are moving south to north. So Fort Myers, Lehigh Acres, and North Fort Myers. Yes, you were just under a tornado warning. And again, we just had reports of damage. We've got more issues in and around Fort Myers, especially on the west side, or east side, excuse me, of I-75 right now. There are a few up towards Sebring and Okeechobee. These individual cells also looking very, unfortunately good when it comes to tornadoes. So we've got rotation. You get friction coming into play, those winds at different levels going different directions. And so a lot of these storms today are taking on that shape, that hook, and that kidney bean shape that oftentimes our supercell tornadoes are coming from. Tice, Slater, Tucker's Corner, Beaumont, and Hull, some of the communities in the path of this most recent tornado warning for parts of Lee County here on the north side of Fort Myers. Charlotte and Lee counties now to the east of Fort Myers, Buckingham, Gateway, Lehigh Acres. Again, that one until 1:45. We've got the ones up towards Sebring. And again, these storms have a very, very clear hook. Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties under this tornado warning. So you've got some very heavy rain up here. Tornado would sit right here and observe tornado. And sure enough, right where I circled, there's your tornado couplet. So greens are moving towards the radar, reds moving away. There you can see that counterclockwise rotation. So that's why, again, confirmation from the radar that we've got an observed tornado in progress. This is moving off to the north. It will be moving along 441, crossing 91. So this is to the west of Interstate 95. This is, again, not the only observed tornado that we've seen today. We're going to see more of these as the day wears on. So lowest level, most interior room where you need to be. Highlands and Polk counties also under a tornado warning. A tornado watch in effect from areas around Daytona Beach and Orlando all the way to South Florida. 9 o'clock, the expiration on this. We will see more issued as the storm actually makes landfall and moves through. But gosh, this eastern side of the storm, those outer bands have been particularly prolific when it comes to producing tornadoes already, and no indication that that's going to stop here in the next few hours. So if you are in this part of Florida, be aware. Moving through the afternoon, we've got that tornado threat, and then the wind comes in, the heavy rain comes in. Here again, as the storm moves closer to landfall, as we get towards the late evening, early overnight time frame, we're going to see a very heavy stretch of rain from Tampa to Orlando and northward. So unfortunately, these areas are going to get drenched. You're going to get rain. We could see high water issues. So flash flood alerts will be going off. You may even see flash flood emergencies issued. And I think a lot of people will be losing power here in the coming hours. So rainfall still to come, 8 to 12 inches of rain from areas around Tampa over to east of Orlando. We could see some spots, though, exceed a foot, even a foot and a half. And that's why there is that concern for flash flooding in addition to the surge and the wind. All right, we've got a lot to talk about, obviously, throughout the show. We're going to get back to Justin Michaels in a minute. We've got Reynolds Wolf also out in the field. I've got some video to show you, though, of the tornadoes that we have seen out of these storms that are coming in, courtesy of Hurricane Milton. Matt Lachey, we actually captured this on a camera. You can see the camera bumping up and down. And this, a lot of times these are water spouts that move on shore once it's on ground. Now you've got a tornado, but just going to show that it's not just the winds of the hurricane itself. We're going to see these tornadoes, they're causing damage in anticipation. Look at that tower just shaking back and forth. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf in Daytona Beach. Reynolds, you, of course, under that tornado watch right now. We've got to be aware of the severe threat and then, of course, the very heavy rain threat that Milton's going to bring.
You're correct on all counts. What's interesting about Daytona Beach is this is an area that is no stranger when it comes to tropical weather. In fact, with a data set going back to 1870, this area has either been directly hit or brushed by a tropical system once every 2.27 years. And the sign of an approaching storm is everywhere, both man-made and natural. Let's start with the man-made first. Across this street here and across this alleyway, you'll notice that you see a lot of things boarded up, a preventative measure to try to withstand the strong winds that we anticipate are going to come. Again, that's the man-made signs that we know that a storm is coming. Now let's talk about nature. Well, for you at home, you're able to see some of those raindrops coming down. But as we step up here on the pier, we're going to try to step backwards. Here we go. Lauren DeSarmo is behind the camera doing an amazing job. And Lauren, if we can, let's bring the camera over coastside and let's show America. Yeah, this is one of the world's spring break destinations, but of course here we are in October talking about an approaching tropical system. Now what's interesting about this one, and all of these storms are not the same. They're all different. All these hurricanes have different characteristics, different personalities, just like people. And this one, if you had to compare it, it is similar to Charlie in the sense that it is generally going from west to east. Now Charlie came more southwest to northeast, but still it's coming from a direction that is not born from the Atlantic. Now at this point, you'll also notice at this beach, which typically can be quite wide, especially at low tide, and if you have any knowledge about Daytona Beach, this is an area where back when the Daytona 500, when the racing began here, part of the race was actually on the beach. Well, obviously, what we see racing right now is the surf that is coming on in. In some places, you can make out, it's easy to discern some of the white caps coming in, but then you go maybe 100 yards off the coast, and it's all awash. I mean, your visibility goes from poor to absolutely nothing. But what's easy to see is that we do expect a lot of trouble here. Let's talk about the trouble that we can anticipate in Daytona Beach. Number one, you can expect the wind damage. That can be a tremendous issue, knocking out power, damaging trees. Another thing you could do is certainly it could affect the structures. Right? Then on top of that, you've got the issue with storm surge. Now, in this part of the world, we can expect anywhere from 3 to 5 feet of surge, and that's going to be a problem, not just here, but all the way up towards Jacksonville. So any stretch of the coastline that is where land and water meet, we're talking not just here on the beaches, but your lagoons, your swamps, your rivers, your streams, your estuaries, everything is going to be affected in a tremendous way. Erosion, sure bet, absolutely. But it's also going to be interesting to see what happens up towards Jacksonville in the St. John's area. You'll remember in Jacksonville with Irma back in 2017, Jacksonville wasn't even the cone, but still affected in a terrible way, obviously, because of all that rising water. So flooding is another threat. Here in Daytona, we're expecting the flooding that could be maybe 10 inches, some spots, maybe even 15, and that's more than enough to cause problems. And then, of course, we're going to go full circle. The first circle issue that we're going to have is going to be back to the tornadoes, okay? So when you have these approaching systems, they can spawn tornadoes. They are often rain-wrapped. They often can be quite small, but they can still cause a great deal of damage and loss of life, and they're also very easy to detect. You can detect on radar, sure, but stepping outside and seeing one plain as day, that is not often the case. Now, in terms of history with tornadoes, tropical spawn tornadoes, in 2004 with Charlie, you did have a tornado that spun up right here in Volusia County. There was a lot of damage with that one, so certainly all threats are going to be there, especially during the overnight hours into tomorrow. All right, Chris, that is the situation we have for you in Daytona Beach. Rain's coming down, and again, it's going to go from bad to worse over the next 12 to 24 hours. Chris, let's send it back to you, man.
Yeah, appreciate the update there, Reynolds. You know, things are going downhill here in a hurry. We've talked a lot about the tornado warnings. Unfortunately, some significant damage around some areas in Fort Myers, not far from the Caloosahatchee River. Those tornado warnings are continuing several areas through southwest Florida and moving into central Florida as well. There's the center of Milton, and we're actually starting to see the storm surge come in now in places like Naples. It's not that high yet, but it will come in quick, and we're already getting that spike up as we've just gone past low tide. We're also getting heavy rain. Notice how this is a very north-loaded system, and we've seen significant rainfall already just south of St. Augustine here, not far from where Reynolds was in Daytona Beach. We've actually Palatka and areas here in Palm Coast, so parts of Flagler, Putnam, and St. Johns counties, they're already under a flash flood warning. This has been observed too, so there is standing water. Some of the area rivers, creeks, and streams are running high. We've already had estimated rainfall totals close to 3.5, 4 inches. And this is only the beginning, guys. We're in the first quarter of a long, game ahead as we go into the next 24 hours. And all of this moisture is going to continue to stream across the state. That is why flood watches are up. Obviously, storm surge is going to be catastrophic in some areas here along the west coast of Florida, but the inland flooding could be just as dangerous in some areas, especially if you live in a flood zone near rivers, especially into central North Florida. Rivers here are notorious for flooding, and as the surge comes in towards Jacksonville later on tonight and early in the morning, that water is going to have a hard time draining into the St. Johns River. That could easily spill over its banks, and some of the area tributaries and smaller rivers having to take on that extra load. So there's the eye as the high-resolution future radar of Milton. By this point, getting very close to Tampa Bay. This is looking very dangerous here for the Tampa Bay area, and especially points south where that surge will be extremely high. Areas around Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, into Sarasota. Very heavy surge coming in very quickly here just after dinner time tonight. Broad circulation as this starts to transform. It will come across the state, kind of going from tropical to more extratropical type characteristics. But look at the rain that stays to the north of the center. So Ocala, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Orlando, all going to be impacted with not only very strong wind gusts and the severe weather threat, but most concerning is the flood potential here that we could see as we go into early tomorrow morning. We're talking some areas that could see an additional foot of rain between now and tomorrow at this time, and that is prompted a high risk here for much of central Florida, the entire I-4 corridor, the entire Tampa Bay, Sarasota metro areas, into all of Metro Orlando, Daytona Beach, and just south of Jacksonville. Jacksonville, you'll be on the northern fringe. You're out of the worst of the rainfall potential. And then, of course, in South Florida, we'll get those squalls, but there'll be intermittent breaks in between. So that should help minimize our potential for flooding. But even tomorrow, we're looking at areas on the northeast Florida coast for that high risk of flash flooding. So as far as inland flooding goes, avoid driving in the water. You shouldn't be driving at all anywhere across the state. Make sure you know if you're at a hotel, if you're visiting this area, if you're near the area that's prone to flooding, talk to someone who knows, whether it be someone who works at that hotel or maybe family or friends that live nearby, and keep an eye out. Obviously, have a place to go if the water does come up really quickly, and don't go out tonight. Conditions are quickly deteriorating, Alex, even into southwest Florida, where we've had numerous tornado warnings.
Yeah, and we've got to watch for surge there. And as you're pointing out, really heavy rain that's going to come out of this, too, will just add to the flood problems that we see from the surge. Captiva Island, Florida, you can see the winds picking up a bit, not nearly what we're going to see later. But look at the Gulf off in the distance. It is churned up. And the surge, of course, we talk about the deadliest part of these hurricanes. We saw it across, unfortunately, this part of the state of Florida with Ian. I think some of the videos still stick with folks, just how fast that water comes in, how high the water gets, and the wave action on top of that. And what's left in these communities, sometimes not much at all, is able to survive the surge of these storms. Cedar Key southward, storm surge warnings are in effect. We also have storm surge warnings in and around the Melbourne area up through Brunswick. So there will be an onshore push on the eastern side of the state of Florida and even South Georgia. Storm surge watches up into the low country country of South Carolina. Unfortunately, this part of Florida very vulnerable to surge because it's a shallow ocean floor. So the water's not very deep as you make your way out into the Gulf, and that goes out for a while. So you really maximize the increase. You know, when you've got a much more steep ocean shelf on the East Coast, you're not able to maximize the surge quite like you do here in West Florida. Sarasota and points south, now that 10 to 15 foot surge. So if you're just joining us now, these numbers have changed given the more southerly track of Hurricane Milton. So Tampa, Sarasota, that zone still looking at 8 to 12 foot surge. That is still a substantial life-threatening surge. So if you did evacuate, you need to still. The numbers have gone down, but we are talking about life-threatening storm surge from areas north of Tampa all the way down to the south of Naples, even 3 to 5 feet as we get into the southwest part of the state. But now Fort Myers, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. That is water over normally dry ground. Sarasota to about Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet. So with the center of the track expected to be a little farther south, you unfortunately maximize that onshore push, maximize those surge values on that southern flank, in this case of the eye wall, that front right quadrant where you're going to see that strongest push. And unfortunately here, it is going to be for communities just to the south of the eye wall when it makes its way onshore. 2 to 4, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge expected from areas south of Melbourne up to about Savannah. Even Charleston could see water rises of 1 to 3 feet. We know what that'll do in some of those very vulnerable areas in the low country of South Carolina. Right now, we've got water rises on the east coast of Florida because you've got that onshore push right now. So winds coming out of the east. The angle of approach, of course, plays a big role in what you see when it comes to surge. Like this one, when you have that straight on approach versus a more diagonal or parallel approach, that produces a higher surge because you've got the coast. Now you've got the storm coming in, and so those winds are perpendicular, rushing that water on shore. So lesser surge height, not a no surge height by any means when you've got a parallel or angled approach. Heck, we saw that with Helene. It did not make landfall. It was a more parallel approach, but it was such a large and powerful storm. We saw some huge surge values. So this one coming in straight on, unfortunately, is going to allow those surge values to be maximized. And major hurricane expected. One thing that is helping us, again, is some weakening due to cooler ocean temperatures just off the west coast of Florida. Also some shear. So I think we'll see those numbers continue to go down, but a 125-mile-an-hour Category 3 hurricane is still going to produce huge surge values. Hurricane force winds expected all across the state, so power outages will be an issue. The storm will then move offshore. This is not going to come back up and make landfall on the East Coast. So some good news for southeast states, although still dealing with the surge. And this is not something that's going to come up and bring more rain into interior parts of the southeastern U.S. High tide, have to pay attention to that, 7:24 in Naples. So unfortunately, this will be at a point where we will at least have a southerly wind component. So we will get some of a push on some of those south-facing beaches. High tide Thursday at 4:06. There you've got landfall expected to the north. Now you're really maximizing that onshore push, Chris. Winds out of the west, and unfortunately with high tide, that'll probably be the point at which we see the maximum water rises onshore.
All right, speaking of Naples, let's take a live look outside. This is the pier, and that surge is now coming in. Typically, several pilings past that gate that's closed off from the pier. The pier, by the way, still destroyed from Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. Never fully repaired since then, so they have it closed off. But typically, you can walk out in the sand under the pier for quite a ways. The water's already encompassed much of the actual beach part of Naples and is coming in quick. The surge is coming in quick. You've got huge swells on top of that. Now, winds aren't all that strong here in Naples just yet, but that push of water is coming in, and we're going to see it go up in places like Naples Bay. That starts to flood areas around Tin City and the dock area just outside of downtown. Let's talk about winds, and obviously the time to prepare is done. Now you're sheltering in place, you're riding this out. Hopefully your windows are covered, you have hurricane-proof windows, or you have shutters up. If you don't, you want to shelter like you would for a tornado, especially as these winds really ramp up in that eye wall. You don't want to stay in a mobile home, and if you are in a mobile home, please, I urge you to leave. Go to a shelter if you have nowhere else to go, but if you have friends or even a neighbor nearby that has a much sturdier structure, that's where you want to ride this out. Obviously, we've got numerous tornado warnings, okay? So that is something we're watching really closely. So here's the latest observations that we're dealing with. We've already seen some strong tropical storm force gusts. Most of those have been in those severe thunderstorm squalls and tornado warned squalls. Look at Key West, though. Southerly winds sustained at 30 miles per hour, gusting to 45. We've seen some strong winds in Fort Myers. Sustained winds aren't all that strong, but when those gusts come in, we've seen them go up over 40, 50 miles per hour. And we did have a confirmed tornado there around Fort Myers that did cause damage. So now you have folks displaced. Their home is not safe to be in, and they got to get to a safer spot before the worst of the weather really picks up. Tampa, we've got an offshore wind. This is helping to pull some of that water out of the bay. 13 miles per hour, gusting close to 35 miles per hour. Pretty calm here in central Florida until you get into those tornado warned storms. But we're getting a very breezy day, even gusty day here in the South Florida as well, off the Atlantic in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach. Now for Southwest Florida, most of the winds are coming out of the southeast. You're getting that water kind of parallel to the coast. We're going to start to see that water come in as Milton continues to make its track towards west central Florida. So that's going to bring in that surge. But that water's already propagating out to the west coast of Florida, and that's going to start bringing in those higher storm surge values from now all the way through high tide, which will be later this evening. Gusting to 40 right now in Naples, so we're getting tropical storm force gusts there. Because of St. Petersburg and the proximity to the bay, we've actually got wind coming off the bay slamming into St. Petersburg, giving us much higher winds than in Tampa. So nearly 50 mile per hour gusts right now in St. Petersburg, and they're very concerned about the cranes that are all around the downtown core in St. Petersburg. So if you're in those high rises, you want to avoid the windows, they're saying here for the city of St. Petersburg, because of the potential there for crane failure and damage that could come slamming into some of these high rises. All right, so there's a look at the winds. Again, conditions really go downhill as we approach 6, 7, 8 p.m. tonight. The surge will be going up very quickly from there. And look at the core winds. I mean, if you end up in this eye, whether you're on the north side, which could be very dangerous, we could have some of the strongest gusts there in the St. Pete, Tampa area, being on the northern eye wall, but also the onshore wind where the surge will be most catastrophic, but also the highest onshore winds as well that could exceed 100 to 120 miles per hour. That's like riding through an EF1, EF2 tornado. So please take this threat seriously. Tampa has not seen winds this strong in very, very long time. It very well may be a century before we've seen winds this strong come through the Tampa Bay area, aside from any isolated tornadoes that we've seen. So the tree canopy, while it's helpful, those trees can become huge dangers and fall in your home. That's a big threat. So don't sleep in any room tonight if you're concerned about a tree falling on your home. Just be extra precautious, and if you have to sleep in the hall because it's safer, do so. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a loud night, and when conditions get really dark and the power goes out, it's hard to even tell what's going on. You just hear the noises around you. So that core pink area is where we're going to see those strongest winds, and that extends really from about Cape Coral, Pine Island, and then Charlotte Harbor, Inglewood, Venice, Sarasota, and Manatee County, so Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, and then all of the Tampa Bay area. This will also go well inland to Wauchula, Arcadia, places here in Highlands County, and then, of course, Lakeland, and just south of I-4, like around Bartow and Winter Haven, we could see those strongest core winds over 100 miles per hour, but even gusts over 70 to 100 miles per hour all the way back towards the Space Coast, including Orlando. That is why power outages are not only possible, but are going to be widespread across central Florida, but also into southwest Florida, extending back into the eastern part of the state, and also up around Daytona Beach. Gainesville, Ocala could take a very hard hit from this, from the wind alone and the heavy rain threat that we just talked about, Alex.
Yeah, we see a lot of issues for the city of Orlando. Our Justin Michaels is there. Justin, they find themselves in an interesting position because Orlando becomes a refuge spot for the folks along the coast who, of course, have to get away from the water, but they're going to be dealing with the wind and the flood threat. Orlando has the luxury of all those hotel rooms for people to take, but we don't want to minimize the issues they're going to see.
Well, Alex, stay with me for a second. I'm going to show you something you're interested in. But to your point, 120,000 hotel rooms here in the greater Orlando area, most of which are full right now. I want to show you something interesting here at Lake Eola. You might be able to see two black swans. Lake Eola, Alex, is known for its waterfowl, particularly the swans. And we have two black swans here. Just doing a quick Google search. In traditional Chinese culture, that's a sign of good luck just to see one. We've got two here. So let's hope that good luck really takes over here in Central Florida, because I know we have some weather that is going to cause a major issue as Milton comes through. You heard Chris talking about the tornado threat, and in fact, we have a tornado watch in place here in the greater Orlando area through 8 o'clock tonight, with every expectation as the storm is getting closer and closer to us, that will certainly be extended. And of course, if a watch turns into a warning, you need to go to your safe place as far away from any exterior walls and windows as possible and take safe haven until that warning has passed. Another major issue is because of these lakes and the low-lying area and the saturated soil here in Orlando, flooding is going to be a major issue, most likely flash flooding. The fact that this is happening overnight could be a good thing when it comes to flash flooding, because most people would be home anyway. So let's hope that stays the case throughout the course of this evening into tomorrow morning, because flash flooding is highly likely. Because of that risk, you can see how low Lake Eola might be. Doesn't take an eye that has ever seen this lake to see the lake bottom there. That's because the system of lakes in and around the greater Orlando area have all been lowered. They can lower the water levels to protect against flooding, and they have certainly done that here. Lake Eola and many of the other lakes in this area. As far as the airport, it's closed. Closed at 8 o'clock this morning. You're not coming or going until from Orlando International Airport. That's MCO. Also, the happiest place on earth, right? Disney is closing in phases beginning at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So be checking with your reservations, your tickets, because that is changing. The afternoon goes on at all the properties, and of course, as we send it to Reynolds, not far to our east in Daytona. Reynolds, as you well know, you have kids. It's not just Disney here. We've got Universal. We've got so many theme parks in this part of the country, all of them on systematic closings if they're not closed already. Reynolds, a bit of good news I can share with you, though. We actually had a call from a manager at Home Depot, one of the Home Depots. Home Depots are staying open until 3 o'clock this afternoon, and by and large, many of them in Orlando still have water. So if people are still seeking out water to get through the aftermath of the storm, Home Depot might be a good bet. Reynolds, to you now in Daytona.
Yes, sir. You know, if you've got water and you got power, that's a lot of the battle. Not all of the battle, but that certainly helps in a tremendous way. Justin was talking about the tourism here in Florida. When you think about the state of Florida as a whole, and I'm talking all the way to the panhandle of the Florida Keys, you really have a population that breaks down in three groups. One, you've got the tourists. You've got the tourists that are here, and some of them may be from faraway spots like North Dakota. They could be from the Central Plains. And tropical weather is something that's unusual to them. So when you have a situation like this, there are a lot of unknowns. Then you have people that are relatively new to Florida. This is a state with a booming population. But then on top of that, you've got people that have been here for generations. They've dealt with so many storms. Now, people that have been in the Daytona area for a long time know that just 8 years ago, almost 8 years to the very day, we had a storm that was right off the coast. That, of course, is Matthew, with winds of 120 miles per hour. Missed this area by just 27 miles. But certainly, we had some rough times here. Let me show you something else that's interesting. Daytona Beach, you do have some drops here in elevation. When that happens, it's going to give water a possibility to pile up. And something to consider is that we could have some very heavy rain, someplace over a foot, so flooding is possible. And right as we send it back to Alex, let's give you a shot right up the beach. And this is going to be an area to watch certainly over the next 24 hours. As the waves pick up, could we see some surge going over the seawall here? We will let you know. We're going to be here, of course, for the duration and beyond. Let's send it back to the studio and back to Alex.
All right, Reynolds, thanks so much. We're going to get back out to Reynolds, have new video to show you of a tornado captured from a drone over Florida. This was earlier today, and you can see very well-defined tornadoes moving through, some flashes as this has led to power outages, and we've heard of damaged structures in the Fort Myers area already. A tornado watch remains in effect for a lot of Florida, including Daytona Beach, around where Reynolds was, down to South Florida. This in effect until 9 o'clock. There will be more issued, though. As the storm makes its way onshore, we'll continue to deal with that tornado threat. But a lot of today's action has been from these outer bands, and you can even see these individual cells lined up. For a time, we've seen them lined up with tornado warnings, so wouldn't be surprised to see some rotation out of these ones. We'll be watching those closely. Honestly, look at these, all stacked up, all showing that hook, that well-defined appendage to the storm. So here, Collier and Hendry counties under a tornado warning. This is an observed tornado, so these are either spotted by eye or the radar has confirmed it. There's that well-defined area of rotation. This is moving off to the north, so it'll be moving to the north of I-75.
Can a body wash transform your chest, arms, legs? It's Olay Body Wash with skincare ingredients and 10 times more vitamin B3 complex. So in 14 days, see visibly better skin. Olay Body Wash. Discover yours.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already in your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Easily isolate phone calls to the driver's seat in the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80. With Dexcom G7, managing your diabetes just got easier. So, what's your glucose number right now? Good thing you don't need a finger stick. How's all that food affect your glucose? Oh, the answer's on your phone. What if you're hitting low at night? Wow, it can alert you. And you can even track your goals. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM. Learn more at Dexcom.com.
Achy legs and painful arches? There's Copperfit Energy Socks for that. Our Easy On, Easy Off graduated compression socks to help reduce swelling, relieve tired, achy muscles, and provide energizing support. Now with arch support technology for targeted compression to help ease arch and ankle fatigue.
These were fantastic. The more I wore them, the better it got.
If you have to wear compression socks for whatever reason, these are a game changer.
Get Copperfit Energy Socks in these fine stores.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin, yeah, that's all me. Nothing is everything. Whoa.
With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist.
At Raleigh County Commission on Aging, we proudly serve those who served us. With a deep commitment to our veterans' well-being, our dedicated team provides tailored personal care services for our honored veterans. We offer personal services such as assistance with bathing, grooming, light housekeeping, and meal preparation to ensure they can remain in their homes. Raleigh County Commission on Aging, honoring our veterans with personalized care, gratitude, and respect.
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy 1 unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com today.
Online. Find the treatment that works for you. Get started today at hims.com.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under sunny skies. This afternoon, mostly sunny. High 67. Winds northwest at 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear. Low 40. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Day, mainly high 64. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7 outlook.
We are tracking Hurricane Milton as it approaches the western coast of the state of Florida. Looking at Naples right now, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. So we've seen the winds increase, and you can see the Gulf. It's charged up.
Yep.
Chris, we've got a lot of wave action, and unfortunately, this is what we're going to see being pushed on shore later with those devastating storm surge values of 10 to 15 feet expected in areas south of Tampa.
And even in Naples, we're expecting 5 to 8 feet. And just for reference, in Hurricane Ian, we had an 8-foot surge in Naples, and we saw the devastation that it did there in the city. Hurricane warnings just north of Naples into Fort Myers, Lee County, and across Sarasota, Tampa, all of middle Florida, really, central Florida, and the East Coast. And there it is, the eye of Milton now, pretty much parallel with Fort Myers as it's continuing that northeast track towards the Tampa Bay, Sarasota metro areas.
Tons of tornado warnings already today. A significant severe threat coming with Milton Torcon values of 5 today. You are watching Weather Unfiltered. I'm Alex Wilson here with Chris Bruin. We're going to get you through the next few hours. We've also got live reports from Justin Michaels in Orlando and our own Reynolds Wolf in Daytona Beach.
So about 40,000 customers now across the state of Florida without power. That number continues to climb. Most of that is due to the tornado warnings, which unfortunately, Alex, it's already caused damage in Fort Myers. So these folks now have to get out of their house that's damaged and get to a safe place before the weather only gets worse.
And that's why we so often urge you to just leave, because you've got the tornado threat. Yeah, now you've got a damaged home that if you were planning on riding out a storm, now you've got roof damage because of the tornado. You know you've got really heavy rain, stronger winds, and the surge on the way.
All right, so please get to safety as quickly as you can. Power outages will only get higher from there. We've seen some strong tropical storm force gusts here in Pinellas County. You're looking live at Clearwater Beach, essentially a ghost town. Which is good. That means nobody's really out. The barrier islands, by the way, have been closed, and many of the water actually being turned off to discourage people from staying on these barrier islands. The Sunshine Skyway is now officially closed. A lot of the bridges have already closed down, so you're pretty much stuck where you're going to be riding out this storm as conditions get much worse than this. It won't be long, Alex, before the beautiful white sand is covered.
Yeah, you know, it's an unfortunate thing. These are very, very populated areas for a reason. They are spectacular places to live, unfortunately, extremely vulnerable to what we've got. And that is a Category 4 Hurricane Milton with 145-mile-per-hour winds, pressure 935 millibars. So we've got the hurricane hunters. They've been out there. We're going to get more updates. We will see some more weakening as it approaches land. There are some environmental factors that are not helping this storm continue to strengthen. So we're not going to see an increase in strength. We are expecting a decrease in strength. With that said, still a major hurricane set to make landfall later tonight. It's moving northeast 17 miles an hour, so it's picked up speed, and it will continue to do that. You can see these lines fairly far apart, so it goes to show you that this storm is going to be making up ground pretty quickly. By this time, you know, tomorrow, we're going to have the center of the storm offshore. But between now and then, we've got major threats on the table. First and foremost, the storm surge. That's going to be maximized in those areas that are just to the south of where that center of the storm makes landfall. So with the shift southward in our forecast cone, we think that's going to be somewhere around and to the south of Sarasota. So the National Hurricane Center has adjusted their surge forecast. I'll show you that in just a moment. Tropical storm warnings all the way into the Keys and the Bahamas, but there is the zone of the hurricane force winds. Hurricane warnings from Fort Myers to Cedar Key over to Daytona Beach. We've got Titusville. We've got Melbourne under that. Areas south of Jacksonville under hurricane warnings. Jacksonville, tropical storm warning for you. Those extend into the southeast Georgia coastline. Winds of over 110 miles an hour. That is what we are expecting around and south of Tampa. So this would lead to widespread power outage concerns and, of course, structural damage. You're going to see roof damage, shingles, shutters may be blown off, and, of course, some of those lesser, the structures with less structural integrity, a manufactured home, a mobile home, they could be destroyed by these kind of winds. So these are not going to be safe places to ride the storm out when you're talking about Category 3 hurricane force winds. Vero Beach, Orlando, 74 to 110 mile-per-hour winds possible there. So even in these areas, do not stay in a mobile home. Do not ride this storm out in a mobile home. Be prepared for power outages. Be prepared for tree damage. As Chris mentioned, if you've got a lot of trees around your home, sleep in an interior room, make yourself safe. But remember, with the wind and, of course, the severe threat, if you're in an area where surge is an issue, we say to go to the lowest level, most interior room for a tornado, you need to go up for surge. So that's why, again, hopefully if you are watching us and you live near the coast, you are watching us from somewhere other than the coast. Storm surge warnings in and around Cedar Key all the way to southwest Florida. We've also got these warnings for an onshore push into eastern Florida, central, northeast parts of the state, and South Georgia. We'll see that surge of water onto normally dry ground given the push of the wind. Tornado watch posted until 9 o'clock. This includes Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa, all the way into South Florida. We have seen quite a few tornadoes, some captured on camera. And you look at this, it's like a patchwork quilt of warnings. And we've got very well-defined areas of rotation. These storms all warned, and we were anticipating that because they're all showing that hook, that kidney bean shape that we oftentimes see with tornadic thunderstorms. Collier and Hendry County under a tornado warning. Watching that, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if we've got some areas up here to the north. We could have a few areas of rotation in there. Sure enough, we do. There's one, there's two, there's three. So we've got multiple areas of rotation moving south to north here in Collier and Hendry County, one just off to the north of I-75. So don't think you see something move through, the winds pick up, and you go to safety. All of these storms are rotating. This one, wouldn't be surprised to see that one go too. We've got, again, that look to these storms. This one up to the south of Melbourne, very clear hook on that one. Again, these have been observed tornadoes, and that's exactly what this one is for Indian River, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie counties until 2 o'clock. Well-defined hook. Tornado would be sitting right there. When we look at the velocity, sure enough, there it is. So that area of rotation, that spin moving off towards the north. If you are in this area, get to your safe spot. Don't go outside and look at it. We've seen these tornadoes captured on camera, and again, they have done damage today. Here comes Milton's eye wall as we move towards the later hours of the evening. So sitting somewhere likely just to the south of Tampa as we make our way towards the late evening, early overnight hours. That's when we're going to maximize that wind. Wouldn't be surprised to see extreme wind warnings issued because of those very dangerous winds. Again, they are going to damage structures. They could destroy some structures. I also want you to note, heavy rain begins to set in late today, and that continues overnight in a place like Orlando. The rain is going to be pouring down. And so even though the storm moves pretty quickly across the state of Florida, we are looking at very heavy rainfall rates because this part of Florida, that footprint area, sits in extremely heavy rain from later today into tomorrow morning. I think by the afternoon, you can see center of the storm is over here. We're going to begin to see the rainfall back off, winds will back off, and obviously the surge will go down. But between now and then, it is going to be a very dangerous few hours. Here is your footprint of rain, 8 to 12 plus inches. Some areas, Mike Bettis could see a foot, even a foot and a half of rain. You are in Tampa, where the surge threat has dropped a bit, but by no means are we out of the woods. We've got big surge expected.
No, absolutely, Alex. We're expecting to take a very hard hit here in the Tampa-St. Pete area with the landfall expected after dark tonight. And the Biden administration has approved Florida's request for an emergency declaration. This really coming on the heels of devastation caused by Helene just 2 weeks ago. And now questions remain about FEMA's ability to respond to this disaster. So joining us now live on the phone is the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thank you so much for being with us. You, as well as the President, have expressed a lot of concern about, misinformation spread about FEMA in particular. What can you tell the people in Florida about the federal government's ability to help them out in this hurricane, especially after this hurricane?
Sure, Mike. I mean, first of all, let me tell you that we just had a very important briefing with the head of FEMA, Homeland Security, the National Oceanic Administration, and we are ensuring that federal resources are on the ground, pre-positioned to help folks with water and food, and also obviously personnel in terms of having folks on the ground who are going to work with the local and the state authorities so that we're well coordinated. We have more than 1,000 federal personnel on the ground in Florida right now, and we're going to continue to scale up, and we're working with these incredible local leaders to prepare. I would also emphasize that it's really important that your viewers, your listeners, listen to your local authorities. What has been emphasized over and over again is that this will be unlike any hurricane the region has ever experienced. And I know we got some tough Floridians who have dealt with the hurricanes before and have been fine. This is going to be different. So please listen to your local officials and understand the seriousness of this and your ability to frankly save your life, because this is expected to be not only dangerous but deadly. The other point, Mike, that I would make, especially it came through on the briefing from the federal experts, it's really important that we think about the language that we're using to talk about what we are predicting. Because, for example, it has moved from time to time from a Category 5 to a Category 4. It's important that we not emphasize that downgrading has happened, because, in fact, the difference between Category 5 and Category 4 in terms of the danger and the damage is pretty much the same. Similarly, when we're talking about the surge threat, it may have dropped, it may increase, but it's still dangerous. It's still extremely dangerous. So it's important that we communicate to folks that there may be some fluctuations around some of the levels, but we are absolutely entirely within the zone of dangerous, deadly levels, regardless of how it fluctuates within that. And so I just want to emphasize that to you. And then, of course, for the folks who are still trying to survive and recover from Hurricane Helene, don't listen to anything or anybody who's trying to make you more afraid than you already are because of what has happened. There are federal resources you are entitled to receive without condition. And there are resources that are available to you to deal with what you need right now, to, for example, get money to be able to fill your prescriptions and deal with a hotel expense, and then there are resources available to you to help you recover over the longer term. The other point I would make is this, and I've done this work in my career. Sadly, there are some folks who, during the moment of a crisis, will be very predatory and start jacking up prices like gasoline or hotels or airlines to take advantage of the desperation people are experiencing. So to anybody who's thinking about jacking up those prices, those companies that are thinking about doing it, know that we are monitoring and we're watching. And if there is that kind of price gouging, that there will be a consequence for that, because it's just wrong to take advantage of people who are desperate for help. And so know that we're watching that as well.
Madam Vice President, I wanted to ask you about the cost of these disasters, because last year alone, the United States experienced 28 separate billion-dollar weather disasters. Is the current budget of FEMA able to keep pace with the increasing costs of these storms, and what's the plan there?
So FEMA has the resources it needs right now to deal with what has happened in terms of Helene and what we expect in terms of Milton, and we need Congress, when they come back, to put more resources into investing in resilience and adaptation around these extreme weather events. You know, these budgets, so many of them were constructed around a bygone time. And Mike, what you know and all the work you've been doing over the years, if you track the way that this is all happening, it's getting worse. And FEMA's budget and these federal agencies that do this work need the resources to deal with this moment in time. And so I'm looking forward to Congress, when they come back, taking that seriously and giving them the resources they need to deal with the current moment.
I wanted to ask you about insurance, because we know that a lot of insurance companies have pulled out of hurricane-prone locations, including in Florida. What role can the federal government play in making not only insurance companies viable, but insurance affordable and available to homeowners?
It's a big issue, Mike. I mean, you know, I was Attorney General for 2 terms in California dealing with this around wildfires. And we've seen it happen in various places around the country, be it floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, or wildfires, where insurance companies are pulling out and homeowners and renters are left footing the bill. And I'm going to be taking a look at all the options, because I know it's a big issue. And, you know, folks need help to be able to recover, and it really is. It's life-changing in so many tragic ways. And so I will be taking a look at this as we go forward.
Madam Vice President, I want to ask you a more specific question about, storm preparation and evacuation. We know that many of the beaches here have mandatory evacuations, but some people may not have the resources or the means to evacuate on their own. Is there any role the federal government, or maybe even in conjunction with state or local government, is there any role you can play in assisting people in circumstances like that?
Yes, and so part of what we want to do is make sure that people are in touch with FEMA and with your state and local folks, because they actually know how to help people get access to the resources that can help them with mobility, with transportation, with housing, and with their basic necessities in this moment of crisis. So it's important to reach out and know that there are people who are there, who are willing and able, and it's their job to help you, including for folks who need help with medical care, including with folks who have any type of physical disability or otherwise and are in need of extra assistance.
Governor DeSantis has accused you of politicizing this storm. What message would you say to people in letting them know that this is not campaign related, how you're responding to this storm?
Listen, I've spent my career concerning myself with the safety and the protection of people, and my heart just aches for what we've already seen in terms of the loss. I mean, I've talked with people I talked with a woman who just days before I talked with her, she lost her husband because of Hurricane Helene, and her daughter I talked with who lost her father. This is not a time for us to just point fingers at each other as Americans. It's really not. And, when I've had the experience of holding the hands of people who are grieving because of unfair, tragic loss, and anybody who considers themselves to be a leader should really be in the business right now of giving people a sense of confidence that we're all working together, and that we have the resources and the ability to work together on their behalf, on behalf of the people of our country. And that's what I'm focused on, and I welcome every and anyone to work with me and for us to be able to work together. I don't care who you voted for in the last election or who you're voting for in the next election.
Well, Madam Vice President, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today. Appreciate all your time, and thank you very much.
Mike, I know you're on the ground there. You please stay safe, okay? Thanks for all you're doing to help so many out. You take care.
Will do. Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. Kamala Harris speaking with us right now and talking about the federal government and their response to this storm, their ability to respond simultaneously to two disasters. Helene, that's still a work in progress across the southeast and here across Florida, and then the response that will happen now with Milton. This may be a little bit more confined response because it will not span across multiple states, but logistically it can be very, very complicated between local, state, and federal agencies to try to respond to these disasters all together at the same time. I'll give you an update on the weather. It is very rough for us right now. We've got a big storm line that's coming for us right now, and we'll certainly keep you up to date on the weather. By the way, do want to let you know that we did offer an invitation for President Trump to speak with us as well. That invitation still stands, and we hope to hear from him. But ultimately, things are going downhill for us here weather-wise over the next, say, 12 hours in particular here over the West Coast, and then pushing its way, Hurricane Milton, across the state of Florida. It's going to be a very big threat across central Florida, then all the way to the East Coast with heavy rain, high winds, and a lot of storm surges coming our way. I'll give you an update on what's happening here. It's really coming down for us, by the way. The winds are picking up, and I will pass this information along that the bridges are now closed. So behind me is the well, you can barely see it at this point, right? The Howard Franklin Bridge is right behind me. It's basically disappearing because the rain is so heavy at this point. But the bridges are now closed between the beaches and mainland Tampa. So ultimately, where you are is where you have to stay at this point. We advise you be off the roads at this point as well, because with the heavy rain threat, with the winds, with the tornado threat even, Alex Wilson, you would not want to be out and about. Just be home, be hunkered down, and be safe here for the rest of the day.
Well, Mike, nearly the whole central part of the state of Florida is under a tornado warning right now. So, yeah, out on the roads is not where you need to be. And some people's structures are getting damaged before the storm really makes its approach and makes its landfall. Clearwater Beach right now, obviously seeing very similar scenes to what we've seen on Mike's camera. The rain is coming down and winds have been picking up. Chris is monitoring surge, already seeing surge in some of these communities in western Florida. But right now, we start with the alerts. Where do we have storm surge warnings? Where do you need to be concerned about that push of water onto dry ground? Anybody in pink, and that does include the east coast of Florida, Jacksonville, down towards Daytona Beach, Melbourne. We're going to be looking at St. Augustine, seeing that push of water onshore, Flagler Beach. These are all communities that will see a rise because of the onshore component to the wind. Those warnings in effect. Greatest storm surge, I think, will come between Sarasota and Port Charlotte. We have adjusted the forecast a little farther to the south, taking in the current movement, the latest model guidance. So right now, National Hurricane Center puts that footprint of 9 to 13-foot storm surge around Sarasota and areas to the south. This is where you're going to see that maximization of the storm surge. And we're expecting landfall probably right around Sarasota. Again, we're going to be watching this throughout the day, every wiggle and shift. So ultimately, where that storm makes landfall, you're, of course, going to see the strongest of winds, but just to the south where we will maximize that surge. Fort Myers, 8 to 12 feet, also for Tampa and Sarasota. So while the numbers have dropped a bit, we are still looking at deadly storm surge. Again, if you are in these areas, you live in these areas, I hope you have taken the opportunity to leave. You do not want to be riding out the storm with those kind of surge values. Then on top of that, the wind and the rain. We're going to have freshwater flooding come down. So even here where we've got 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, that's water over normally dry ground, it is going to pour in some of these communities, Daytona Beach, Cape Canaveral. And so that water is not going to be able to drain out to the Atlantic. The rivers are going to be running high. So even more of a flash flood risk in these areas. Right now, we've got a rise of about 1 to 2 feet from Fernandina Beach down to Trident Pier. So already with that easterly component to the wind, we are seeing water rises on the northeast coast of Florida. Angle of approach, of course, plays a big role. When you've got a storm making landfall perpendicular to the coast, you are maximizing that onshore push because the winds are going to be perpendicular. When you've got a parallel or angled approach, you are able to minimize a bit, or I shouldn't say minimize, you're going to lessen how high that water rises. But look at what we had with Helene. Given the power and the size of that storm, even though it wasn't a perpendicular approach, we still had record storm surge. So there's a lot more that comes into play. But when you've got a major Category 3 hurricane making landfall with that west to east motion, you're going to maximize storm surge in some of these areas. So again, with landfall, if we went down the center of the cone, somewhere probably around Sarasota, we're going to see those highest storm surge values likely somewhere in here. If we're on the south side of the cone, it's going to be here into Fort Myers where we see the greatest storm surge. If it's up here closer to Tampa for landfall, it's going to be south of there near Sarasota for the greatest storm surge. When we look at our tide cycles, have to pay attention to that. Naples, you've got that southerly component, so south-facing beaches will see that push of water onshore. I think we're going to see the biggest problems overnight, 4:06 a.m., that high tide cycle with that westerly wind. So we're going to maximize that surge during the early morning hours. On the east coast of Florida, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in Daytona Beach. He's been monitoring the scene there. We've, of course, got the surge possibility, but the really heavy rain. You guys are already seeing heavy rain, and Reynolds, it's going to pour for about 18 hours.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be pouring in a big way. The thing is, that's really going to add up. Some locations around Daytona Beach could easily deal with up to a foot, maybe even more of the rainfall. And then on top of that, we get the possibility of having, well, surge that can be from 3 to 5 feet. Now, you just heard a second ago, Alex mentioned east. Okay, so if I were a human compass, east would be in that direction. North is over here. South, that away. But over my shoulder is the west, and that is where fury is going to come from. Compliments of Milton coming from the west, rolling east, and we can expect conditions, especially during the overnight hours and into the morning, to be a variety of things. You've got the heavy rain, the wind damage, but surge is also going to be an issue. As we look our way towards the south and maybe more towards the southeast as we go towards the commercial break, It is just pandemonium out there in the surf. Every now and then you'll see sets of 2 and 3, but, well, you go out a few hundred yards off to the coast, it is just a solid mass of gray. A lot of rain coming with it. The wind is going to join later on, and all of it combined with that rising water from the surge and the falling rainfall, it's going to be a huge problem. Tornadoes could be in the mix, too. All right, we're going to spin away to commercial break. We will see you on the other side. Coverage continues in a few moments.
So I was dating this guy, Chris, for years. I wanted to buy a house. Chris didn't. Then I realized I don't need to be with someone to buy a house. I can do it on my own.
Are you sure? You tend to exaggerate. Go ahead. Call him yourself.
Thank you for calling Aetna. This is Ann. How can I help you?
Do you really have Medicare plans that cover dental, vision, and hearing?
Yes, all 3. Plus, we have plans that include a monthly allowance for certain over-the-counter products.
Really?
See? They're great.
But what's all this going to cost me?
We know things can add up quickly. That's why Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with a $0 monthly plan premium and $0 preventive screenings.
Oh, I like that.
Then I think you'll like our strong network of doctors. And you can manage it all in our mobile app or on our website.
I told you.
Let me walk you through your plan options and find the one that's right for you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Don't wait. Call 1-877-AETNA-08 to find an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan that meets your unique needs. And let's make healthier happen together.
Now, what was this about me exaggerating?
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
N37 07.
Bingo! Oh, no big deal. Just want a bingo. You know it is a huge deal? Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2000X, and it's from the family over at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. So go on, check it out. It's over at 4patriots.com.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
With Optimum Mobile, buy one, get one. Get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. That's 2 unlimited mobile lines for $45 a month. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile. Get 2 lines of unlimited data, talk, and text to connect on America's largest 5G network. With more coverage than Verizon and AT&T combined. All for just $45 a month. Hurry, get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile.
Is it possible to count on my internet like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
At HIMS.com.
In our area, 66 degrees under fair skies. Afternoon, mostly sunny. High 67. Winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 40. Wind north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 66. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here are 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
The Weather Channel is tracking Hurricane Milton, a Category 4 storm, packing 130-mile-per-hour winds. Good afternoon. I am Justin Michaels. This is Orlando, Florida. And remember, when we're talking about this storm and really any other tropical weather impacting the coast of Florida, it's very likely we're going to have impacts inland. And that's exactly why we're here in Orlando, because remember, people who evacuated from the coast came here. Many people call Orlando and Central Florida home. Disney World is here. Universal Studios here. And because of all that activity and all that commerce and all the people who focus on this part of the state, remember, there's a lot of people who are here right now who will ride out the storm, escaping the danger along the coast. And the issues here will be inland flooding. We're expected to get a lot of flooding rains and also the potential for hurricane force winds as the storm, the bulk of the storm, the core of that storm comes right through Orlando sometime tomorrow morning. Something that Orlando did to try to combat any potential urban flooding and flooding around the area is lower their lakes. You can see the lake here, Lake Eola, which is really at the heart of the city of Orlando, the city beautiful that is Orlando. Notice how you can see the lake bed. Just a day ago, we could not see that lake bed because the system of lakes here in Orlando have all been lowered to try to combat any potential flooding. But you get those tropical rains that set up, those tropical downpours that set up, and that street flooding will undoubtedly happen. Moving around the area, we do know that many gas stations have closed, but many have not. And there is plenty of gas here in the Orlando area. Also, looking at some of the stores, like Home Depot, I use that only as an example because we've spoken to one of the managers at a Home Depot nearby. They're closing at 3 o'clock locally this afternoon, giving people that last possibility of getting things they may need. And Home Depot, by and large, make sure you're checking before you go, has water. So if you're still looking to get cases of water to have to get you through the storm, make sure you get those. Home Depot has them. And it's important to remember another major issue from coast to coast here in Florida will be widespread long-term power outages, meaning it's not going to be a few hours. You could likely not have power for days or more than a week until power crews have the opportunity to safely get that power re-energized. Remember also the potential hit to power infrastructure with storm surge issues along the coast that could top out or even exceed maybe 15 feet, depending on where you are. That can also take a huge hit to power infrastructure, meaning sometimes infrastructure will have to be rebuilt, meaning maybe the power poles or the power infrastructure on your street or your neighborhood, hey, it seems fine, but there's no power. Why? Remember the broader picture. That grid that is the power grid, Alex, could have taken a major hit, and Alex will likely have taken a major hit. And Alex, I know you're also tracking insult to injury. We're dealing with a hurricane and the potential for severe weather as well. Tornadoes. Alex, into you.
I think some of those power outages in Lee County are due to tornadoes that have moved through, caused damage there in Lee County. We've got more observed tornadoes right now. Justin Michaels, thank you so much. We're going to check in with Justin throughout the show about what's happening in Orlando. One of those things is a tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock local time. That continues all the way down into South Florida. We look at where the warnings are, and gosh, it is again just warning after warning from the southwest part of the state, but especially into the south central and central part of Florida. Tornado warning after tornado warning. Nearly each and every one of these storms is rotating, including some along and just to the west of Interstate 95. Some of these observed, and again, they look good, right? You get that that kidney bean shape to the storm. Tornado would be sitting right here on that hook. Would not be surprised to see something here as we've got an area of rotation off to the south and west of Stewart, but they're a pretty well-defined area of rotation. Martin and St. Lucie counties. This would be right along Interstate 95, moving to the north, so it's going to stay parallel to I-95 towards Fort Pierce, St. Lucie Village, Lakewood Park, Florida Ridge, and Vero Beach. Again, observed tornado here. So the radar has said, yeah, we've got a tornado in progress. This is not the only one. We've got two areas off to the north of Okeechobee, Cypress Quarters, Okeechobee, and Taylor Creek under the warning. Once again, an observed tornado and a considerable threat. Very well-defined areas of spin here. So we've got those couplets, and when these are very small and very clear, you've got yourself an observed tornado. So here north of Okeechobee, two areas of rotation, and again, you can pick them out as we look at the velocity. The velocity, essentially, this product on the radar is showing us the direction at which the rain is moving. So the raindrops are moving at a very close proximity towards and away from the radar. That tells you you've got that area of spin. Up to the north, very well-defined hook on this one. To the south and west of Melbourne, we've got areas west of I-95 in Brevard, Indian River, and Osceola counties under the warning. There would be your area of spin, and sure enough, there it is on the velocity product. Also moving to the north, so if you are west of Palm Bay, lowest level, most interior room where you need to be.
Eli, looks like we're running low on slider rolls.
Don't worry. I invited my team, too.
Your team?
Looks like Eli saved Slider Sunday.
Again.
King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
I was drowning in debt.
I didn't even know how I was going to buy food for my kids.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt myself.
I picked up the phone and called National Debt Relief. They were my savior.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief negotiates with your creditors to reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief was able to reduce my debt by over $21,000.
From the minute I made the call to National Debt Relief, I felt immediate relief. They had a plan for me.
They treated me like a real person, not a number.
It really was a team working with me.
National Debt Relief negotiated with all of my creditors and reduced the amount that I owe. And I'm now debt-free.
If you owe more than $10,000, call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how you can become debt-free.
You want to support your healthy blood pressure and help maintain your energy, your stamina, and your heart health. That's why Super Beets from Human does the hard part for you. Super Beets plant-based supplements for blood pressure support are formulated with unique ingredients that help support energy and help support heart health. It's a nature-centered, scientifically developed approach to cardiovascular support. Start your cardiovascular health journey with the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand. Get a free month supply on all bundles at superbeets.com.
Introducing McAfee Plus, all-in-one protection that goes beyond your devices. It protects you, your identity, and privacy. With McAfee Plus, you can enjoy life online confidently because safety has a feeling all its own.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
Pet owners know the struggle. Your best bud can track all sorts of gunk indoors. Now there's a simple solution. It's Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that keeps your dog's paws clean before they make a mess inside. Use Muddy Mat under your pet's food dish, in the bathroom, even catch spills in the kitchen. Call or go online to order your Muddy Mat right away. Through this introductory offer, order 2 and get 1 free for only $24.95 each.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Welcome aboard! The greatest squares in the universe have come together to create the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. Ready to learn more? patty! It has Wendy's fresh, never-frozen beef and a secret Krabby collab sauce.
Tell me more.
The patty is, wait for it, square!
Such perfection.
Now I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Order up.
With bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo traps. Zevo attracts and traps bugs 24/7 using a blue and UV light with no odor and no mess for effortless protection. Zevo, people friendly, bug deadly.
You're watching Weather Unfiltered as we track Hurricane Milton going to make landfall later this evening into the overnight, but already things have gone very downhill in the state of Florida, including multiple, to say the least, tornado warnings.
50 tornado warnings so far is the last check, and I think we're up to 51 now with a new one that just came in here in Broward County near the Collier State Line. So that's over Alligator Alley, where they already had a large tornado spotted from the toll plaza there in Broward County a couple of hours ago.
We've got a lot going on, and that's why we said if you were going to evacuate Monday, Tuesday, the days you needed to do it, because today things are just too dangerous to be out on the roads. We've got video for you to share with you. By the way, I'm Alex Wilson, Chris Bruin with me. We've got Justin Michaels, Reynolds Wolf, Felicia Combs will be joining us from the field. But video of those tornadoes actually being captured on some tower cameras earlier today.
So let's take a look, and if you haven't seen this yet, come to your screen because this shows you how serious the tornado threat has already been. Again, Hurricane Milton, 130 miles per hour. So as the latest advisory, the winds have come down a little bit. Still a Category 4 hurricane, pressure at 944 millibars. And there's that tornado video. This was seen from some of the suburbs outside of Fort Lauderdale, kind of on the edge of the Everglades, looking off towards the west, but very well defined tornado, one that you would expect more in the plains.
Right. You know, we're not looking at water spouts today. You know, we could still see them, but these are, again, stronger tornadoes. I think they're damaging. We've seen damage around Fort Myers. You look at these, and again, these are not just those weak rope tornadoes. So take tornado warnings seriously. I know a lot of times these tropical tornadoes tend to be short-lived, tend to be weaker, but with Milton, we have seen a really prolific area of rotating storms across the south and central part of the state of Florida. Right now, as Chris mentioned, a Category 4 hurricane still with 130-mile-per-hour winds. So the winds decreasing a bit, and I anticipate we're going to see those winds come down a bit more before we make our way towards landfall. Landfall will come late tonight and into the overnight hours. So National Hurricane Center forecast 125-mile-per-hour winds as this approaches the west coast of Florida. Likely to make landfall around Sarasota, but remember, the cone tells us the path of the center of the storm. The impacts are not located only in the cone. So if we saw the storm make landfall farther to the south of the cone, Fort Myers, you're going to maximize the surge, some of the strongest winds. If it makes landfall up here, just to the south of Tampa on the north side of the cone, we're going to see the worst of the surge in and around the Sarasota area. So it will be that right front quadrant, in this case, areas just to the south of the center at landfall, that see the worst of the surge and the strongest of the winds. We've got hurricane warnings from west to east in the state of Florida, Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers, over to Daytona Beach, Melbourne, up towards the Fort Pierce area. We've got a lot of people under hurricane warnings for that threat of very strong winds. Tropical storm warnings almost encompass the rest of the state of Florida, with the exception of the Panhandle and even portions of South Georgia. Winds over 110 miles an hour, likely around and south of Tampa. So these would be areas where widespread power outages would be noted. You're going to see structural damage as well. Things like shutters and roofs will be significantly damaged because of the winds. We could see roofs blown off. And also, if you're in a structure like a mobile home, these buildings could, fail given the strength of the wind. So these are winds that you do not want to be riding out a storm in a trailer. Even around Orlando, Vero Beach, gosh, RVs, mobile homes, 74 to 110 mile-per-hour winds, Chris, are going to do some serious damage.
They extend almost across the entire state of Florida from the west coast to the Atlantic coast. And that's where we want to go right now, get an update on how conditions are faring this afternoon in Daytona Beach, Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. The winds have been pretty steady there off the Atlantic, Reynolds. Have you noticed anything different this afternoon?
You know what's interesting is just a short while ago, we had some very heavy rainfall. I mean, coming down like a sack of hammers. Lauren DeSarmo, who's our great photojournalist behind the camera, was actually getting some shots of that earlier. But now we're getting a bit of a respite. But even a break does not mean it hasn't stopped raining. I mean, if you're tuning in from home, you might see those telltale raindrops moving right across the camera here or there. And that's what we've been seeing. A lot of activity high in the air and some things that should be up there but are actually on the beach. Look over here. We've got some seabirds, big collection of them, and they are nestled down on the beach, which is rapidly disappearing. Now, what's interesting, a lot of these guys are just sitting there motionless. You'd figure, hey, you fly away to a safer spot, but right now, this is their choice. They're staying right here for the time being. I would tell you, if you have the ability to move up and move out, you should do so. We actually spoke with someone earlier who came to our live shot location from Arizona, of all places, and they are going to evacuate also. Their objective is to try to go north, hopefully towards the Atlanta area, or at least in downtown or west, or rather, yes, west of Atlanta, because still areas east of Atlanta have been subjected by the aftermath from Helene. All right, we go from Helene, obviously, to Milton. Milton is a story, and coverage continues coming up right after these messages.
Look at that Wendy's breakfast burrito. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, sausage. Gotta hand it to the tortilla. That sucker's holding on for dear life. The boss of breakfast, gotta be Wendy's.
Falls are the #1 cause of injury to senior citizens. Acorn Stairlifts has the solution. Just don't fall. Sit, relax, ride with an Acorn Stairlift, the world's leader in stairlifts. Don't let limited mobility keep you from going up and down your stairs, even outside. Call Acorn Stairlifts now for a free information kit and no obligation quote. Why risk falling when you can safely ride?
Our Acorn Stairlift is definitely more affordable than moving.
The Acorn Stairlift has a padded seat and backrest. Safety sensors stop the chair if there are obstacles. The seat swivels and locks so you don't twist your body. And the Acorn Stairlift folds away. It even runs during power outages.
I was really surprised at how little it cost.
Call 1-800-709-4212 right now for your free information kit or visit our website today. That's 1-800-709-4212.
Warning, chlorine, heavy metals, and harmful chemicals are all in the hard water you shower in and can be the cause of your flaky dandruff, damaged hair, even acne-prone skin. But now there's a clean, healthy solution. Introducing the Everglow Shower Filter, a revolutionary multi-stage filter that traps, treats, and never lets the hard water chemicals or chlorine touch your skin, hair, and nails. The secret is Everglow's stacked filtration design that instantly reduces chlorine, heavy metals, and harmful chemicals. Then, mineralized beads restore vital oxygen as vitamin C is infused into the water to promote healthier skin, hair, and nails. It works the very first day. Watch as we test ordinary tap water for contamination, first with Everglow, then no filter at all. They both may look clean, but in this side-by-side comparison, it reveals the unfiltered water is packed with chlorine, which can cause thinning hair and acne-prone skin. And the Everglow shower filter water is clean, clear, and pure for a healthy shower.
I never thought I'd be able to say this. No more itchy, dry scalp, no dandruff.
Plus, it's perfect for keeping color-treated hair from fading.
I can see the shine, feel the body and volume backing my hair.
Plus, Everglow shower filter works with any shower head, and there's no tools needed for quick installation. Shower the clean, healthy way today. Call or go online to get your Everglow shower filter for the factory direct price of just $29.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. But order right now and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value. Order now.
Call 1-800-428-7310 or go to buyeverglow.com. So call 1-800-428-7310. That's 1-800-428-7310 or order online at buyeverglow.com.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Looking for a moisturizer that does more than just moisturize? Try Olay Regenerist for 10 benefits in every jar. Olay visibly firms, lifts, and smooths wrinkles by penetrating the skin to boost regeneration at the surface cellular level. Try Olay.
Well, here we are in the spring break capital of the world, and it's October, and we're dealing with another storm. This one, of course, is Milton, major hurricane, strongest storm on the planet. It's going right up the stairs, eventually going to affect much of Florida. Could be affecting millions of people in the coming, coming hours. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. You're watching continued coverage right here on the Weather Channel. I am coming to you from Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach is a place that has dealt with all kinds of tropical weather going back to 1870. In fact, on average, Daytona is either directly hit or they are scrubbed by a tropical system pretty much every 2.27 years. That's a great deal of frequency. And this time, of course, Milton, we expected it to come from right over my shoulder, and then, of course, to be from the west, moving towards the east, which is right over Lauren, our photojournalist's shoulder, out to the open water. Now, when that happens, what we can expect is a variety of things. More of this stuff, more of the rain. The winds are going to pick up at times, could have widespread power outages. And something else to consider as we go up a flight of more steps. It's not about going up, it's what's coming down. Yeah, more of that rain, which means low-lying spots like the ones down here, and there are some in Daytona Beach. We can expect that water to pile up, so flooding is going to be a real issue. Some locations may be up to a foot of rainfall, not out of the realm of comprehension. And then you have to think about the seawall, which stands up some 5 feet, and we do anticipate a surge that could be from 3 to 5 feet, which means much of this stuff, well, that water could be spilling right over the top and then washing its way across the walkway. So, long way to go. And remember, once it casts out into the open water, you've got that circulation spinning around it counterclockwise. That's going to be almost pushing it right on up to the shores. It's going to be rough times. These flags certainly tested, and I'm sure they're going to have quite the battle they're going to be dealing with during the overnight hours and certainly in the morning. One guy who knows Florida better than most people I know, meteorologist Chris Bruin. Chris Bruin has dealt with his share of tropical weather. And Chris, this is going to be trying times, no doubt, in the coming minutes, hours, and days, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing conditions deteriorating. Obviously, they're in Daytona Beach, where Reynolds Wolf is, but all the way down into South Florida, where we're getting a storm surge coming up a little bit in places like Naples, and even flooding now taking place in Pinellas County and around the city of Sarasota. There is a satellite view of Hurricane Milton here, just off the west coast of Florida, and the core of the worst winds are less than 100 miles away from the shoreline. So it is game time now, folks. People are starting to lose power. The tornado threat has been notable, and in fact, this is now being considered a tornado outbreak. We've already seen 50 tornado warnings. Many of those will likely be confirmed in the days ahead by the local National Weather Service offices, and unfortunately, some areas that even sustained damage, particularly around the Fort Myers area, where several homes have roofs blown off. Now, 40,000 or so without power, the bulk of that in southwest Florida and even around Miami-Dade County, where we've had some of these tornado-warned storms come through. We've seen power flashes already, and that will only increase as winds start to really ramp up. I want to take a look here across other parts of the state and get you some of the latest details here as far as Hurricane Milton is concerned. There's the latest. Winds have come down just a little bit, and we hope that continues, but the surge has already been generated as a strong Category 4, even Cat 5. So remember, Katrina was a Category 5, but made landfall as a Category 3, and we remember the kind of surge that was produced. Now, the coastline in southern Mississippi, much different than Florida. But a 10-foot surge would be catastrophic for areas here in Sarasota, Manatee, and even Hillsborough, Pinellas County. So these are folks that have never really seen a surge event in their lifetime in these areas and have never had a threat like Milton is bringing to the central part of Florida. The latest, direction the storm is coming towards is making a beeline towards Tampa Bay. We've got to watch that closely, because if it continues and delays on making that turn back towards the east-northeast or eventually east, Tampa Bay may get worst-case scenario. Either way, the surge is going to be very pronounced in places like Sarasota, Bradenton, all the way down towards Venice, Inglewood, and Port Charlotte. Hurricane warnings there in the purple. They extend just south of Jacksonville. And there's, Alex, where we're going to see the core of the highest winds. We've already had tornado warnings already, but this is like riding out a tornado in the eye wall of Milton once that gets ashore in just a matter of hours.
Yeah, in the same way that some of these low-end tornadoes can, destroy mobile homes, those winds that we see come on shore with the landfall of Hurricane Milton will do just that. A tornado outbreak, as Chris mentioned, in progress, courtesy of Milton's outer bands. Each and every one of these storms, it feels like, in this central and south part of Florida, rotating. Tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock local time. Look at all the warnings. And again, lined up along these bands, moving from south to north. Most of these are observed, showing very strong signs of rotation right here in the hook. Again, these storms look like your classic supercell tornadoes with the hook and the heavy rain off to the north and east of it. Martin and St. Lucie County, an observed tornado here. There's your well-defined area of rotation. There's a well-defined area of rotation. So a lot of these, we're seeing multiple areas of rotation right here off to the south and west of Melbourne, Brevard, Indian River, and Osceola counties under a tornado warning. Sure enough, we look, there's your area of rotation. And that's not alone. We head up towards Kissimmee, over towards Winter Haven and Polk City, Polk County under the warning until 2:45. Down to the south, we've got more warnings for Hardy, Highlands, and Polk. Lowest level, most interior room.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already on your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Easily isolate phone calls to the driver's seat in the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
Who can solve this equation?
Ooh! Me.
Anyone else? Fine. Jake from State Farm. Again.
Right. It's the personal price plan theorem. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call.
Hey, darling. Hey, look at this. New iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence.
Can you find that picture of us high-fiving in New York?
Of course.
Can it help make my dating bio more concise?
Yes, it can. You go, girl.
Hey, can it create a memory movie with photos of my cat?
With your favorite song? You guys, you know you all can just get your own at Optimum, right?
Get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. Plus 2 unlimited mobile lines for the price of 1. Optimum Mobile, 800-864-0500.
We can't predict who's on your next video call, but we can give you super fast internet speeds you can rely on. Upgrade to 1 gig internet for more action on more devices. More users, more streaming, more gaming, more everything. Upgrade to 1 gig internet and get total care on us for 3 months with no fee service visits, premium tech support, and more. Call 800-880-7001 or visit a store today. Optimum, where local is big time.
you're going to be really happy that you have this on.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently, our area, 66 degrees under sunny skies. This afternoon, mostly sunny. High 67. Wind west northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear. Low 40. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 64. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's Sergeant's outlook.
A look at the International Space Station moving over Hurricane Milton, giving us an awe-inspiring view. Of course, these things spectacular to look at from above, but we know when you find yourself in the midst of these hurricanes, it is a whole different story. Right now, a Category 4 hurricane as we approach landfall later tonight and into the overnight hours for Hurricane Milton. We do anticipate and expect some future weakening. However, the forecast is for a major Category 3 hurricane to make landfall likely to the south of Tampa. And that would maximize our storm surge for places like Sarasota to Fort Myers. Depending on the exact track would determine who sees the worst of those surge values. Right now, 130 miles to the west of Fort Myers, Florida. So now we're beginning to see this thing on the radar. It was farther out over the Gulf, but now as we've come within view, we are seeing the eye of Hurricane Milton. Wednesday evening, 125-mile-per-hour winds as it sits off the coast of southwest Florida, moving over the state of Florida through the overnight and morning hours, offshore by later tomorrow. We've got a lot of rain and wind and surge to get through between now and then. Also tornadoes. This thing has been a prolific tornado tornado outbreak currently in progress. A hurricane warning is posted from Fort Myers to Cedar Key all the way over to the east coast of Florida. Potential winds of 100+ miles per hour for areas in purple. So be prepared for hurricane force winds, major hurricane force winds. That will bring down trees. That will lead to structural damage. That could destroy structures. Hurricane force winds all the way over towards Orlando and East Coast cities like Cape Canaveral and Melbourne. Storm surge watches up into south parts of the state of South Carolina, the low country, but we've got storm surge warnings from Georgia and north and central Florida on the East Coast. Almost all of the western coast of Florida, save for the Big Bend area. Tornado watch, as I mentioned, continues until 9 o'clock. Look at all the warnings. Many of these are confirmed. If you are under a tornado warning, you need to be in that lowest level, most interior room. Our Justin Michaels is in Orlando. Justin, seeing some of these storms creep off towards the north, closer to Orlando. Not under any tornado warnings right now, but you are definitely in the thick of rain. And I think for folks in Orlando, the rainfall, that flooding is going to be a big story in Central Florida.
Well, and Alex, I want to ask you about the severe weather threat, because in just the last half hour or so, we have heard some distant thunder and then closer thunder. And just in the last 5 minutes, we did see lightning. In fact, after you and I talk here, we're going to move to a different location. Yeah. But talk to people here in Orlando, Central Florida, about that severe weather threat, because we're beginning to see evidence of it here.
Yeah, you know, we've certainly seen the storms creeping farther to the north. So now encroaching into parts of the I-4 corridor. At this point, most of our tornado confirmation has been centered from Fort Pierce to Fort Myers. However, we are now seeing the warnings lift farther to the north, and some of these cells that are bringing us some tornado warnings, they are going to continue to move off towards the north, eventually, you know, drifting off to the north and west. But I would say within the next hour or two, we're going to begin begin to see more of that severe weather working closer to Orlando, even sooner for areas off to the east of Orlando. But along the I-4 corridor, Justin, you have definitely seen some of that, and off to the west of Melbourne. So we're going to be watching these storms continue to ride up to the north along 95. They'll probably stay, at least these first few, off to the east of Orlando, but moving forward, Orlando will definitely be in the mix.
Well, and Alex, to your point about the I-4 corridor, we're about 4 blocks from I-4, so we're right along that corridor. Thank you very much. We're going to actually get to our safe place here in the next 2 minutes. So, yeah, something to be concerned about. Tornadoes in a hurricane. Nightmare scenario, that is certainly a possibility and has been a reality as Milton gets closer and closer. Alex talked about the potential for flooding rains, and we're experiencing those flooding rains right now. They have lowered the lakes here in Orlando, but not just the lake system, but also road flooding. Urban flooding is highly likely overnight tonight. The good news I can tell you, we have noticed almost no people out on the roads all day long today. And in fact, if there were people this morning that we saw, and we did see a few, there's even less now. So people are truly heeding the warnings, staying inside, and that's the best thing folks can do. Remember, Orlando is a place that people evacuated to, and not just the people who evacuated the coast to come here, also all the people who call this part of the country home, this central Florida area.
Almost every storm has been rotating today, and you see that reflected in the number of tornado-warned storms that we've got. Now edging up towards the I-4 corridor and closing in on the Orlando metro area. Here in Indian River and St. Lucie County, we've got an observed tornado would fall right there. We've got a very well-defined hook signature on a lot of these storms, and sure enough, there is that very tight couplet. That couplet is that area of green up against red. Greens are going towards the radar, reds away from radar, so that shows us where we've got that counterclockwise rotation, and when we've got that packed in a small area, we know we've got a tornado on the ground. Up towards Polk County, now we are along areas to the south and west of the city of Orlando. We've got areas north of Lakeland, Auburndale, Haines City, Winter Haven under a tornado warning. Looking at your area of rotation here, there have been multiple areas of rotation, guys, even within storms. So another one down towards the Winter Haven area. You're going to be looking at areas of here and probably off to the south of Sebring too, even right there, probably seeing some. So multiple areas of rotation within some of these tornado warnings, and sure enough, that one to the south off to the west of Fort Lauderdale now got a tornado warning too. This one will probably follow, the one that's beginning to move onshore. So we've got a lot of rotating thunderstorm activity with this band. So this is what I'm talking about, moving onshore. We're going to keep the tornado threat going. Also, huge rainfall footprint from Tampa to Orlando and points north. Some of these areas could end up closing in on a foot of rain, perhaps even exceeding that as we get into tomorrow. We'll watch storms, heavy rain down towards Miami. Again, not going to forget about that tornado threat with some of those bands moving in. By tomorrow afternoon, the centers offshore will be seeing the rainfall rates back off, the winds letting up. Still some onshore component for some of these communities along the East Coast, but surge also goes down. Rainfall to come, again, some 8 to 12 plus inch totals. Now, Fort Myers, Felicia Combs is there, our meteorologist. Felicia, I would assume in talking to people over the last 24 hours, seeing that southerly track of Milton, not what they wanted to see in the forecast.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I will tell you, though, for everyone that I have talked to, even before we started to see that track coming down a little bit farther south, they were taking this very seriously, and they were getting out of here. In fact, I'd say in the past 12 hours or so, I really haven't seen anyone to talk to about how they're feeling about this track, because everyone has heeded the warnings, or not everyone, obviously, but most people have heeded the warnings, and they have evacuated, and we are happy about that, because as that trend has tracked farther south, of course, that increases the impacts for places like Port Charlotte, Boca Grande, for places like Fort Myers, for Sanibel Island, and that is the concern, especially, of course, Helene in recent memory with feet of storm surge, but just a couple years ago, Hurricane Ian. I will tell you, the storm surge forecast for us here, 8 to 12 feet, as you mentioned, Alex, but with Hurricane Ian, right where I'm standing, the storm surge got up to about 5 feet. So that would be about, I'm about 5'6". That would be about to the top of my head almost where I'm standing. That That's how high the water got during Ian right here. We are just off of San Carlos Bay. You can see that out here. So if we're looking west out into San Carlos Bay, and then beyond the bay, if you went even farther west, you would see Sanibel Island and Captiva. Of course, those islands are under mandatory evacuation orders. City of Sanibel asking everyone to be evacuated by 10 p.m. last night. Right now, we're in a break between the rain bands. I do expect some light rain starting to pick up, and I do expect a wind shift as well. We've had winds that have been more out of the southeasterly direction, but as we get closer to nighttime and landfall, we'll start to see those winds shift and become more southwesterly and then eventually westerly, and that is the concern for places like Sanibel, for where I'm standing right here. When you're talking about a forecast of possibly 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, that is when you're going to have those winds pushing that water in up against the coast and building up that storm surge. So storm surge is a big concern here, hence that storm surge warning. Of course, the possibility for those hurricane force winds. That's why we have that hurricane warning as well. But I want to tell you guys that we were actually right just under the circulation of a tornado warned storm earlier. I was watching it on my velocity radar. I got the alert that we had a tornado warning with that band that's still creating all of those tornado warnings. Checked my velocity radar, put my pinpoint location on, and we were right underneath it. So, got to a safer place in my hotel, and I could hear just the winds howling. You could hear the rain just going crazy. So, these rain bands mean business, and this is going to, obviously, that rain band that's produced all of these tornado warnings, prompting a what we're calling, a tornado outbreak at this point. That's going to continue lifting north. But we're going to see some of these other bands as well that could contain some of those very dangerous storms. So, we've got a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. And so I want you to know where you need to go for that as well. Chris, so many different layers of concern here, but you want to take those tornado warnings very seriously as well and make sure you are getting into the most interior portion of your home, away from the doors and windows, if you find yourself in one of those tornado warnings.
Hey, Felicia, a quick question. Have you noticed any of that water coming up at all there on the bay behind you?
No, not really, Chris, because the wind direction that we still have is more out of a southeasterly direction. Now, once those winds switch around to more southwesterly or even westerly as we head into the nighttime hours, I really think that's when the peak of concern is going to be for places like Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island, because we head toward high tide around 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's also when we're still going to have a strong push of those onshore winds.
All right, appreciate the update there from Fort Myers. We'll check back in with meteorologist Felicia Combs here shortly. We've got a lot of threats already. Obviously, watching the surge. It's minimal right now, but we're seeing it slowly creep up here in Southwest Florida. It will only go higher pretty quickly in the next couple of hours as those core winds. This is where you're getting into those hurricane force gusts, by the way. And then there's the eye wall, about 60 to 80 miles off the coast of Sarasota. Tampa, just west of you, Pinellas County under that flash flood warning. We'll get to that. And then look at all of the tornado warnings, by the way. Some of the greatest power outages are actually here around Lake Okeechobee, where we've had some of the more very violent tornadoes. Up to 65,000 customers without power, by the way, in the state of Florida. That number only going to be going higher. I mentioned St. Petersburg, Clearwater, all of Pinellas County, for the most part, under a flash flood warning. I mean, we're getting into some of those very heavy bands of tropical rains. This is until 5:30 p.m., so there's probably lots of standing water. Hopefully nobody's out driving in this, but this is blinding sheets of rain. And when you get those heavier tropical downpours, they also bring in those higher wind gusts. So these are also probably bringing with it 50-mile-per-hour gusts in some of these bands. Up over 4 inches now being estimated by the radar there in St. Petersburg. Even higher totals just south of there towards Treasure Island and areas south of St. Pete Beach. All right, so there's a look at the flood watch. We've also got a couple of flash flood warnings south of St. Augustine, not far from the St. Johns River, in places like Palatka and not far from Palm Coast. So I want to show you our high-resolution future radar. Winds are going to start to really go downhill here as we get into these outer bands of the eye wall. So this is around 8, 9 p.m. That's where we're going to see those winds rapidly increase. I mean, it's going to happen quickly. Right now, it's the squalls that are bringing in those tropical storm force gust, and then we get breaks in between like we've seen in Felicia's shot. But as these bands come in and as you get closer to that core, that's when things will go downhill quickly. Again, this could come in a few hours earlier too. Don't just hold these timings to it perfectly, but we're expecting an overnight landfall certainly after 8, 9 p.m. close to the Tampa Bay area, also around Sarasota or Manatee County. So I would say Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, one of you is going to have the landfall, but the impacts will be catastrophic in many of those zones. Surge south of the eye will be where the highest surge values are, but the winds could be strongest north of that eye in that northern eye wall, which could come right over the city of Tampa and some of the populated areas there around Clearwater and St. Petersburg. Rainfall will be heaviest north of the center. So even if the center tracks, say, south of Interstate 4, the heaviest rain is going to be back across the Tampa Bay metro area into Ocala, Orlando, where we have a high risk for flash flooding, Alex, and this is going to be another huge danger, which will even continue into the day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Punta Gorda, Florida, one of the spots that we are watching. Right now, the calm before the storm. We've got big winds coming in. Of course, sections of West Florida looking at very, very dangerous, if not unsurvivable storm surge values. Forecast now for that greatest push of water above normally dry ground to come to the south of Sarasota, or the south of Tampa, around and south of Sarasota. That's where storm surge warnings are in effect, really up and down the west coast of Florida. Also parts of central and northeast Florida's coastline. So the other side of the state will also see that surge of water onto normally dry ground. We're actually seeing that now because we've got an easterly wind in some of these areas. So we've seen water up over where it typically is. Right now, we've got that forecast for the greatest storm surge values, 9 to 13 feet around and south of Sarasota. And that follows that forecast shift to the south. So as the National Hurricane Center adjusts the forecast cone, we see adjustments also made to the storm surge forecast, because remember, just to the south of center is where we're going to maximize that push of water onto normally dry ground. There, of course, your low country, South Carolina, southeast Georgia, and North Florida surge potential. Right now, we've got water rises around a foot, but South Bank Riverwalk over almost 2 feet above normally dry ground. Angle of approach comes into play, especially with this one. Storm coming in perpendicular to the coastline. That'll allow for a higher surge. You're maximizing that surge. There's a look at the timing, as Chris mentioned, late tonight, and depending on where that center makes landfall, just to the south where we maximize the surge.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio, it began with you.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-230-9451. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall? He's going to college.
Out of state.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Urban Abe.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say "for you" into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites, or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
I can feel the winds of change.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mostly clear, low 40. North winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour, diminishing to less than 5 miles per hour. Thursday, a mainly sunny sky. High 64. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
Good heavens, absolute punishment.
every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Tropical downpours falling here in Orlando, Florida, Central Florida. Good afternoon, I'm Justin Michaels. We have moved locations only because of the safety needed because of the potential for severe weather. Severe weather within the hurricane, highly likely and already seen today. Tornadoes touching down across the Florida Peninsula. Here in Central Florida, we certainly have the risk for that. I will tell you the rain has really ramped up. The winds are beginning to kick in as this hurricane gets closer and closer to the Florida coast. And the importance of Orlando is for safety for so many folks. Remember, so many people who evacuated coastal Florida came here. They stopped here. They're taking up hotel rooms here, not to mention the people who call this part of the state of Florida home, and then also all the visitors who temporarily call this place home, going to Disney and all the other places people come to this part of the country for. So that severe weather risk is high. We also have the potential for flooding, and in fact, flooding is going to be a major issue here. You can see right along Lake Eola is where we are, and this is one of the many lakes that are all across Central Florida. Central Florida lakes, in some cases, especially here in Orlando, are connected. So what the city of Orlando did was lower the lakes down to their possible lowest level. So any water that does fall from this hurricane, it'll fill up those lakes again, but hopefully it will curb some of the flooding, not to say all of the flooding. Another issue will be street flooding, and they know that's going to be an issue. So the fact that this hurricane is going to be making landfall overnight, impacting here in Central Florida overnight overnight into tomorrow morning is a real problem, and that's why the mayor and every emergency official here in Central Florida is encouraging people, imploring people, please stay at home. Please do not be on the roads, especially after dark. If flooding was dangerous enough when we have full sunlight, after dark you cannot tell if the road in front of you is washed out, if it has 6 feet of water or 6 inches of water. You can't tell. And another issue, if you're driving around in the middle of the night in a hurricane, all sorts of other hazards present. Flooding might be the least of your problems because we are absolutely expecting the possibility of hurricane force winds. Alex, into you.
Justin, you've had a lot of conversations with the mayor and people around there. We know this is a city based on hospitality, right? And so they pride themselves on being able to take folks in from the West Coast. But that's not to discount. They're going to be up against a lot, the wind and the heavy rain. Are they concerned about having that many people around and the problems that they'll face?
Well, the good news is a lot of the properties here are newer. There are 120,000 hotel rooms here, Alex. So most, if not all of those are full. Of course, hotels are taking every precaution to make sure people stay safe. I can tell you when we were checking into our hotel, there was a full list of things that we need to know about the building, that they have generator power, where things are located, where safe locations are. This part of the country, Florida in particular, knows how to manage this type of weather and keep people safe, Alex. And I can tell you, at least from our perspective, our hotel is certainly going through the steps to make sure we know where to go and how to stay safe. Alex,
they are a well-oiled machine. Justin, thank you so much. Yeah, they are happy to have visitors all times of year, and especially when they're able to help out neighbors. But no, it's going to be a tough go for Orlando here over the next 12 to 18 hours. 130 miles per hour. That is Category 4 Hurricane Milton's last update from the National Hurricane Center. 110 miles to the west of Fort Myers, Florida. This is moving northeast at 16 miles an hour. So you can imagine we've got about 6-7 hours before that starts to edge very close to the coastline. So looking at landfall late this evening into the overnight hours, probably closing in on midnight. When we look at the forecast, expect a major hurricane landfall tonight. Chris, this storm is still going to bring strong winds to places like Orlando and Vero Beach, and at least in the short term, we've got a tornado outbreak going on. So Milton throwing everything at Florida.
Really is, and winds are continuing to increase here. We've seen gusts now close to 50 miles per hour in St. Petersburg, gusting to over 40 now in Tampa. So we're well within that tropical storm force here, especially across the Gulf Coast of Florida. Fort Myers sustained over 20-25 miles per hour. Notice the wind direction here in Southwest Florida is up from the south and from the east. So we are seeing a propagation of some of that surge, but it will be only enhanced as those winds come more westerly, throwing that water back towards the coast. There has been a water rise, too, by the way, of about 1 to 2 feet, and water's now starting to creep up onto the road in Sanibel Island near the causeway. There's a look at the storm surge flooding up to about 1.5 feet here in Naples Bay, and then Fort Myers, even along the Caloosahatchee River, close to a little over 1 foot so far. Those winds will continue to increase. Look at St. Petersburg. We've got offshore winds right now, but that means we're directly exposed off of Tampa Bay, gusting close to 50 miles per hour there. And we'll continue to watch this as Hurricane Milton gets very close to the west central coast of Florida.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, and wakes up feeling like himself. Get the rest to be your best with non-habit-forming ZzzQuil. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
I'm always shopping the Real.
They drop over 10,000 new arrivals every day.
Gucci, Rolex,
Prada,
Louis Vuitton,
Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany.
Up to 90% off retail. Endless luxury. The Real Real. Shop now and get 20% off at therealreal.com. Terms apply.
Eli, looks like we're running low on slider rolls.
Don't worry. I invited my team, too.
Your team?
Looks like Eli saved Slider Sunday.
Again. King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
Are your headlights cloudy and oxidized, making your car look bad? Are they underperforming when you need them most? Cerakote's Headlight Restoration Kit restores weathered headlights back to like new and keeps them that way for life. Stop wasting your time with solutions that don't last. Cerakote's kit includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give them a light sanding, and apply the ceramic coating. That's it. The true ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Dexcom G7 is one of the easiest ways to take better control of your diabetes. This small wearable replaces finger sticks, lowers A1C, and it's covered by Medicare.
Not managing your diabetes really affects your health for the future. The older you get, the more complications you're going to see.
I knew I couldn't ignore my diabetes anymore because it was causing my eyesight to go bad.
For my patients, getting on Dexcom G7 is the biggest eye-opener they've ever had.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. This small wearable sends my glucose numbers right to my phone or my receiver. With just a glance, I can see if I'm going high, low, or steady, so I can make quick decisions in the moment.
Now I'm a superstar. My A1C is 5.7.
My A1C has never been lower.
No other CGM system is more affordable for Medicare patients than Dexcom G7. Don't wait. Call now and talk to a real person.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already in your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Easily isolate phone calls to the driver's seat in the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
Welcome aboard! The greatest squares in the universe have come together to create the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. Ready to learn more?
I'm ready!
It has Wendy's fresh, never-frozen beef and a secret Krabby Collab sauce.
Tell me more.
The patty is, wait for it, square!
Such perfection.
Now I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Order up.
Now, I have some new video to share with you here on the Weather Channel. We have been watching Hurricane Milton, but we've also seen some prolific tornado warnings come out of this storm. This is bringing us, dozens of tornado warnings already, and this is not going to stop. Here's video from near I-75 in southwest Florida. And Chris, you can see a very well-defined tornado here.
Now, this is one of several that have now crossed over Alligator Alley earlier this afternoon. These look like these violent wedge tornadoes. We don't have the exact rating, but unfortunately, they've done some catastrophic damage. I saw some buildings completely demolished, not here in along I-75, but in Fort Myers with a different tornado that came tearing through a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, at least a very well-defined cone tornado. This looks pretty wide without knowing, how far away it is. You've got the leading edge of the storm. You can see the overall rotation in the storm and the inflow into it. This has been kind of incredible today because, oftentimes, Chris, we look at these tornadic storms as part of a hurricane landfall, part of the outer bands, but these are almost supercellular in nature. They have that kidney bean shape, they have that very well-defined hook, and they are producing very well-defined and stronger tornadoes. I think when we go back, we're going to see that.
A lot of the tropical tornadoes are very quick. A lot of them are rain-wrapped. We don't even get confirmation. We just see the damage afterwards. But these ones are long tracks.
Yes.
Higher end and almost like supercell structures, like you were saying. And that band is continuing to work now towards the east coast of Florida and up into central Florida. Orlando, heads up, this is headed your way.
And as you point out, some people have now suffered damage as a result of tornadoes ahead of a landfalling hurricane that's going to bring more wind, more rain. So you don't want to have a roof compromised by a tornado now with what Milton's going to bring. Unfortunately, that is what people are going to be dealing with. 130-mile-per-hour winds as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center. We'll be getting another one shortly. 110 miles to the west of Fort Myers, Florida, with a motion to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. That would put us, at landfall sometime very late this evening and into the overnight hours. So probably around midnight, 1 a.m., what we're thinking. We've still continued, Chris and I talking, with that northeastern movement. We are expecting a turn more towards the east, but remember, the cone anywhere from Tampa down to close to Fort Myers. Here's a look at that cone. So if the center of the storm stays here, continues that northeastward motion, we're going to see a landfall just to the south of Tampa. That would maximize our surge into parts of the bay and around Sarasota, areas like Anna Maria Island. If it were to make that turn to the east soon, make landfall just to the north of Fort Myers, that's going to maximize our surge in these areas. With that northeastward motion still continuing, I think we could be looking at, a less likely, track that we see landfall right here and perhaps somewhere at least down the middle, closer to Sarasota. That would maximize surge just to the south of Sarasota, because with the direction of the storm moving in, you're going to see that right front quadrant just to the south of the center of the storm's landfall location. Be prepared for winds of over 110 miles per hour from Tampa to Sarasota to near Fort Myers. We've got a ton of population here. Unfortunately, this is going to do structure damage. This is going to take out power. Weaker structures, mobile homes, they could be destroyed by this kind of wind. And then hurricane force winds getting us all the way to the east coast of Florida. So Chris, hurricane force winds in Orlando, in Vero Beach, over towards Cape Canaveral. Tons of population about to be affected by the wind and very heavy rain. I do want to mention real quick the storm surge potential and where the warnings are and our tornado watch. But again, wind and heavy rain will be an issue for many.
All right, so we want to get an update now from Southwest Florida. Meteorologist Felicia Combs there in Fort Myers. Felicia, I've seen reports now of water starting to creep up in Sanibel Island because of that rise in water. Also watching some of the cameras in Captiva, where we're getting that overwash now into some of the parking lots. Have you noticed any changes where you are there in Fort Myers?
Not a ton of changes right where we are, because we are on the mainland, Chris. So the wind's still coming out of a southeasterly direction. That is more of like an offshore flow. But of course, if you're on one of the islands, you are surrounded by water, so you are getting kind of water all around. But I will tell you what I want to show you. So we're on San Carlos Bay, and typically now where we are, there's not much of a beach, just a couple feet. But you can see here that the water is coming up to the bottom of these stairs here. And back in Ian 2 years ago, the water from San Carlos Bay coming all the way up to where I've been standing. And of course, out on Sanibel Island, the storm surge up over 13 feet. So that is too close in recent memory for people to have forgotten all the damage that Ian did. And that's why this storm surge risk of 8 to 12 feet people are really taking seriously. Now, the winds are going to shift to more of a westerly direction as we head into the midnight hour, overnight, and into tomorrow morning. That concerns me, because high tide for Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island, is around 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will have that onshore push of water.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
Are you sick of power outages? Tired of sitting in the dark, not knowing when the lights will come back on?
That's why we created this amazing new solar generator.
It's powerful and expandable, so it runs your fridge and critical devices.
Protects your family because it's fume-free and safe to use inside.
Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com.
Do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
America, you love Alien Tape, and now you can get 2 rolls for free. That's right, free. Introducing Alien Tape, the double-sided ultra-strong tape that bonds instantly and holds on tight.
Just cut Alien Tape to size, place it where you want it, peel off the back, and it bonds instantly to almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist, and it comes right off. Check this out. Alien Tape works on glass, metal, wood, tile, carpet, and so much more. It sticks instantly to almost anything. Alien Tape's nano grip technology locks into place and holds tight. Alien Tape is great for a quick fix all around the house.
Hang outdoor lights with no tools. It's perfect for installing security cameras. Alien Tape instantly locks down rugs and holds them in place so they don't blow away.
Just cut alien tape to size, peel off the back, place it where you want it. It bonds instantly and locks tight onto almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist and it comes right off. No nails or screws. You'll use it indoors, outdoors, and it even works on stone, brick, and more. And remember, alien tape is the double-sided, ultra-strong tape that instantly locks into place and holds on tight. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of uses for alien tape. Now here's your chance to try Alien Tape's TV offer.
Call or go